Welcome everyone. If you love 80s and 90s music but also miss when radio felt human, you're in the right place. I'm Mick, psychologist, melomaniac, and host of RetroLovers Radio. This is Back to the Present, a live radio style show where we revisit the music, stories, magazines, charts, and moments that shaped the 80s and 90s. Not to escape today, but to bring something useful back from those years and feel better now. We'll talk about music history, life, positive nostalgia, and by the end of the show, I will even give you practical tools to deal with modern stress and other types of mental overload using the music we love, all in a relaxed way through real human interaction. You choose whether this is a radio or TV show. We have 80s and 90s music and footage. You choose whether you listen while working or studying. You choose whether you participate live in the chat or leave your comments in the replay. You choose whether this is your new favorite healthy, uplifting human company you needed or simply using this man talking to help you sleep. So wherever you're listening from and whoever you are, welcome in. Alright, everyone, welcome back. Whether you've been following the show from the beginning or whether YouTube's algorithm randomly threw a synth pop radio psychologist into your screen tonight, welcome aboard. How's everybody feeling today? Emotionally stable or the weekend has been rough? Surviving another manic Monday energy. And that's a lot nowadays. As I've been noticing that modern life somehow managed to make everybody feel simultaneously busy, tired, understimulated, overstimulated, connected, and isolated all at the same time. Which honestly sounds less like a healthy civilization and more like eight people trying to share the same Wi-Fi router emotionally, right? And that's partly why this show exists. Not simply for nostalgia itself, not simply to replay old songs and say, oh, remember this cassette or this tape recorder machine, but to revisit the emotional atmosphere around music during the 80s and 90s. The feeling of late night radio, music discovery, video countdowns, record stores, old magazines, concert anticipation, and human attention spans longer than 7 seconds. And yes, before social media turned breakfast into content creation, like the other uh, social media in which I'm not, I mean, now obviously those decades were not perfect as well. There were many problems too in the 80s and 90s as well, but life often moved with a different emotional rhythm. There was a slightly more waiting, anticipation, mystery, presence, and a sense of an uninterrupted conversation. And tonight, Again, we are going to travel through all the different segments of the show together. We'll begin with On This Day in 80s and 90s music and revisit real events that happened on this exact date between 1980 and 1999, including album releases, charts, milestones, historic concerts, artists' birthdays, and major cultural moments. Later, we'll open another retro magazine live on screen, which is always interesting because old magazines accidentally preserve entire emotional ecosystems from those years. Usually, we revisit Billboard and UK charts. I'm not going to on this specific episode or live stream because today I'm excitingly be inaugurating a new segment called Discography of the Day. So stay tuned for that segment as well. I think we will continue revisiting the charts, Billboard and UK charts on Wednesday. So I also be covering the biography of the day and reacting to discussions about modern life and society compared to the 80s and 90s by reacting to some content creators discussing about the, the different generations and lifestyles. And toward the end of the show, we'll also use music as a bridge to talk about psychological tools and practical ways of protecting mental health in a world that increasingly feels emotionally overloaded. Because I think many people today are not necessarily looking for more noise or more stress, right? People are looking for a calmer rhythm, real voices, background companionship, music, conversation, and the return of those third spaces where the nervous system can slow down for a little while. And maybe that's one reason long for radio style content like this one still survives even now. Even surrounded by short videos, doom scrolling, notifications, and algorithms aggressively trying to destroy human attention spans professionally or whatever. People still search for atmosphere and people still search for human presence. And that says something important. So, whether tonight or today, if you're watching the replay in different moments of the day, whether you are working, driving, resting, cleaning the house, washing the dishes, trying to sleep, or simply escaping modern chaos for a little while, I'm really glad you're here. And feel free to participate anytime in the chat because one thing I really want to preserve here is actually interaction between real people. So as long as this community grows, more people are going to catch up in the chat as well. So let's officially begin tonight's journey through the 80s and 90s with our segment called On This Day in Music. And let's review a little bit of the headlines, what happened on May the 18th, and today I'll be including the 19th as well because tomorrow we don't have the live stream. So we are moving through post-punk, melancholy, MTV era pop, movie soundtrack culture, dance pop reinvention, and early 90s R&B as well. So on May the 18th in 1980, Ian Curtis, lead singer of Joy Division, tragically passed away at age 23, shortly before the release of the band's single Love Will Tear Us Apart. On this day, In 1985, Everything She Wants by Wham reached Wham reached number one in the United States during the height of the duo's global MTV popularity. On this day in 1991, I Like the Way the Kissing Game by High Five reached number one in the United States during the rise of early 90s contemporary rhythm and blues. On this day, in this case 19th of May, in 1984, Let's Hear It for the Boy by Denise Williams reached number one in America after appearing on the soundtrack of the hit movie Footloose. On this day, in 1986, True Blue by Madonna was released, featuring future classics like Papa Don't Preach and Open Your Heart. And also on this day, in this case 19th of May 1990, Vogue by Madonna reached number one in the US charts, becoming one of the defining dance pop songs of the early 90s. And already from those headlines you can feel how dramatically music culture evolved between 1980 and 1991. From the emotional darkness of post-punk to polished MTV pop to sophisticated dance music to early 90s R&B. Each few years almost felt like a completely different emotional universe. So now, tonight we have to begin with one of the most influential and tragic figures in alternative music history, and that is Ian Curtis of Joy Division. On May the 18th, 1980, Ian Curtis tragically passed away at just 23 years old. And what makes this moment especially heartbreaking historically is that Joy Division were right on the edge of becoming massively influential internationally. The band had already recorded Love Will Tear Us Apart, which would later become one of the defining songs of post-punk. And what's remarkable about Joy Division is how emotionally different they sounded from much of the music around them. Minimal, kind of cold or introspective, almost emotionally haunted. And Ian Curtis' voice carried this strange mixture of fragility, distance, and emotional heaviness. And even today, you can still hear Joy Division's influence across alternative rock or indie music, some electronic music, and darker synth pop as well. Now let's move into a completely different atmosphere with Everything She Wants by Wham. On May the 18th, 1985, the song reached number one in America, and musically this track still sounds fantastic. As the bass line, the synth groove, the production, it instantly places you in the mid-80s. But lyrically, the song is much more cynical and emotionally tense than many people remember. George Michael was already writing about relationship pressure, money, expectation, and emotional frustration. And this is one reason George Michael eventually became respected far beyond simple pop stardom. He was becoming a genuinely strong songwriter. Now jumping into 1991, we have I Like the Way, The Kissing Game by Hi-Fi. On this day, the song reached number one in the United States, and this song perfectly captures the softer emotional atmosphere of early 90s rhythm and blues, with warm harmonies, smooth production, gentle, gentle romantic energy. And early 90s R&B often sounded emotionally comforting in a way many people still miss today. Now moving into May the 19th, we have Let's Hear It for the Boy by Denise Williams. On this day, the song reached number one in the United States after appearing in Footloose. And the 80s may have been the ultimate decade for soundtrack culture, right? Or maybe the 90s as well, but especially the 80s. Songs didn't simply accompany movies, they became emotionally fused with the movie. And Footloose itself represented something very 80s emotionally, uh, with freedom representing movement, rebellion, and youthful energy. And then another major moment tonight is True Blue by Madonna, released on May the 19th in 1986. And this album became one of the defining pop records of the entire decade. It included songs like Papa Don't Preach, Open Your Heart, and Live to Tell. And what's interesting about Madonna during this era is how quickly she evolved artistically. She understood image reinvention, what was going on with the MTV, and the use of fashion, and pop culture almost in, instinctively. It was she got to leverage all what was going on the 80s to her favor and to skyrocket her career. And then only 4 years later, we have Vogue by Madonna as well, in the same day, but in 1990. And Vogue felt completely different emotionally from the early 80s Madonna. It sound it sounded more elegant or more theatrical and more sophisticated than the her 80s sound. And the song also helped bring ballroom culture and fashion inspired dance aesthetics much deeper into mainstream global culture. So, looking at all tonight's stories together, you can really feel how emotionally diverse these years were. Some artists explore loneliness, distance, and existential darkness, while others represented dance, freedom, romance, or reinvention. And maybe that's one reason people still emotionally reconnect with music from this decade. Because these songs didn't all feel emotionally identical. Each artist carried a very distinct emotional world. Alright, everyone, so now let's slow things down a little again and open another time capsule from the 1980s, so by reviewing a magazine. So tonight's magazine is especially interesting because this is not simply a music magazine, it's also a snapshot of what the late 80s cultural atmosphere felt like. But we're going to review the magazine after our favorite recess music, and I'm coming back in a minute. All right, so we begin reviewing a magazine, and today we have the Spin magazine from November December 1987. And immediately we can see a sting in the cover that tells you a little bit about the era itself in the late 80s. And he's looking serious and introspective and almost cinematic, right? Also, we have some headlines mentioning George Michael, Motorhead, Eric Rakim, Jacob Astorius, and even an article called "Why Music Stinks." So let let's figure out. Let's see what the they were talking about by that time, more than 30 years ago. Certainly, they wouldn't have imagined what was coming next in the coming decades, but they, they were not comfortable with the musical panorama of the late 80s, it seems. And the mixture already explains something very important about the late 80s. That music culture still felt fragmented, but in a good way, because you had metal, jazz, hip hop, sophisticated pop, or alternative music, political music, experimental music, all coexisting together. And we were getting closer to a new decade in the 90s as well. We have the table of content as well. It seems like every magazine that I choose is longer and bigger than the last one. So I'll never get to cover even a few pages completely. So I have to uh, make a rough walkthrough of the content for you to have an idea, and you can search for it if you want. Uh, but this is like a commentary about the magazine in itself, in placing it in the context and comparing both times, right? So magazines back then reflected that diversity musically, culturally, and modern algorithms nowadays often push everybody toward the same 10 or 20 trending songs. But in the 80s, music magazines still felt like cultural exploration. And one thing I really miss from these magazines, even though in that moment I didn't know they existed, being a child, is that they treated artists like mysterious creative figures, not content machines. Artists weren't constantly uploading breakfast photos or gym selfies or 20 stories per day. Right? There was some distance, and strangely enough, that distance created curiosity. There's an interesting section historically in the magazine that was the magazine editorial, because inside the magazine the editors explained that the Spin magazine had almost collapsed completely during 1987. They had separated from Penthouse financially, they lost publication temporarily, and people thought the magazine was dead, and advertisers thought it was over. And the editor writes this incredibly emotional reflection about driving alone at night, listening to The Lonesome Jubilee by John Mellencamp. And this is one reason all magazines are so fascinating historically, because you accidentally discovered the human side behind media, the fear, the uncertainty, the passion. And today, many younger people probably assume magazines back then were giant corporations like they are nowadays or in these last 2 decades or so. But many were actually small, chaotic groups of obsessed music lovers trying to survive and make a living of publishing news about the main artists of the time. And there's something strangely nice about that, at least. And there's another interesting thing in the magazine that I have been reviewing briefly, that the editor says something that still feels true today, and he talks about how people eventually become emotionally exhausted from constant noise and pressure. And even though this was written in 1987, it somehow feels more relevant now. Uh, because today many people deal with notifications, with feeds, algorithms, doom scrolling, and permanent overstimulation. And meanwhile, back then people were sitting alone at night driving while replaying the same cassette album over and over. And weirdly enough, that slower rhythm sometimes allowed emotions to process more deeply. And as always, the one thing that stands out in these magazines are the advertisements, right? Because the ads accidentally become historical documents. You see ads for cassettes, cassette tapes, vodka brands, synthesizers, recording equipment, and suddenly you remember how physical music culture used to be. And also compare nowadays, there are no pharmaceutical products or products, quote unquote, uh, or I don't know. There weren't too many destructive things or products are being advertised. Were more like equipment or musical or audio gear. And younger generations today may not even realize music used to involve objects such as cassettes, Walkmans, stereo systems, recording tapes from the radio, waiting for songs. Uh, Life didn't start with streaming. And somehow that limitation made music feel more intentional. Because when music was harder to access, people value it differently. And there was this article about George Michael that says, "Once your respect." And that's such an interesting phrase historically, because during the late 80s, George Michael was trying to transition from teen pop superstardom with Wham, with kind of an innocent or naive lyrics or more targeting teenager a teenager audience, and so he was transitioning from this teen pop superstardom into being respected as a serious musician and songwriter. And many huge artists eventually go through that exact identity crisis. They ask themselves, Do people love the real artist or only the image? And the late 80s especially became a decade where many artists began uh, fighting to control their identity more seriously. We have some space for underground music. There's a lot to cover, as I was telling you the other day. If I get to cover all the articles here, we would be like 7 hours. Remember that anyone could spend the whole day reading the magazine. You had to read it in installments, right? So, looking through this entire issue of the Spin magazine in 1987, what really stands out to me is how alive music culture felt, with messy sometimes, messy moments, chaotic moments sometimes, and uh, it felt commercial sometimes, but alive in some sense. There were arguments about music, debates, scenes, subcultures that arise every now and then, and some risk taking as well. And magazines felt like cultural meeting points, not just content, but atmosphere. And that's part of what we try to preserve a little bit here to um, on this show. Maybe any one of you know a current magazine issue that conveys this same feeling and atmosphere, then let us know or share it in the comments, share it in the post in the channel that I have enabled the community tab, so you can initiate any conversation. You can share your favorite post or albums or songs, share it there and share it with the other subscriber. And if you know any current magazine that cover musically in a similar way as it used to be, then let us know. All right, everyone. So now we move on to our next segment, that is biography of the day. And you will find out who is the artist that will be addressed in this live stream, but after our recess. All right, everyone. So, since tonight's magazine cover is centered around Sting, then it actually feels like the perfect moment to make him tonight's biography of the day, or today's biography of the day if you're listening or watching during the day. And Sting is one of those artists whose public image became so iconic that sometimes people forget how unusual his story actually was. Because before becoming a global rock star or songwriter and solo artist, one of the most recognizable voices of the 80s, and he was literally a school teacher. So Sting was born Gordon Matthew Thomas Summer in October the 2nd, 1951 in Wallsend. And Wallsend was not glamorous. It was an industrial working class area in northern England near Newcastle, with shipyards, factories, cold weather, labor culture. And that environment shaped him deeply. His father worked as an engineer and milkman, his mother was a hairdresser, and young Gordon grew up during a period when post war England still felt economically rough in many regions. And musically, he became fascinated early by jazz, classical music, the Beatles, and rhythm and blues. But unlike many rock stars, his path toward music wasn't immediate. He worked several normal jobs first. He was a driver, he was a construction laborer, and tax office employee, and eventually he became a teacher. Now, regarding his nickname Sting, actually came from a striped black and yellow sweater he used to wear while playing jazz clubs. Somebody said he looked like a bee, and the nickname simply stayed forever. And it's hard to imagine now that Sting was once just some random local nickname from tiny jazz clubs in northern England. Everything changed in the late 70s when Sting formed The Police together with Stuart Copeland and Andy Summers. And what made The Police special was that they sounded completely different from most rock bands at the time. They mixed punk energy with reggae rhythms, new wave, jazz influences, and sophisticated songwriting. And Sting's voice immediately stood out. It was high, intense, melancholic, emotional, intellectual. And during the late 70s and early 80s, the Police became one of the biggest bands in the world. Their catalog is absolutely stacked, but we can mention songs like Roxanne, Message in a Bottle, Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic, Don't Stand So Close to Me, and of course, Every Breath You Take. And Every Breath You Take became so gigantic that many people still mistakenly think it's a romantic love song, when in reality it's almost obsessive and psychologically unsettling. And that duality was always part of Sting's writing style. Very melodic but emotionally complex underneath. Now, after The Police, many people assumed Sting would struggle alone, but instead he got to reinvent himself again. And his solo career became even more sophisticated musically. He incorporated jazz, world music, classical influences, Latin rhythms, and more introspective songwriting. To mention some of his biggest solo songs, we can find Englishman in New York, Fields of Gold, Fragile, If I Ever Lose My Faith in You, and Shape of My Heart. And one thing that may made Sting unusual among major pop stars was that he often wrote about politics, war, religion, human fragility, loneliness, and identity. His songs frequently felt reflective, almost literally at times, right? Sting represented something very specific about the 80s, we can say. The the idea that pop music could still be commercial and intelligent and emotionally mature at the same time. Because during that era, you had artists who were hugely mainstream. You could yet still writing songs about Cold War, anxiety, human rights, social alienation, or emotional complexity. And maybe that's one reason so many people still emotionally reconnect with artists like Sting today. Because underneath the polished 80s production, there was often genuine thoughtfulness in his lyrics and songs. And perhaps the most interesting thing about Sting's career is that he never fully stayed in one musical identity. He moved constantly between rock, jazz, pop, world music, acoustic music, and orchestral arrangements. And in a strange way, that restless artistic curiosity may actually be the reason he remained culturally relevant for so many decades. Because Sting never sounded like somebody trying to repeat youth forever. He sounded like somebody continuing to evolve with age. Alright, everyone, so that was our biography of the day featuring Sting. And we're coming up next, we are going to inaugurate our new segment called Discography of the Day, and you'll see who we will be featuring right after our brief recess.
Radio. All things 80s and 90s.
All right, so as you can see, to inaugurate our segment Discography of the Day, today we have A Kind of Magic by Queen. And this segment fits perfectly with the spirit of the show because instead of only talking about one song, we're going to slow down and revisit one complete legendary album together. Like sitting in the sofa or sitting in that special chair in the corner of that special room where you put your long plays or you put your cassette and listen to the full album in full, quietly, enjoying it and from start to finish. So this is not going to be an academic review or musically technical review. It's not going to be like a music documentary, though sometimes a bit similar, but it's more like sitting late at night with somebody revisiting the emotional atmosphere surrounding an album that became part of people's lives. So tonight we begin with one of the most cinematic and emotionally recognizable albums of the entire 80s, with A Kind of Magic released in 1986 by Queen. And first of all, 1986 was a very interesting moment for Queen historically, because by this point they were already global legends, already stadium giants, already masters of live performance, but musically the 80s had changed enormously around them. They found themselves in a music scene ruled by not ruled but including synth pop, MTV, electronic production, arena rock, movie soundtracks, and somehow Queen adapted while still sounding unmistakably like Queen, especially with the voice. You couldn't confuse that band. And and a kind of magic feels like the soundtrack to a very specific emotional version of the 80s because it sounds big, dramatic, emotional, heroic, melancholic, cinematic. And part of that comes from the fact that several songs were connected to the movie Highlander, and you can feel that fantasy atmosphere all over the album. So, if we open or turn around the album, look at what special effect I have introduced is incredible. If you're only listening, you can go to YouTube to watch this moment. Um, so we can see like the album opens with the song One Vision, and so immediately the energy explodes. This song feels like massive, optimistic, almost futuristic, and it also deeply connected historically to Live Aid concert, right? Because after Queen's legendary Live Aid performance in 1985, the band experienced this huge creative and emotional resurgence, and One Vision carries that atmosphere. It sounds like a band rediscovering momentum. And Freddie Mercury sounds almost superhuman here. The confidence, the vocals, the power that he conveys, and the production itself screams 1986 with electronic drums, huge guitars by Brian May, layered harmonies, the giant arena rock sound. Then we move into the title track, A Kind of Magic, and this song may be one of the most purely 80s songs Queen ever recorded. Everything about it feels magical in the literal sense. The synth, the atmosphere, the video, Freddie's charisma, and the phrase, it's a kind of magic, became emotionally attached to fantasy itself for many people growing up during the 80s. And again, the connection with Highlander gives the song this mythological atmosphere. It feels like destiny, immortality, heroes, and mystery, all this mixture. Then we have One Year of Love, and suddenly the album changes emotionally because this is one of Queen's most underrated emotional songs, with soft saxophone, warm atmosphere, romantic melancholy. And it's interesting because Queen always had this ability to move between stadium rock to opera to pop to funk and emotional ballads without losing their own identity. And Freddie Mercury's voice here sounds incredibly tender. Then we have Pain is So Close to Pleasure. Then here the album becomes lighter and funkier. And this track feels very mid 80s. You can hear funk influences, dance pop production, and that smoother, radio friendly atmosphere Queen experimented with during this era. And what's interesting about 80s Queen is that they were completely unafraid of changing styles. Some older rock fans hated that precisely. But looking back now, that flexibility helped Queen survive multiple musical eras. Now, emotionally, this may be the heart of the album, with Friends Will Be Friends. This song perfectly captures something emotionally important about the 80s. That was sincerity. Because modern culture often feels emotionally ironic or detached, but 80s music sometimes allowed itself to sound openly human. And this song is basically companionship, loyalty, and emotional support transformed into an anthem. And live, this song became gigantic. You can almost visualize stadiums, lighters being turned on, thousands of people singing together. And honestly, few frontmen in history connected with crowds the way Freddie Mercury did. He didn't simply sing to audiences, he conducted emotion. Then, going on, moving forward, suddenly the emotional atmosphere changes completely again with Who Wants to Live Forever. Such a powerful song. This may be one of the most emotionally devastating songs Queen ever recorded. Everything about it feels like uh, fragile, existential, beautiful, but tragic at the same time. And again, the Highlander connection adds this sense of immortality and loss. But listening now, knowing Freddie Mercury's later story, the song becomes even more emotional. With the line, Who wants to live forever? It's very differently now, right? And Brian May's songwriting here is absolutely extraordinary. The orchestration, the melody, the emotional pacing of the song, it feels timeless. Then we have the song Give Me the Prize, and Queen suddenly throws you directly back into fantasy battle mode. This song feels completely theatrical with dark guitars, aggressive atmosphere, and movie dialogue. And this track sounds almost like heavy metal mixed with fantasy cinema, and it shows another reason Queen remained unique. They, as they embraced theatrically theatricality completely. They never tried to look emotionally small. Then we have Don't Lose Your Head, and this track feels darker and colder than most classic Queen songs, as you can hear electronic textures, mechanical production, almost industrial undertones. And it reflects how much the late 80s were becoming electronically influenced. And finally, the album closes with Absolute Power with Princess of the Universe. Look at that title. This is probably the most cinematic ending Queen could possibly have chosen, with Freddie here that sounds invincible. And the song feels heroic, mythological, almost larger than life. And once again, you can feel the full fantasy atmosphere of Highlander. So, looking back now, a kind of magic feels like more than just an album. It feels like the emotional soundtrack to the late 80s themselves. A mixture of spectacle, romance, fantasy, melancholy, friendship, existential reflection, and giant emotional ambition. So few bands could combine all those emotional worlds inside one album the way Queen did. And maybe that's why these songs still emotionally resonate decades later, because underneath all the spectacle, there was still genuine humanity inside the music. Alright everyone, that was Discography of the Day, our new segment. And after our recess, we're coming back with our generations reflecting on lifestyles, reacting to another channel's video reflecting about 80s, 90s lifestyle compared to how is life nowadays. After 1 minute.
Radio. All things 80s and 90s.
Alright, now we begin our segment Generations Reflecting on Lifestyles. And today I'm going to be reacting to a video of our friend Jack Morgan called How Millennials Were Completely Brainwashed. And it's really interesting because it touches on something many people from the millennial generation quietly begin realizing once they reach their mid 30s or 40s. So let's hear a few seconds of the video and I'll start commenting about the entire content.
Yeah. Anyways, buckle up. This one's titled How Millennials Were Brainwashed. I actually started watching some of this, and this guy basically nails it. So if you're between 30 and 40, let's party.
So in this video, I'll be discussing some of the conditioning and programming that went into the millennial generation. Now, when I mean millennial, I mean the general understanding of what that age group is, and essentially it's people born within the early 80s to the mid 90s. Now, there is some debate as to the exact date, but let's just keep it at that. So, what is it about us millennials that brings out the worst in so many other generations when discussing us? Well, let's go back a bit. Let's kind of look at how we have been programmed, how we have been conditioned.
Promiscuous girl, whatever you are.
Don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak like me?
I got so brave, drink in hand, lost my discretion.
There was the hottest song in the world called I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It. That's the best, dude. Nowadays, it would be a guy singing it, and it would be I kissed a boy and I like... No, gay. Everyone's gay. I think that's a big one. I think the millennials... I don't want to go too crazy here, okay? Gay is good. I'm not talking like that. But just imagine for a second. Think about all the OGs, the godfathers of the gay community, right? Nasser, think about...
Alright, you can check it out the full video on his channel. Subscribe to Jack Morgan's channel. I will leave it in the description, the link. And the central idea of this video is basically this, that millennials were heavily shaped, maybe even conditioned, by the media environment of the late 90s and early 2000s, as they were showing in this excerpt of musical video clips being thrown at millennials. And whether people agree completely or not, there's definitely something interesting about revisiting how powerful centralized media used to be. Because younger generations today grew up with YouTube, TikTok, streaming, algorithms, infinite personalization. But millennials largely grew up inside a media bottleneck. That meaning MTV, mainstream radio, Hollywood movies, magazines, and a relatively small number of cultural gatekeepers. So millions of teenagers were often consuming the same emotional programming simultaneously. And one thing Jack Morgan says that I found very interesting in his video is this idea that media almost provided young men with pre-made personalities. The frat boy, the stoner, the rebellious bad boy, the hypersexualized party identity. And if you revisit many late 90s and early 2000s movies now, you can absolutely see this. Movies constantly told young people partying equals freedom, alcoholism equals fun, emotionally immaturity equals masculinity, and casual self-distraction equals social success. And importantly, this was not only happening in movies. It was music videos, radio culture, MTV reality shows, college comedies, advertising. It was an entire atmosphere. And when you revisit that era now, it's kind of amazing how aggressively hedonistic mainstream youth culture became, especially during the late 90s and early 2000s. What's interesting is comparing this to the 80s, right? Because the 80s also had consumerism, party culture, and materialism and excess in some way. But culturally, the 80s still maintained more separation between adult life, teen life, and childhood. Meanwhile, by the late 90s and especially the early 2000s, adult themes became much more directly injected into younger ages. And Jacques' example about elementary school kids already listening to explicit rap lyrics or sexualized music is not exaggerated. That genuinely happened, and many parents had no idea how rapidly media culture was changing. Now, one phrase from the video that really stayed in my mind was when Jack described school dances as bar simulations. And honestly, that's a surprisingly accurate observation because many young teenagers were basically rehearsing adult nightlife culture before emotionally understanding it. With music, sexual pressure, alcohol culture, status competition, hypersexualized identity, and meanwhile, many kids were still emotionally children. And this is where I think millennials experienced a very strange contradiction. Because on one hand, they were exposed to adult themes earlier than previous generations, but emotionally, many still lacked guidance about identity, relationships, and meaning. Now, comparing this to Gen X and Boomers, there are similarities but also important differences. Boomers grew up in a world with much stronger social structure and community life. In their times, there were more churches, more neighborhood identity, more face-to-face interaction, more stable routines. Now, of course, many boomers rebelled massively during the 60s and 70s, but the structure itself still existed. Meanwhile, Gen X often grew up with divorce, economic uncertainty, latchkey childhoods, and a much more cynical atmosphere. And Gen X culture often reflected emotional detachment and distrust. You can feel it in grunge, alternative rock, independent cinema, but millennials experienced something slightly different. They inherited consumerism, digital transition, hypermedia, and increasingly artificial identity culture. And perhaps that's why many millennials now describe feeling psychologically fragmented, socially exhausted, or unsure which parts of themselves are genuinely their personality. And then, in another part of the video, Jack brings up another major point, that is the smartphone era. And this may be one of the biggest psychological shifts in modern history, because previous generations still separated technology, social life, music, dating, gaming, photography, I don't know, many things. And all these experiences existed in different objects and places. You had CD players, telephones, cameras, video stores, arcades, concerts, shopping malls, but eventually everything collapsed into one device. And something emotionally changed after that. People stopped gathering physically as much, like in the malls or in big gatherings, and dating changed, parties changed, attention spans changed, friendships changed, and maybe most importantly, people stopped being bored together. Now, another interesting idea in the video is this feeling many millennials have that the party ended, that the culture promised freedom, constant excitement, pleasure, and endless youth. But eventually, many people reached adulthood feeling isolated, financially stressed, emotionally confused, and disconnected. And I think many millennials now are re-evaluating the values they inherited, not necessarily rejecting fun, but questioning whether endless stimulation actually creates happiness. And that question feels very relevant today. Now, at the same time, I also think it's important not to become overly cynical, because every generation was shaped by media in some way, right? Boomers had television, Gen X had MTV, millennials had centralized pop culture, and Gen Z has algorithms and infinite scrolling. The forms change, but the struggle to preserve individuality remains. And one healthy thing people can do now is becoming more conscious about what influences them, what values they absorb, and whether they are actually living according to their own principles. And strangely enough, one advantage people have today is awareness. Many adults now are genuinely questioning consumerism, hyperstimulation, social media addiction, and performative identity. And that self awareness itself can become the beginning, at least, of a healthier direction. So maybe the most important takeaway from tonight's video by Jack Morgan is this. Human beings are deeply shaped by cultural atmosphere, whether it's music, movies, through television, social pressure, technology. All of it affects identity more than people sometimes realize. But eventually, adulthood also gives people an opportunity to consciously decide which values, habits, and ways of living they actually want to keep. And maybe that's one reason so many adults emotionally revisit the 80s and 90s now. Not because those decades were perfect, but because looking backward sometimes helps people understand what changed and what parts of themselves they still want to preserve moving forward. All right, everyone. Thank you for listening to our segment Generations Reflecting about about lifestyles. And coming up next, we have our segment Tools for These Times, in which I will give you some psychological practical tools to sort out, solve, or at least cope better with some psychological issues from modern times. But after our recess. Alright, so today's segment, Tools for These Times, I'll be addressing compulsive behaviors, urges, and rewiring the automatic brain. So it's something that affects many more people than most realize. We're talking about compulsive behaviors. And importantly, when people hear the word addiction, many immediately think only about drugs or alcohol or gambling. But modern compulsive behavior can also include doom scrolling, porn addiction, constant crypto checking, compulsive shopping, social media refreshing, gaming loops, emotional dependency, or endlessly chasing dopamine hits to escape discomfort. And modern society increasingly trains people to react impulsively with immediate reward, immediate stimulation, immediate relief. And little by little, many people lose the ability to simply sit with discomfort, pause for a while, or allow emotions to pass naturally. So now of the most effective cognitive behavioral techniques that are being used for compulsive behavior is something called urge surfing. The name itself already explains a lot, but it's not important the name technically here. The thing is because therapists discover something important, that is that cravings behave more like waves than permanent emergencies. So those urges behave in this way. First they rise, they peak, and eventually decline. But most compulsive behavior happens when people because most compulsive behavior happens because the brain interprets the urge as something as I must satisfy this immediately. And psychologically, that's where the automatic loop begins. And what urge surfing teaches is this, that an urge is not an order. And because many people unconsciously merge the craving with identity itself, thinking, oh, I need this, or I can't tolerate this feeling, or I have to act now. But with these techniques, teaches people to create psychological distance. Instead of saying, I need this, the person learned to say, I am experiencing an urge. And neurologically, that changes something very important. The person stops being fully fused with the impulse. So let's see how can we tackle this issue of modern life with using two songs that act as a reminder of both the problem and the solution, so we can get out from those loops and compulsive behaviors. So tonight's first song, representing the emotional atmosphere before compulsive behavior, is Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie. And this song perfectly captures what compulsive pressure feels like psychologically, right? By listening to the line, pressure pushing down on me. And that's exactly how urges feel sometimes. internal tension, a sense of restlessness, mental noise, emotional overload. And when people are overwhelmed, they often automatically reach for the app, the drink, the gambling side, the dopamine loop, the, the escape behavior. Not because they are weak, but because the nervous system desperately wants immediate relief. But this is where urge surfing becomes extremely important because therapists discover something interesting that if the person does not automatically react, then the craving eventually changes on its own. It rises, then peaks, and then slowly declines like a wave. And most people never realize this because they interrupt the wave too early with the compulsive behavior itself. That is not easy to remove. That's why we are using these tricks. So imagine somebody compulsively checks crypto charts, messages, social media, or online betting. The urge appears, and immediately the brain says, "Do it now." But this technique of urge surfing teaches to wait, not saying you are evil or you are weak or never again forever. Just wait, simply wait, observe, notice what the body is doing, noticing chest tension, noticing restlessness, heat, anxiety, this sense of mental urgency. And what begins happening is that the person slowly retrains the brain to understand that the urge can exist without the behavior. And that is a huge rewiring process psychologically. So another powerful tool is identifying the loop itself. What happened before the urge? Was it the stress that caused this mechanism? Was loneliness? Was boredom? Was rejection? Was nighttime isolation? Financial anxiety? Because compulsive behaviors are usually solving something emotionally, even if they do it destructively and in a bad manner, but it's a biological mechanism. So this mechanism regulates stress, emptiness, stimulation, pain, loneliness, or emotional avoidance, or whatever. So now in the second song representing the response to compulsive pressure, it would be I Won't Back Down by Tom Petty. And this song feels almost made for urge surfing psychologically, because listen to this line that says, "You can stand me up at the gates of hell, but I won't back down." And that is the emotional stance that this technique tries to build. Not panic or shame, and not even self-hatred, but to gain calm resistance, to regain the ability to say, yes, this urge exists, and yes, this feels really uncomfortable, but I do not automatically have to obey it. And there is another line in the song that says, "Hey baby, there ain't no easy way out." And that's psychologically true as well. Real rewiring usually does not feel instantly pleasurable or blissful. It involves tolerating discomfort, interrupting automatic loops, and slowly rebuilding emotional regulation. So, modern addiction therapy increasingly recognizes something very important. Shame usually makes compulsions worse because after people relapse, many fall into self hatred, hopelessness, or emotional collapse, which then triggers the next compulsive cycle. So, these techniques approaches increasingly focus on getting getting or gaining awareness in pattern interruption, self-observation, and gradual rewiring. Not not screaming at people, just stop, but to gain this self-awareness and self-power over ourselves, over the person. So tonight's practical tool is very simple. Is delay the behavior. When the urge appears, wait 10 minutes first by consciously distracting yourself with another action. That alone already weakens automaticity. And during those 10 minutes or so, then observe your body, observe the thoughts, observe the pressure wave, because the brain slowly learns that the craving is temporary. And that realization changes people more than they expect. So tonight, remember the two songs. First, Under Pressure by Queen, that represents the craving wave, the emotional overload, the impulsive tension. And then remember I Won't Back Down by Tom Petty, that represents this urge surfing technique response, that represents the pause, to observe, to resist automatic surrender, and allow the wave to pass by. So modern life increasingly conditions people toward compulsive immediacy of many types. Everything pushes instant gratification, instant dopamine, instant stimulation. But psychologically, human beings become stronger when they recover the ability to pause, to tolerate discomfort, and consciously choose behavior instead of automatically reacting. And maybe one of the most powerful things a person can eventually say to an urge is simply, I feel you, but I don't automatically obey you anymore. Alright, everyone, I hope this segment has been helpful. Maybe if you're going through this kind of situation of know anyone struggling with tackling their own compulsive behaviors in a practical way, then you can feel free to share this segment with anyone you know that can get benefited by this information. Alright, everyone, now it's time to move on to and start wrapping up the show with our editorial, but this is coming after our brief recess. Alright, everyone, before we close tonight's show, I wanted to leave you with one final reflection. Because tonight's episode ended up connecting many different topics together in a way that's actually very revealing about modern life. We talked about the emotional atmosphere of the 80s and 90s, media influence, identity, music culture, human connection, and finally compulsive behavior and dopamine overload. And when you put all those topics together, a very interesting picture begins to appear. Because modern society increasingly competes for human attention, human impulses, human emotions, and human nervous systems. And many people don't even fully realize how psychologically overstimulated they have become. With notifications, constant scrolling, algorithms, compulsive checking, infinite content, constant comparison. And eventually, many people begin living in a permanent state of micro stimulation, micro anxiety, and fragmented attention. And maybe one reason people emotionally reconnect so strongly with older music and older media now is because those decades often feel slower psychologically. Not necessarily easier or perfect, but slower. There were more pauses, more waiting, more silence, more anticipation. You waited for songs on the radio, you waited for magazines to be issued, waited for music videos, you waited for concerts to begin, you waited for phone calls even without knowing who were calling. And strangely enough, those limitations sometimes protected the nervous system from permanent overstimulation. Now, of course, the 80s and 90s had many unhealthy things too. It had consumerism, media manipulation, substance culture, escapism. And tonight's Chuck Morgan discussion explored all of that very well. But modern life introduced something different, that is, continuous access. And psychologically, human beings were probably never designed for continuous stimulation, continuous comparison, continuous temptation, and continuous dopamine access. And I think many people today are not actually weak. And I think many are neurologically overwhelmed. And that's an important distinction. Because when people feel permanently exhausted, they often begin coping automatically. By scrolling, binging, compulsions, checking, escaping. Not necessarily because they are lazy, but because the nervous system desperately wants regulation. And maybe one of the healthiest things people can recover today is the ability to slow down voluntarily again, to pause, to tolerate boredom occasionally, to sit with discomfort sometimes without immediately anesthetizing it. And music itself can become part of that healthier rhythm. Because music, especially older music listened to intentionally, often creates a very different psychological experience from modern algorithmic consumption. You sit with an album longer, you absorb atmosphere, you reflect, you remember. And maybe that's one reason so many people still emotionally reconnect with artists like Queen, Sting, Tom Petty, Peter Gabriel, Fleetwood Mac, or George Michael, because many of those artists created music that invited attention, emotion, reflection, and presence, not simply rapid stimulation. I think one of the quiet tragedies of modern life is that many people forgot how to simply exist for a little while without needing constant input, without checking something, without consuming something, without escaping something. And ironically, that constant search for stimulation often produces even more emotional emptiness, because the nervous system never fully settles. So maybe one healthy goal moving forward is not rejecting technology completely, but rebuilding a more conscious relationship with attention, with dopamine, with media and emotional regulation. And perhaps that's also why spaces like this still matter, because many people today are quietly searching for a slower atmosphere, human voices, reflection, music, companionship, and places where the nervous system can breathe a little again. I think that that need is becoming more important and not less nowadays. So wherever you're listening from tonight or today, whether you are working late, trying to relax, fighting your own stress, or simply needing a calmer atmosphere in the background, I genuinely hope tonight's show helped you slow the mind down a little, and maybe reminded you that protecting your mental rhythm is becoming one of the most important skills in modern life. Alright everyone, that's going to be it for tonight's Back to the Present live stream. And thank you again for spending part of your night or day here with me. If tonight's show helped you slow down mentally, relax a little, reflect, or simply gave you a better atmosphere while surviving modern chaos, please make sure to subscribe to RetroLovers Radio and activate the notification bell so you never miss a live stream or new episode. And I also wanted to let you know something new. Is that I've now enabled the community tab over here. If you come to the home page, the community tab or post tab here on the YouTube channel. So now subscribers can also participate directly inside the channel itself. If you click on the community tab, it will take you to the post and you can check our latest post. If you give it a minute, let me check. Here you can share your favorite 80s and 90s music videos, post memories, photos, objects from those decades, old magazines that I haven't covered yet, or suggest new ones. You can share your picture of your cassettes, your concert tickets, your childhood photos or retro technology. or simply start conversations with other people who love the atmosphere of 80s and 90s. You can even, it's like a small social media inside the YouTube channel. So, not simply a channel, but a real retro community. And of course, don't forget to follow RetroLovers Radio, 80s and 90s music, both the Facebook page and the Facebook group as well on Facebook. Also, if you prefer getting notification via email, you can subscribe to our blog in Substack. The links are in the video and channel description. So again, make sure to check out regularly our recent post in which we give some context to our videos. So sometimes we get some trivia or some quiz to make the experience a little fun, to challenge your memory or your knowledge about a certain artist. And make sure to, or you can leave questions or comments here, creating your own post and interacting with the whole community of subscribers. So, after tonight's stream ends, feel free to stay exploring the different playlists and previous episodes here on the channel. This is our current live stream, and then you have all the episodes of Back to the Present. If you missed any of them or would like to play the whole playlist as an ongoing radio experience, then you can hit the play all and listen or watch the full episodes. Then you can check out our Do You Remember Now podcast if you would like to get into the stories behind each of the most iconic songs from the 80s and 90s, and getting closer to the first 100 episodes. It's a daily video that you will get in the afternoons. And then stay tuned for our new playlist that is called Stage Time. Maybe it's not promised, but maybe from this week, at some point this week, or coming up next week onwards, we're going to I'm closing partnerships with another musicians that perform live in different bars and cafes and or in street or some bars that have karaoke experience. So during the evenings you will have the chance to participate in this and having your favorite 80s and 90s songs being played by professional musicians, and you will be able to request the songs. Of course, they ask a donation, a tip for playing your favorite song, and you can send the donation directly to the artist. I will be sharing all their information to make those transfers directly to them on screen. And if you miss the live stream during the evening to interact live, you can watch the replay and have fun at any time or any moment while you do something else. All right, everyone, take care of yourself, protect your mental rhythm a little, listen to good music once in a while, and remember, do what you can with what you have. Good day, good night, and I'll see you all in the next one. Welcome everyone. If you love 80s and 90s music, but also miss when radio felt human, you are in the right place. I'm Mick, psychologist, melomaniac, and host of RetroLovers Radio. This is Back to the Present, a live radio-style show where we revisit the music, stories, magazines, charts, memories, and moments that shaped the 80s and 90s. Not to escape today, but to bring something useful back from those years and feel better now. We'll talk about music history, life, positive nostalgia, and by the end of the show I will even give you practical tools to deal with modern stress and other types of mental overload using the music we love, all in a relaxed way through real human interaction. You choose whether this is a radio or TV show. We have 80s and 90s music and footage. You choose whether you listen while working or studying. You choose whether you participate live in the chat or leave your comments in the replay. You choose whether this is your new favorite healthy, uplifting human company you needed, or simply using this man talking to help you sleep. So wherever you're listening from and whoever you are, welcome in. Alright everyone, welcome back once again. Whether you intentionally came back tonight or today, or whether YouTube randomly decided, you know what this person needs today? A calm man talking about 80s music and psychology for 3 hours. Either way, welcome. How's everybody feeling today? Mentally functioning, emotionally buffering, still surviving adulthood somehow. One thing I keep noticing lately is that many people are not necessarily lacking information anymore. They are lacking calmness, continuity, atmosphere, and places where the nervous system can stop bracing for impact constantly. Because modern life increasingly feels psychologically fragmented. One notification here, one crisis there, one algorithm trying to sell you productivity, another trying to sell outrage, the doombers, another trying to convince you your life is collapsing because somebody else bought a better kitchen or whatever. People stop feeling mentally rested even when physically resting. And that's partly why this show exists. Not simply, hey, remember this song from 1987? But revisiting the emotional atmosphere around music during the 80s and 90s. The magazines, the radio stations, the slower pacing, the excitement around discovering new songs, the feeling of shared cultural moments where before everything became hyper-fragmented digitally. So tonight again we are going to move through all the different segments of the show together. We'll revisit real events from this exact date but between 1980 and 1999, album releases, artist stories, charts moments, concerts, major music culture events, a lot. Later we'll open another retro magazine as well on screen, and which always becomes interesting because all magazines accidentally preserve entire emotional worlds from those years. And we are going to revisit Billboard and UK charts to know what people were listening in the same week, but in the 90s and 80s. We'll talk about artists and biographies, react to discussions about modern life and generational change. And toward the end of the show, we'll also talk about psychology and practical tools for protecting mental health in a world that increasingly overloads human attention. And I think many people today don't necessarily need more stimulation anymore. People need slower rhythm, music, conversation, reflection, real voices, and places where they don't feel psychologically processed like data all the time. And maybe that's one reason radio survived for so long. Because sometimes human beings simply need companionship in the background while navigating life. So whether tonight you are working, resting, driving, cleaning the house, washing the dishes, or trying to sleep with my voice, that was the best compliment I received so far. that, that inspired the intro. Or simply mentally escaping modern chaos for a little while. I'm glad you're here. And as always, feel free to participate anytime in the chat, because one thing I really want to preserve here is actual interaction between people. And hey, I see someone in the chat. We have Decentralized Jukebox here. He says, or she says, greetings from Tampa. Greetings, Decentralized Jukebox, and thank you very much for stopping by in the chat and leaving a comment. I think little by little more people will start passing by in the chat, at least saying hi. If we decide that we keep this time for the live stream, it will be a matter of time for more people to join, or maybe on weekends, and we can move this time later and more people will join as well. But thank you for being here and watching the replay, and your regular comments and participation. It means a lot and helps the channel a lot. Thank you. Alright, so we start with On This Day in Music. So we are going to cover May the 20th and May the 21st. And tonight's collection of stories feels especially interesting because we are moving through arena rock, sophisticated pop, new wave, alternative music, MTV culture, and one of the most emotionally powerful charity songs of the 80s as well. So we have optimism and melancholy simultaneously in this strange balance that the 80s and music often offers. So on this day, May 20th in 1985, 19th album by Paul Hardcastle was released, becoming one of the most unusual anti-war electronic hits of the decade. Also, on this day in 1989, Forever Your Girl by Paula Abdul reached #1 in the United States during the height of late 80s dance pop culture. On this day in 1991, Out of Time by R.E.M. was released, featuring songs like Losing My Religion, among other hits. Now, on May the 21st in 1983, Flashdance What a Feeling by Irene Cara reached #1 in the United States, after the massive success of the movie Flashdance. On this day in 1988, One More Try by George Michael reached number 1 in the United States during his hugely successful solo era. And also on this day in 1994, I'll Stand By You by Pretenders entered the UK charts and would later become one of the defining emotional support songs of the 90s. And already from those headlines you can feel how emotionally varied these decades were, right? We got anti-war electronic music, dance pop, alternative introspection, cinematic soundtrack culture, romantic vulnerability, and emotionally supportive ballads, all coexisting together. So we begin with one of the most unusual hits of the entire 80s, that was 19 by Paul Hardcastle, released on May the 20th, 1985. And this song was very ahead of its time, because it mixed electronic music, sampling, spoken word documentary material, and anti-war commentary inside a mainstream hit. And the title 19 refers to the average age of American soldiers during the Vietnam War. And for younger audiences today, it may be difficult to imagine how unusual this sounded in 1985. Electronic production was still evolving rapidly, sampling technology was still relatively new, and yet the song already sounded almost futuristic. And what's interesting emotionally is that despite the electronic sound, the song still feels deeply human and unsettling, which honestly became one of the strengths of 80s music, technology and emotion coexisting together. Now let's suddenly jump into a completely different atmosphere with Forever Your Girl by Paula Abdul. On May the 20th, 1989, the song reached number 1 in the United States, and late 80s dance pop had a very specific energy. It was bright, rhythmic, polished, and MTV driven. And Paula Abdul became one of the defining figures of that era because she combined dance, visual charisma, choreography, and catchy pop hooks perfectly. And MTV was transforming music into a visual experience by this point. Artists were no longer only musicians, they were becoming full visual personalities. Now moving into 1991, we have Out of Time, the album by R.E.M. And this album became one of the key bridges between college rock, alternative introspection, and mainstream success. And of course, it included the song Losing My Religion. And few songs capture emotional uncertainty and introspection the way this one did. Michael's type always sounded emotionally thoughtful, almost vulnerable in a very restrained way. And Out of Time helped alternative music become emotionally mainstream before grunge fully exploded globally. Now moving into May the 21st, we have Flashdance What a Feeling by Irene Cara. It reached number 1 in the United States in 1983 after the huge success of the movie Flashdance. And honestly, this song perfectly captures early 80s optimism and ambition. The synth, the drums, the emotional lift, and again, movie soundtrack culture was absolutely enormous during the 80s. Songs didn't simply accompany films, they became emotionally fused with them, right? And Flashdance itself represented something deeply 80s emotionally, such as reinvention, dreams, movement, and self transformation. Now we also have one of the most emotionally vulnerable songs of the late 80s with One More Try by George Michael. This song reached number 1 on the 21st of May in 1988, and this song is beautifully restrained emotionally, with no giant production tricks, no explosive chorus, just vulnerability. And George Michael's voice here sounds incredibly human, sometimes tired, careful, emotionally exposed. And one thing many 80s artists did very well was allowing songs to breathe emotionally. They trusted silence more. And finally, tonight we have Pretenders with I'll Stand By You. This song entered the UK charts on the 21st of May 1994, and this may be one of the warmest emotional support songs of the entire 90s, because the message is incredibly simple: presence, not perfection or trying to solve everything, just saying, I'll stand by you. And many people psychologically need that much more than constant advice or performance. So, looking at tonight's stories together, you can really feel how emotionally layered these decades were, because some songs explore war, pressure, and emotional uncertainty, while others celebrated movement, dreams, romance, or simple human support. And maybe that's one reason people still emotionally reconnect with music from these years, because these songs often felt genuinely human emotionally, instead of emotionally flattened into one single mood or formula. Alright, everyone, let's open another time capsule with by reviewing a magazine. But this will come right after a brief recess. I'm coming back in 1 minute. All right. So now in today's live stream, we're going to review a magazine from May 1991, an issue of Spin magazine that was featuring Lenny Kravitz on the cover, as we can see. Look at the colors and the sunglasses, the desert atmosphere, the typography. I keep on breaking records as always. It seems like every single magazine I bring for the new live stream is longer than the one before, so so it's going to be impossible that one day in one live stream we cover a whole magazine. It's incredible, but one day I will find one, or maybe a magazine that was broken and it has some missing pages to reduce the total amount. So roughly, I've been having a look to the whole magazine, and what's interesting psychologically is that the magazine itself is literally called the cool issue, and that already tells us something important about the transition happening culturally in 1991. Because the late 80s had been flashy, glossy, big hair, big excess, big production, big everything, right? It was larger than life. But by 1991, culture was slowly beginning to move towards something more introspective, more alternative, more ironic, more stripped down. And Lenny Kravitz was perfect for that transition because he looked modern but simultaneously nostalgic. He mixed 70s rock influence, soul, psychedelic aesthetics, Prince-like sensuality, and classic rock attitude, right? While still feeling contemporary. And you can already feel the early 90s identity crisis beginning, because Gen X culture was starting to reject plastic perfection, corporate optimism, and hyper commercial excess. The bug stopped here. But all this while simultaneously still loving style and coolness. So some headlines in the magazines include cool rock and roll, Lenny Kravitz, cool hip hop, De La Soul, cool technology, Toys for the Mind, cool career move, Ice-T in New Jack City, cool actor, John Cusack. And what's really interesting is what they consider cool in 1991. Notice, it's not like luxury. It's not billionaire culture. Another hint, it's not influencers. It's not hyper flexing. 1991 coolness was much more connected to authenticity, alternative identity, creative some individuality, giving space to subcultures and artistic credibility. And that feels very different from modern internet culture. Because today coolness often feels algorithmically optimized, so to speak. But but back then coolness still had some element of mystery. Again, the magazine is very long, but there was an interesting part with Michael Stipe talking about consumerism. And this shocked me a little revisiting this magazine because this was 1991 and yet he's already criticizing consumer culture, corporations, environmental damage, and overconsumption. And saying something like, I think one of our strongest powers as individuals is the power of consumerism. And the conversation feels even more relevant now. Because today people increasingly feel trapped inside systems they don't control, such as the algorithms of the different social media, subscription culture, attention economy, constant advertising. And yet, Michael Stipe was already talking about conscious consumption, ethical choices, and psychological awareness through everyday decision. And one thing I miss from many artists during this period is that musicians often talked openly about ideas, politics, culture, philosophy, society, and life meaning. Not just brand partnerships. And one of the interesting things in old magazines is always the readers' letters. Because that is where you really feel the emotional atmosphere of an era. And there was a reader writing something such as like congratulating the editor, like saying your year-end issue was very impressive, very interesting. Thank you for a legitimate alternative to Rolling Stone, something like that, to writing to Spin magazine editors. And that sentence captures something important about the early 90s, that people were searching for alternatives, alternative music, alternative culture, alternative magazines, alternative thinking. And Spin positioned itself almost like the intellectually curious younger cousin of mainstream music media. And there's always a kind of sassy article as well. And readers, sassy readers commentary as well, including sisters and all that stuff. Now also there was, what else? So after all, we can say that the idea of being cool in 1991 was deeply connected to individuality, thoughtfulness, subculture, music identity, social awareness, and emotional authenticity. Coolness wasn't yet fully absorbed into social media metrics or viral clips or shorts, personal branding, and this algorithmic performance. And that may be one reason many people still emotionally miss this era. Not because everything was perfect, as I always say, because it absolutely wasn't, but because culture still felt human, humanized and human-sized. It felt slower, more mysterious, less optimized. And when you look at magazines like this, you realize people weren't only consuming music, they were consuming as well identity and philosophy, getting to know a tribe, new ideas, and emotional atmospheres. And that's something old magazines preserve beautifully, almost accidentally. Alright, everyone, I hope that you have enjoyed reading, at least partly, and remembering how magazines used to be. And if you have some recommendations, suggestion of new magazines to be reviewed, or you keep a copy of your magazine, you can send a picture of them in our community tab in our YouTube channel. Now I have enabled the community tab for you to post, as the old Facebook was, in which we could post in other profiles walls. There is the community tab is like a wall in which all subscribers can post, so you can upload your own photos if you have of your magazines and start any conversation. You can share your old images of magazines or your pictures of your own cassettes or CDs collection and interact with other subscribers. Alright, let's go to a brief recess and we'll come back with the biography of the day. Alright, everyone. So, after opening that incredible 1991 issue of Spin magazine, I think there's only one logical direction tonight, that we have to talk about Lenny Kravitz, right? So, I chose Lenny for the biography of the day. And honestly, Lenny Kravitz is one of those artists who perfectly represented a very specific emotional transition between the late 80s and the early 90s, and the collapse of all musical categories. Because when he appeared, he didn't fully fit anywhere. He wasn't pure hard rock, pure funk, pure soul, pure pop, or pure alternative. He was blending Jimi Hendrix with Prince, with Led Zeppelin, with Curtis Mayfield, with John Lennon, with 70s psychedelia, soul music, all inside a modern early 90s identity. And that combination made him feel both retro and futuristic simultaneously. So let's go back for a moment for those who may not know. Lenny Kravitz's full birth name is Leonard Albert Kravitz, and he was born on May the 26th, 1964, in New York City. And growing up in New York during the late 60s and 70s probably exposed him very early to an incredible mixtures of rock, soul, funk, jazz, counterculture, fashion, and artistic experimentation of that time, which later became deeply reflected in both his music and his entire aesthetic identity. And his upbringing was very unusual culturally. His mother, Roxy Rocker, was an actress best known from the sitcom The Jeffersons, and his father, T. Kravitz, worked in television production. So from very early on, Lenny was surrounded by music, television, performance, and artistic culture. But what's interesting psychologically is that he also grew up between different worlds: black culture, white culture, rock culture, soul culture, mainstream America, and alternative identity. And that mixture became one of the defining characteristics of his music later. Now, here's something younger audiences may not fully realize today, that in the 1980s, music industries were much more rigid about categories. There was black radio, white rock radio, pop radio, metal radio, and so on, and artists were often expected to stay inside very specific lanes. But Lenny Kravitz refused that. He loved classic rock guitars, soul grooves, funk bass lines, hippie aesthetics, and psychedelic textures all at once. And that made him difficult for the industry to classify initially. Then came his breakthrough, Let Love Rule, released in 1989. And that album immediately sounded different. It felt warm, organic, spiritual, retro, yet modern. And the title itself, Let Love Rule, already tells you a lot about Lenny's worldview. There was always something idealistic about him, not cynical or cold, or not ironic, but even when the music sounded sexy or rebellious, there was still warmth underneath. And the early 90s became the perfect moment for him culturally, because audiences were beginning to feel exhausted by plastic excess, manufactured image culture, and overproduced pop formulas. And suddenly, here comes Lenny Kravitz with real instruments, retro recording techniques, vintage aesthetics, and emotionally warm music. And he looked cool doing it, right? Or this 91 kind of cool. And one thing that made Lenny stand out was that he never looked emotionally desperate for approval. He had a calm confidence, a very relaxed charisma, and psychologically, people are often drawn toward artists who appear comfortable in their own skin. Then in 1993, we get Are You Gonna Go My Way? And with this one, he exploded globally. That riff is immense, right? One of the great rock guitar openings of the 90s. And what's interesting is that despite grunge dominating the early 90s, Lenny still managed to create gigantic rock songs without sounding like he was copying Seattle. He kept his own identity and style. And that's harder than people think, because many artists survive by adapting or copying. But legendary artists usually survive by preserving something unique. And another thing worth mentioning tonight is that Lenny Kravitz helped revive the 70s aesthetics, that those retro fashion, vintage recording, and analog warmth, very long before nostalgia culture became mainstream, especially in the internet times. Today, everybody loves vinyl, retro colors, analog photography, 70s fashion, 80s fashions, all synthesizers. But in the late 80s, that wasn't trendy yet. And Lenny Kravitz was one of the artists helping reconnect the younger audiences with older musical atmospheres. And there's usually something very human inside Lenny Kravitz songs as well. Even the bigger rock songs still carry vulnerability, romantic longing, idealism, or at least emotional sincerity. And that may be one reason his music aged well, because trends change and production style change as well, but emotional sincerity tends to survive longer. And looking at Lenny Kravitz today from 2026, I think what many people still respond to emotionally is that he represents an era where artists still felt mysterious, creative, musically hands-on, and culturally layered. He wasn't simply a content creator, he felt like an artist. And that difference matters psychologically, because modern culture often pressures people to constantly post, to constantly perform or optimize, to brand themselves and remain visible every second with pictures of their breakfast or whatever. Whereas artists like Lenny Kravitz came from a time when mystery, silence, aesthetic identity, and artistic atmosphere were still part of the experience. So revisiting Lenny Kravitz tonight through these 1991 Spin magazines really feels like revisiting the exact moment where 80s excess or 90s alternative culture, retro nostalgia, rock authenticity, and modern identity, all these collided together. And somehow Lenny managed to stand right in the middle of all of it without losing his own style. And that's probably one of the hardest things any artist can do. Alright everyone, that was the biography of the day featuring Lenny Kravitz. And we'll come back in a minute with to review the charts, the Billboard and UK charts of this same week in the 80s and 90s, but after the recess. All right, now let's move into tonight's charts review. And this time we're going to 1986, a year where mainstream music still had that classic 80s mixture of big ballads, dance pop, new wave, rock, soul, and movie-like emotional drama. So here at first glance we can see Lionel Richie dominating the charts with Say You, Say Me, and Dion and Friends, Dionne Warwick, That's What Friends Are For, How Will I Know by Whitney Houston, Mr. Mister with Kyrie, Starship with Sarah. We have a podcast episode about Sarah by Starship and Mr. not Kyrie but Mr. Mister, but Broken Wings. You can check it out in our playlist. Look for Do You Remember Now podcast. We get here Falco with Rock Me Amadeus. Remember that? Very strange song. We have Robert Palmer with Addicted to Love. It was very trending. We get Pet Shop Boys with Western Girls. We get Madonna with Live to Tell. Patti LaBelle with On My Own. We have Simply Red, Holding Back the Years. Peter Cetera with Glory of Love. Genesis with Invisible Touch. Peter Gabriel with Sledgehammer. We have Madonna with Papa Don't Preach. Steve Winwood with Higher Love. Bananarama with Venus. All these incredible, all in the same chart in the same week of 1986. Can you imagine? Nowadays, you're lucky if you get one good song among the 100, the top 100, right? So Whitney Houston was not just having a hit with the greatest love of all. He was becoming one of the defining voices of the decade. And Greatest Love of All is one of those songs that feels enormous emotionally. It's not dance pop or rock. It's not even ironic. It's pure 80s inspirational ballad. And what's interesting about it is that the 80s still allowed big mainstream songs to be openly sincere. Talking about self-worth, dignity, believing in yourself, those themes could sit right at number one without embarrassment. And Whitney Houston's voice made that message feel almost cinematic. Then we also had Live to Tell by Madonna, climbing later to number 2 that week. And this is one of Madonna's most emotionally mature songs, very different from the playful early Madonna image. This one is restrained and cinematic, more secretive, and it shows something interesting about Madonna in 1986, that she was expanding beyond dance pop into something more dramatic and psychologically interesting. Then Patti LaBelle and Michael McDonald with On My Own. This is another perfect mid-80s emotional ballad. Two huge voices and very adult theme, talking about loneliness, separation, romantic aftermath. And this kind of duet was something the 80s did extremely well. With big voices, big feelings, no fear of sounding sincere. We also had Simply Red and Holding Back the Years. That it was featured in one of the videos I can remember now. I think it was in a collection of ballads from the 80s. You can find it also in the podcast. I think it was 5 ballads from the 80s. I don't remember the title now, but I addressed that song. And Simply Red also is very different emotionally. It doesn't have the giant power ballad explosion. It feels more internal, more wounded, more reflective. And Mick Hucknall's voice carries this very specific kind of sadness that is not theatrical, but it's like a kind of personal sadness. And this one of those songs, this is one of those songs that sounds like somebody processing something they still don't fully know how to say, right? And one thing I like about this Billboard week in 1986 is that the lower part of the chart shows new energy coming in, with Dreams by Van Halen, Like a Rock by Bob Seger and the Silver Ballet Band, Mountains by Prince and the Revolution, and Sledgehammer by Peter Gabriel in his solo career. They were climbing the charts. So that's 1986 in one snapshot, we can say. You have Whitney Houston holding number one with a giant inspirational ballad, Madonna becoming more cinematic, Patti LaBelle and Michael McDonald carrying adult heartbreak. And then in the background, Van Halen, Prince, Bob Seger, Peter Gabriel, all bringing completely different musical identities into the same cultural moment. And that variety is exactly what makes this old chart so interesting. Now jumping into the UK, let me check whether you are seeing this properly. Okay, still I cannot showcase the left side of the screen properly, but this is all on purpose for you to exercise your imagination. But I didn't want to tell you. So in the United Kingdom, this same week, we can find the Chicken song in the number one by Spitting Image. We find Patti LaBelle on My Own in number 2. I mean, the Chicken song, this is why I always say that UK charts had their own strange magic. Right? You didn't know what you could find at the top. But because while the US had Whitney Houston at number 1 with one of the most powerful inspirational ballads of the decade, the UK had the satirical comedy song at number 1. And that says something very British as well. The UK audience has always had a strong relationship with parody, absurd humor, political satire, and songs that almost feel like national jokes. And that song was part of British TV satire culture. So right away the UK charts gives us a very different emotional atmosphere, but we get to some normality with Patti LaBelle at number 2, with On My Own. We find Level 42 with Lessons in Love, that you can find as well the story behind this song in the podcast, the Do You Remember Now podcast. So here we see a direct bridge between the US and UK charts, with this song was resonating on both sides of the Atlantic with Patti LaBelle. And it's easy to understand why, as that kind of adult heartbreak ballad had a huge audience in the 80s, in the 90s as well, but even more in the 80s. And Level 42, this is one of those songs that instantly gives you sophisticated 80s UK atmosphere, with that bass line, the production, the clean emotional style. And Level 42 had that very British ability to make pop feel smooth, intelligent, rhythmic, and emotionally restrained. Then we find Sledgehammer by Peter Gabriel at number 4, already consolidating its position. And this one is a giant moment, because Sledgehammer wasn't only a song, It became one of the most iconic music videos of the entire MTV era. And musically, it brought together different styles such as funk, rock, soul influences, art pop, and Peter Gabriel's strange creative imagination, shifting faces and shifting everything. I don't know what that video was about. And this is exactly the kind of song that kind of reminds you how experimental mainstream music could still be in 1986. Then we have Spirit in the Sky by Doctor and the Medics. And this is another very British chart moment. A psychedelic looking band reviving classic song and making it feel theatrical and completely 80s at the same time. That's a UK charts personality again, a little strange, a little theatrical, and unpredictable as well. Then we have Snooker Loopy with Mushroom Mob with Chas and Dave. And this is where the American listeners might look at the UK charts and say, wait, what exactly was happening over there? Number 6 and number 1 were crazy, right? But that's part of the charm. And then we find Rock Me Amadeus by Falco, another strange song and very unique. That was Austrian pop and rap-like delivery, Mozart imagery, new wave production, a huge European theatricality, where else but the 80s could something like this become a massive hit? It is a very strange song. Falco had some interesting song like Out of the Dark, very interesting and strange style. But this one, I don't know, it was strange to me. Then we have Van Halen with Why Can't This Be Love? And here we get another bridge between the American rock world and the UK audience. This was Van Halen entering the Sammy Hagar era, and the song has that big, glossy mid-80s rock sound, more polished than early Van Halen and more radio-friendly, but still full of energy. Then we have Status Quo with Rolling Home, number 9. Status Quo are another very British presence, steady, familiar, rocking without trying to reinvent the universe every 5 minutes. And every era needs some bands like that. And then finally we have Live to Tell by Madonna, number 10, was entering the top 10. And Madonna was climbing in the US, and Live to Tell is important because it shows Madonna moving into deeper emotional territory, less playful, more cinematic, more mature. So looking at both charts together this week in 1986 gives us a really beautiful contrast. In the United States, we get the emotional center with Whitney Houston, Madonna, Patti LaBelle, Michael McDonald, and Simply Red, being very vocal, emotional, adult, and sincere. And in the UK, you get that same emotional side, but mixed with satire, novelty, British eccentricity, art pop, funk, rock, and European theatricality. And that's why revisiting charts is so useful for this show, Because charts are not just rankings, they are emotional photographs of a specific week, but in a different time. And this week in 1986 tells us something very clear, that mainstream music still had room for many different personalities at once. Whitney Houston could sit next to Peter Gabriel, Madonna next to Spitting Image, Van Halen next to Level 42, Falco next to Patti LaBelle and Michael McDonald. And maybe that's one reason people still emotionally return to these decades. Because the music world felt varied, strange, sincere, playful, dramatic, and deeply human at the same time. Alright, everyone, that was the charts review of this week of May in 1986. We'll come back in a minute with our segment Generations Reflecting on Lifestyle, but after this recess. Alright, let's move into another segment, to Generations Reflecting on Lifestyles. And tonight's reflection honestly connects very strongly with many of the things we've already been talking about lately, such as nostalgia, social change, overstimulation, community, technology, and the feeling that modern life psychologically changed very fast. So tonight we're reacting to a video by Matt Ross, also known as the Known Wolf. You can check out his channel on YouTube. And his video is called Millennials Got Scammed. And even if somebody doesn't agree with every conclusion in the video, I think he expresses something many people from that generation emotionally recognize. Myself as a millennial can tell and identify with the video. But it could be interesting for Gen X and Gen Z and Boomers to hear about. So let's hear the intro just a few seconds, and then I'm going to review the whole video.
For some time now about how wonderful, honestly, like I think about how wonderful it was to be a millennial. We were so blessed to be a millennial up until about 1999. I thought being a millennial and being able to grow up from the early 80s early 80s till into 1999 had to be some of the best years ever. It was really it was basically pre-internet. It was, pre-social media. It was outdoors. It was meeting people and, like hanging out and being present with people, going for bike rides, whatever the case may be. I remember my, Saturday mornings, wake up, watch cartoons, eat some cereal, usually some like Captain Crunch or Fruit Loops or whatever the case may be. Grab the bike, head out into the neighborhood, find my best friends, and just rip and go around and explore for the whole day.
Okay, so one of the first ideas Matt talks about in the video that you can check out later in full is that millennials were basically the last generation to experience a largely analog childhood. And this is very important psychologically because people born in the early 80s and even mid 80s still got to experience bike riding, video rental stores, arcades, Saturday morning cartoons, cassette tapes, going to a mall if you lived in the city, CD collections, radio countdowns, and physically shared a culture. And this is where the comparison with the 80s and 90s becomes extremely interesting. Because during those decades, culture was much more synchronized. People watched the same TV shows, listened to the same countdowns, waited for the same music videos on MTV, went physically to stores to discover new albums, and that created a stronger sense of collective atmosphere. Today, culture feels much more fragmented, right? And one person lives inside TikTok culture, another lives inside gaming culture, another inside political outrage culture, another inside AI productivity culture. But during the 80s and much of the 90s, people still shared many of the same cultural references. And psychologically, that creates a stronger feeling of social cohesion. And another thing Matt mentions in his video, which I think is very accurate, is that millennials became a kind of bridge generation. Millennials understood analog life, but also adapted to digital life. And that created a strange psychological experience because millennials remember waiting, right? Waiting for movies, waiting for phone calls without knowing who are calling, waiting for songs on the radio, waiting for internet pages to load for 15 minutes at the beginning. But millennials also witnessed the explosion of smartphones, social media, fast internet, constant connectivity, and this current algorithmic life as well. And that transition happened very fast historically. So we can as Matt mentioned here, we can turn 1999 as a turning point. He describes 1999 almost like a symbolic turning point, and I understand what he means emotionally, because the late 90s still carried optimism, economic expansion, technological excitement, and a feeling that the future would improve life. But then came Columbine, Y2K fears, the 9/11, the war of terror, the mass surveillance expansion, the 2008 recession, COVID, inflation, and now, if it wasn't enough, AI disruption. Okay, you are allowed to breathe for a second. And psychologically, many millennials experience repeated waves of instability precisely during the years where people usually build career stability, financial security, families, and long-term identity. And I think the 2008 or 2009 financial crisis is one of the biggest psychological events for millennials, because many entered adulthood at exactly the wrong moment economically. Millennials studied, prepared, followed the rules, accumulated debt, and then suddenly entered a collapsing job market, a housing instability context, and economic uncertainty. And Matt uses the expression the Peter Pan generation, meaning that many people remained economically delayed from traditional adulthood milestones. And there's truth to that, not necessarily because people were immature, but because the economic environment itself became much more unstable. Now, here's where the comparison with the 80s and 90s becomes very interesting, because the 80s had many problems too. It still were, we have, there was still the Cold War fear, there was crime, economic inequality, drug epidemics, nuclear anxiety. And the 90s also had problems with violence, recessions in some countries, social transition in the USSR, social instability, wars. So nostalgia should never become this kind of phrase, everything was perfect. But there were some important differences psychologically. One huge difference was that there was a slower information rhythm. People were not absorbing 24-hour outrage, global crisis headlines, social comparison in social media, and this algorithmic stimulation constantly. And that changes the nervous system enormously. In the 80s and 90s, people could still disconnect psychologically. Now many people feel permanently connected to news, to work, to messages, to constant notifications, and digital identity. So another huge difference is that previous generation had more physical social environments. The places we call the third places, right? So there were arcades where kids gathered to play, record stores, video stores, shopping malls, music shops, neighborhood interactions. Even just renting a VHS tape created tiny social rituals, right? And modern life removed many of those small social ecosystems. So now many people technically communicate more digitally while emotionally feeling more isolated. Also, toward the end of the video, Matt talks about AI, digital identity, surveillance fears, and increasing technological control that we are experiencing in these last years. And honestly, whether someone agrees fully with all those concerns or not, I think many people do feel psychologically overwhelmed by how rapidly technology is evolving now, especially because many adults barely adapted to social media. And now suddenly society is already shifting toward AI automation, deep fakes, digital replacement, and constant algorithmic mediation of any sort. And that creates uncertainty because people begin wondering where exactly is all this going, right? And but one thing I actually liked about Matt's conclusion in his video is that despite all the frustration, he emphasized resilience. And I think millennials did become psychologically resilient in many ways, or I hope so. We still don't know what's coming in these coming years, but we got here at least. Because they experience, millennial experience, myself included, analog childhood, a digital transition, economic collapse, social fragmentation, a pandemic disruption, holy, and now AI uncertainty as well, all inside one lifetime. Um, so psychologically, constant adaptation does strengthen certain forms of resilience, apart from all the stress in the process, right? So and maybe this is one reason so many people revisit the 80s and 90s emotionally now. Not because they literally want to move backward in time, but because they miss certain human experiences from those decades. And that is what I'm trying to recreate in this space, in this live stream, in this channel and community. There is a shared atmosphere, a slower rhythm, some physical presence, some mystery, like like the radio experience, some anticipation, and communities that existed outside algorithms. And those are not irrational things to miss. Human nervous systems evolved around real environments, real voices, real presence, and slower cycles. So maybe the healthiest approach moving forward is not a blind nostalgia or not blind technological worship either, but learning to preserve the best human aspects from older decades while still adapting intelligently to modern reality. Because every generation inherits problems, strength, blind spots, and also opportunities. And one thing the 80s and 90s still remind many people of is that life psychologically felt more present, more local, more human oriented, and less permanently optimized nowadays. And perhaps preserving some of that emotional rhythm may become one of the healthiest things modern people can still do. Alright, everyone, that's been tonight's Generations Reflecting on Lifestyle segment. We've been reacting to a video, Millennials Were Scammed, by Matt Ross from the YouTube channel The Known Wolf. The channel is called Matt Ross as well, but also the at The Known Wolf to find it faster. Go check it out. His channel. He has very great a lot of great reflections about different lifestyles in the 80s, 90s, and nowadays. So we'll continue tonight's journey through the 80s and 90s with our segment Tools for These Days, in which I'm going to address a current psychological problem that many people face and how we can tackle or at least cope with them using songs as a practical tools to remember what to do whenever we find in those same situations. Of course, this is a first line attempt to tackle the effects, and if these patterns gets deeper or worsen over time, you have to consult with a psychotherapist about it. But this is a helpful situation to prevent, to do health prevention and avoid to come back in the future. So we are going to be addressing this topic after our beloved recess. All right, everyone, welcome back. And now it's time for tonight's tools for these times. And I think tonight's topic affects far more people than most realize. We're talking about procrastination, delayed living, and restarting momentum. And when people hear the word procrastination, many immediately imagine laziness. But psychologically, modern therapists increasingly understand that procrastination is usually not laziness. It's usually stress, overwhelm, fear of failure, perfectionism, mental exhaustion, or emotional avoidance. In other words, people often postpone tasks because the task itself creates discomfort emotionally. So instead, the brain escapes temporarily into scrolling, into YouTube, into gaming, into checking messages, into cleaning up that room for the third time before studying, organizing random things, watching one more video, only one more, or endlessly preparing to start something, right? And many intelligent and talented people struggle with this. It has nothing to do with laziness, because procrastination often has much more to do with emotional regulation than intelligence. So let's describe the problem through a song. And tonight's first song representing the emotional atmosphere of procrastination is Time by Pink Floyd. Yeah, I know it's not an 80s song, pardon me, but it has the best it had the best lyrics that apply to this problem. So I think no one is going to care about the year of the release of the song. So as I mentioned in the very first live stream, that we were not going to be dogmatic or cult like in this community and in this live stream. I mean, there are going to be some songs that belongs to the late 70s to the beginning of 2000. As long as song serves people, we are okay. So in this case, the song that represents the problem of procrastination and that we're going to use as a reminder of that we are falling into these patterns is Time by Pink Floyd. And this may be one of the most psychologically devastating songs ever written about wasted time. Because in the chorus line it says, and then one day you find 10 years have got behind you. And that line hits many adults very hard emotionally, because procrastination is rarely only about one task. Sometimes it becomes postponed dreams, postponed change, postponed healthcare, postponed relationships, and postponed life itself. And another brutal line from the song says, no one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun. And psychologically, many procrastinators secretly live with that feeling. Like life is moving, but they somehow remain stuck internally. So now let's talk briefly about the solution to tackle this problem. And one of the most used techniques in psychotherapy for procrastination is called behavioral activation. It doesn't matter that much the name, but The core idea is surprisingly simple for regular people to use. Is that action comes before motivation. What we find is that most procrastinators unconsciously believe that I will begin when I feel motivated. But research has shown that the opposite is what happens. Motivation often appears after starting, not before. And this changes everything psychologically, because many people wait days, months, or years trying to feel ready first. But action itself often creates momentum. So let's focus on small steps that we can take. So instead of finish the entire project, for example, behavioral activation teaches people to begin with very small actions, very tiny actions. Open the laptop, write one paragraph, answer one email, work for 5 minutes. And this sounds almost too simple, right? But psychologically, it's extremely powerful because procrastination grows when tasks feel huge and abstract and emotionally overwhelming. So, in this way, we are starting to reduce the psychological weight of beginning. That is the heaviest part of the load. So, let's see this 5-minute rule. The 5-minute rule is another quick technique that can be applied in these cases, in which the person tells themselves, I only need to do this for 5 minutes. That's it. Because starting is usually the hardest part neurologically. And it's like those old engines from the first cars of those big trucks. And once movement begins, then the brain often continues naturally. But starting the engine is the hardest part. So many procrastinators are secretly perfectionists, and they think if I cannot do it perfectly, I avoid starting. So actually, what everyone needs to relearn is that imperfect action is better than endless avoidance. And that's one of the healthiest lessons adults can learn. So now let's see a song that helps us as a reminder of the solution, how to apply a reminder to apply these two techniques whenever we find ourselves falling into the procrastination trap in our minds. So tonight's solution song is Just Like Starting Over by John Lennon. And this may be one of the best songs possible for procrastination psychologically, because the entire emotional message of the song is restarting, right? Restarting not perfectly or dramatically like Rocky Balboa style, I did it, but just beginning again, 5 minutes, and that's a lot to turn on the engine. So let's see, for example, in this line of the song, it claims, don't let another day go by, my love, I'll be just like starting over. It will be just like starting over, sorry. And that line perfectly captures the healthiest psychological response to procrastination. Because many people secretly believe, I already wasted too much time, right? So people continue postponing even more. But psychologically, human beings can restart many times in life. And often the real trap is not failure itself, but remaining emotionally frozen after disappointment. So, one of the biggest misconceptions about procrastination is that people think they need massive motivation to start, but usually they need smaller beginnings, one small action, one tiny movement, one imperfect start, because momentum often begins very quietly. So tonight, remember the two songs. First, Time by Pink Floyd. This will be the reminder of the emotional pain of endlessly postponing life and postponing anything. And then remember Starting Over by John Lennon as a reminder of the permission to begin again now, before more years quietly disappear. So modern life overwhelms people constantly, right? So if lately you've been feeling stuck, frozen, unmotivated, or mentally paralyzed, maybe don't ask yourself, how do I completely transform my life overnight? No, just ask yourself, what is one small thing I can begin today or within 6 hours? And sometimes that tiny beginning changes much more than people expect. And more importantly, it triggers the engine, it starts the engine. Alright, everyone, that's been tonight's Tools for These Times, addressing procrastination and how to at least prevent from repeating the pattern. Of course, if this gets worse over time, over months, then you can consult with a psychotherapist to sort it out completely. But if you are aware of this, if you use music in this way to remind yourself and to become aware of what is going on, if you start understanding why you procrastinate, you will tackle the situation and that pattern earlier and avoid to get worse. All right, let's go to a break now, and I'll come back with the editorial and reflecting with the final reflection of the day after our unbeatable vaporwave recess. Alright, before we close tonight's show, I wanted to leave you with one final reflection. Because tonight's or today's episode connected many different ideas together in a very interesting way. We've talked about shared culture, the analog world, the speed of technological change, millennials growing up between two completely different realities, and finally now addressing the problem of procrastination. And at first glance, those topics may seem unrelated. But psychologically, I actually think they are deeply connected. Because one thing modern life increasingly creates is mental fragmentation. We have too many options, too many information, too much information, too much comparison, too much stimulation. And eventually, many people stop feeling psychologically grounded. They know many things, but internally, people feel scattered, overwhelmed, or frozen. And I think procrastination today is often less about lack of ambition and more about cognitive overload. People are absorbing constant news, constant bad news, constant notifications, constant comparison, constant pressure to optimize life, quote unquote. And eventually the nervous system begins saying, hey, I can't process anymore. Stop with the info, with the data delivery. So instead of moving, people emotionally freeze. And one thing I find very interesting comparing modern life with the 80s and 90s, and helpful to do so, that's why it's a whole segment, is that previous decades naturally forced more sequential living. I mean, you watched one TV program at a time. You listened to one album at a time. You rented one movie at a time, right? You talked to one person on the phone at a time. There were natural limits. And psychologically, limits sometimes protect the human nervous system. Now, modern life increasingly removes all limits. Everything competes for attention simultaneously. And many people silently live with the feeling of unfinished task or unfinished goals, unfinished conversations, unfinished ambitions for the future. Almost like having hundreds of open browser tabs inside the mind permanently. And I think that creates a very subtle form of emotional exhaustion that many people don't even fully recognize anymore. Because when the brain feels overwhelmed, it often escapes into avoidance, into scrolling, into comfort stimulation, or postponement. And this is why tonight's Pink Floyd song was so powerful emotionally, and it helps as a reminder. We're talking about Time by Pink Floyd, because eventually people suddenly realized years had passed, and I think many adults quietly carry that fear. Not necessarily fear of aging itself, but fear of not fully living, not fully trying, or remaining psychologically stuck for too long. But this is also why I liked ending with the song Starting Over by John Lennon. Because psychologically, human beings need permission to restart. Not to restart perfectly, or as I was saying as a joke, restart dramatically like Rocky Balboa, Adrian. Not after becoming some ideal version of themselves first. Just starting again with 5 minutes task. And modern culture increasingly makes people feel that if they fail once, if they fall behind, or they lose momentum, then somehow the story is over. But real life rarely works that way. Most meaningful lives involved multiple restarts. We can see it over and over with the discography of many bands and artists. Many times they weren't only artistic reinventions, but or professional reinventions. They were starting over as a person, like we saw the other case with Robert Plant or Eric Clapton tragedies in their families. So different careers, starting different identities, different relationships, different emotional chapters of our lives. And one thing older generations sometimes understood better is that life is long. Modern internet culture often makes everything feel urgent, immediate, right? And catastrophically late. But many people reinvent themselves at 40, at 50, at 60, or even later. And that's something worth remembering. Because one of the saddest things psychologically is not failing, it's abandoning movement completely. And maybe that's one reason this conversation about the 80s and 90s emotionally resonate with people now. Because despite all the problems those decades also had, there was often still a stronger feeling that life unfolded gradually. People were allowed to grow slowly, to discover themselves slowly, and evolve without constant public comparison. I think modern people increasingly need to consciously recover some of that slower rhythm again. Not by rejecting technology completely, but by protecting attention, protecting focus and presence, and protecting psychological continuity. Because human beings were never designed to emotionally process the entire world simultaneously every second. So maybe tonight's final reminder is very simple. If you've been procrastinating lately, don't interpret it immediately as failure, weakness, or laziness. Sometimes it may simply mean your mind is overloaded, your nervous system is overwhelmed, or your goals became psychologically too heavy. And sometimes healing momentum begins not with massive transformation, but with one small action. One email, one paragraph, one walk, one conversation, one small beginning. And many beautiful things in life quietly begin exactly that way. Alright everyone, that's been tonight's editorial here on Back to the Present. And so remember, please subscribe, participate in the community tab, subscribe to a Substack newsletter. Have a good day, have a good night, and remember to do what you can with what you have. Until the next one.
This is RetroLovers Radio. All things 80s and 90s.
Welcome everyone. If you love 80s and 90s music, but also miss when radio felt human, you're in the right place. I'm Mick, psychologist, melomaniac, and host of RetroLovers Radio. This is Back to the Present, a live radio style show where we revisit the music, stories, magazines, charts, and moments that shaped the 80s and 90s. Not to escape today, but to bring something useful back from those years and feel better now. We'll talk about music history, about life, about a positive way of seeing nostalgia, and by the end of the show, I will even give you practical tools to deal with modern stress and other types of mental overload using the music we love, all in a relaxed way through real human interaction. You choose whether this is a radio or TV show, whether you listen while working, driving, studying, or trying to disconnect mentally for a while, and whether this becomes simply another live stream or one of those calmer corners of the internet that modern life increasingly needs. Maybe this is your new favorite live stream that you didn't know you needed, or you can simply use this man talking to help you sleep. So wherever you are listening from tonight or today, welcome in. So welcome back once again, and I hope today treated you reasonably well. Because modern life lately feels a little bit like trying to answer emails emotionally while 14 browser tabs are screaming simultaneously, right? And I think many people are reaching a point where they don't necessarily need more stimulation. They need better emotional rhythm, a calmer atmosphere, more continuity, less psychological fragmentation. And that's one reason this show exists. Not simply do you remember about this old song, but revisiting the emotional atmosphere around music during the 80s and 90s. The radio stations, the magazines, the slower pacing, the excitement of discovering new songs, and the feeling of shared culture before life became permanently online. And tonight again we are going to move through all the different segments together. So we'll begin with On This Day in 80s and 90s Music, revisiting real events from May the 22nd and the 23rd between 1980 and 1999. We're going to check what happened when it comes to album releases, charts moments, historic concerts, artist stories, and major cultural events. Then later we'll open another retro magazine live on screen, also revisiting Billboard and UK charts to have a look what people were listening to in this same week, but in the 80s and 90s. Then we're going to react to some discussions about modern life and generational changes, with some reflections by other content creators that reflect about how life was in the past compared to today's society. And later in the show we'll continue using music and psychology together in the segment Tools for These Times. And I still think many people quietly miss human atmosphere and this warm radio environment. Not necessarily the past itself, but the slower emotional rhythm many moments from those decades still carried. So whether tonight or today you're working, resting, driving, studying, or simply mentally escaping from modern chaos for a while, welcome again. If you prefer to listen this show as a radio, then you can only listen. If you prefer to watch, you can also watch as a TV show. You can find a constant display of VHS footage from video clips from MTV to old footage from the 80s and 90s. And of course, feel free to participate anytime in the chat, because that is the idea, to get actual interaction between real people, as long as new people discover the show and join us. And feel free to leave your comments if you're watching the replay. Alright, so let's begin with our first segment On This Day in Music. Today we're going to be covering May the 22nd and 23rd, because tomorrow I think that we don't have live stream. So let's begin with the headlines. Let me see a brief look. So tonight we actually have a very strong mixture of classic rock, new wave, alternative music, movie soundtrack, history, and major charts moments as well. Well, on May the 22nd, but in 1987, With or Without You by U2 reached number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100 on May the 22nd, yes. Then on this day, but in 1989, Disintegration by The Cure was released. On this day, but in 1993, Janet Jackson's That's the Way Love Goes reaches number 1 in the United States. Then on May the 23rd, but in 1981, Bette Davis' Eyes by Kim Carnes begins its long run at number 1 on the Billboard Top 100. Then on the 23rd, The Joshua Tree by U2 reaches number 1 as album in the US charts. On this day, but in 1992, Annie Lennox enters the UK charts with Precious. In her solo career. Alright, so those are tonight's headlines for On This Day in Music. And already you can feel tonight's emotional atmosphere with U2 dominating the late 80s, The Cure entering legendary alternative territory, Janet Jackson redefining 90s rhythm and blues, and Kim Carnes bringing one of the most recognizable voices of the early MTV era, and Annie Lennox showing her first steps as a solo artist. Alright, so we begin with or Without You by U2 that reached number 1 in the US on May the 22nd, 1987. And this song still sounds emotionally huge. If you missed the podcast episode, you can check out the podcast playlist, Do You Remember Now podcast, in which I have reviewed the whole song. But what makes it interesting psychologically is that it's not huge through aggression, it's huge through atmosphere. That is the word that best defines this song, right? With the edge guitar, the slow build throughout the song, the echoing guitar textures from the edge, the emotional restraint, and Bono's vocals here feel simultaneously intimate and almost spiritual at the end, right? And U2 during the late 80s became one of those bands that made rock music feel idealistic and emotionally expansive. And when you compare that to much modern music today, one thing you notice is that songs used to breathe longer emotionally, while modern songs often rush immediately toward hooks, drops, or stimulation. But With or Without You slowly unfolds emotionally. And psychologically, that slower emotional pacing affects the nervous system differently. If we're talking about emotional atmosphere, then we have to mention Disintegration by The Cure, released on May the 22nd, 1989. And many people consider this one of the greatest alternative albums ever made. And I can understand why, because this album feels less like a collection of songs and more like an emotional climate. The synthesizers, the guitars, the melancholy conveyed through the songs, the romantic sadness, everything feels immersive. And Robert Smith always had this ability to make sadness feel beautiful instead of empty. And that's one reason The Cure connected so strongly with people who felt emotionally different, socially disconnected, or psychologically overwhelmed. Because the music didn't pretend life was always cheerful and great, but it transformed emotional heaviness into art, into atmosphere, and emotional reflection. Now suddenly we move into a completely different emotional energy with That's the Way Love Goes by Janet Jackson that reached number 1 in 1993. And this song feels incredibly smooth, very relaxed, confident, sensual without trying too hard. And what's interesting is that by the early 90s, Janet Jackson was no longer simply Michael Jackson's sister. She had fully become her own artistic identity. And together with producers Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, she helped shape the sound of 90s rhythm and blues and pop. And the early 90s had a certain coolness to them that felt less explosive than the 80s, but emotionally more grounded. And then we go back a bit to 1981 with Bette Davis' Eyes by Kim Carnes. And this song still sounds unique. That voice immediately stands out, right? Very raspy, very smoky, very recognizable. And I don't remember which day, but it's coming in the podcast. It's going to be one of our upcoming episodes in the Do You Remember Now podcast. I will be reviewing this song, so stay tuned. And the early 80s still allowed artists with very distinct identities to dominate radio. And one thing I really miss from older decades sometimes is that artists often sounded imperfectly human, right? Um, Even like we were talking about the end of With or Without You. The If someone who was born yesterday and never listened to the song, well, I don't want to spoil the end, but uh, let's say that the song gets a little bit messy, or um, and another famous song even more. What I mean is that the voice of Bono or other singers sounded imperfect, but even on purpose to create this emotional atmosphere. It was more important that this um, perfectly tuned voice without screwing up any note, right? Now many productions are so polished digitally that many voices begin sounding interchangeable. You get confused whether which artist is it because they all sound the same. But with Kim Carnes, you immediately know who it is within seconds. I think her voice is similar to Bonnie Tyler's, each with their own style, right? And yeah, we have to go back to the Joshua Tree. This is not an image, of that era, but I will have to find another one. But as YouTube was repeated in this segment, I decided to keep only one image, just to reduce my stress. You will understand. And 1987 really belonged to YouTube culturally, right? Because the Joshua Tree also reached #1 around this exact period, and this album became one of the defining albums of the decade. Not just musically, but emotionally, because it captured this spiritual searching, these American landscapes, political tensions, longing, idealism, and emotional scale all at once. And albums during the 80s often felt like complete emotional journeys, not simply playlists. And psychologically, that changed how people emotionally connect with people. And finally, tonight we have Precious by Annie Lennox. Annie Lennox always projected a very interesting balance between strength and emotional intelligence, right? She never needed exaggerated performance to feel powerful with her voice, with her presence. And that's something I think many people still admire about her. There's calm authority in her presence. And psychologically, calm confidence often feels more powerful than loud confidence. So, looking at tonight's stories together, you can really feel how emotionally varied the 80s and early 90s were. We've got atmospheric rock, alternative melancholy, confident rhythm and blues, distinctive vocal identities, cinematic albums, emotionally immersive music. And that emotional variety is probably one reason so many people still return to these decades, right? Because the music often felt human, imperfect, textured, and emotionally alive. Alright, that's been tonight's segment on this day in music. And after a quick break, we will come back with our next segment, Biography of the Day. Hey, we have someone, we have the centralized shookbox in the chat saying, "What's up, folks? What's up, the centralized shookbox? I hope you're having a real great afternoon in Tampa, right? So I hope you're having a blast there, that nice weather. Thank you for being here in the chat, leaving your greetings. So now we go on with biography of the day, and tonight feels very appropriate for this show because we are talking about a duo that perfectly capture romance, melancholy, Scandinavian atmosphere, late night radio emotion, and some of the most unforgettable pop melodies of the late 80s and 90s, right? Of course, we are talking about Roxette. And Roxette are one of those bands people often remember emotionally before they even remember facts about them. Because the melodies immediately transport people somewhere. Driving at night, old radio stations, cassettes, tapes, summer memories, longing or heartbreak. And that emotional atmosphere became a huge part of why Roxette connected with millions worldwide. So tonight we're actually covering both members of Roxette, Marie Fredriksson and Per Gessle, or Gessle. Sorry, my Swedish pronunciation. And what made Roxette special was the contrast between them, right? Mary brought emotional intensity, vulnerability, and one of the strongest female voices in Scandinavian pop history, while Per brought songwriting, hooks, melodic structure, and that very distinctive Swedish pop sensibility. So let's first start with Mary Fredriksson. He was born on May the 30th, 1958 in Oslo, and Mary's voice is one of the most emotionally recognizable voices of the entire late 80s. There's a certain melancholy, strength, and emotional sincerity in her vocals that made even simple pop songs feel emotionally bigger. And what's interesting psychologically is that Mary could sing powerfully without sounding emotionally distant. She sounded human. And when it comes to Per Gessle, he was born in January the 12th, 1959 in Halmstad, and Per became one of the great pop craftsmen of his generation, because many people underestimate how difficult it is to consistently write memorable melodies. But Roxette had hit after hit after hit from the late 80s during the 90s, right? And Per had an incredible instinct for radio hooks, choruses, and emotional accessibility. Roxette officially formed in 1986, and at first they were not expected to become global superstars. They were already successful in Sweden, but international breakthrough seemed uncertain. And one of the most fascinating stories in pop history happened almost accidentally. A student from America studying in Sweden brought Roxette's song, The Look, back to a radio station in Minneapolis, and the station started playing it, and listeners loved it. and suddenly Roxette exploded internationally. And that story feels almost impossible today, because now algorithms dominate discovery, right? But back then, sometimes music spread through human enthusiasm and recommendation or word of mouth. And Roxette became absolute masters of emotionally memorable pop, with songs such as Listen to Your Heart, It Must Have Been Love, Joyride, Fading Like a Flower, and we can go on with another five or more. And those songs still sound like the late 80s and early 90s emotionally, with big drums, huge melodies, melancholic romance, and radio atmosphere. We have It Must Have Been Love, and if there's one song that emotionally defines Roxette for many people, is probably It Must Have Been Love, right? Especially after its connection with Pretty Woman. And that song perfectly captures a romantic nostalgia, the feeling of looking backward emotionally. And Mary's voice there still gives many people chills. And Roxette also helped establish something very important culturally, and that is the global power of Swedish pop music. Long before modern producers dominated global charts, Sweden was already producing extremely sophisticated melodic pop, and Roxette became one of the biggest examples of that internationally. So one of the saddest chapters in the story came later when Mary Fredriksson was diagnosed with a brain tumor in 2002, and many fans were devastated. But what's remarkable about this is how much strength and dignity she showed afterward. She continued performing, recording, and reconnecting emotionally with audiences. And people admire her not only as a singer but as a human being. And sadly, Mary passed away in 2019. And for many people, it felt like losing one of the emotional voices of an era. Because Roxette's songs were deeply connected to memories, relationships, youth, road trips, and emotional moments in people's lives. So Roxette reminds us of something very important about older pop music, that melody mattered and atmosphere mattered, as well as emotion. And many songs were written not just to grab attention, but to stay emotionally with people for years. And that's why Roxette still works today, because underneath the production, there's genuine emotional sincerity. And maybe that's one reason so many people still emotionally return to Roxette songs, because they sound romantic, but human and vulnerable, hopeful and emotionally alive. And modern life increasingly lacks that emotional atmosphere. Alright, everyone, that's been tonight's or today's biography of the day, featuring both members of Roxette, Mary Fredriksson and Per Schessel. And after the break, we'll continue our journey through the 80s and 90s with our segment reviewing the Retro magazine. We'll be back in a minute. All right, and we are back once again to magazine review. And tonight, honestly, we got a really interesting time capsule here with the Smash Hits magazines from August 1995. Let me see. And immediately before opening the magazine properly, you can already feel the emotional atmosphere of mid 1995 pop culture with Robbie Williams. Right in the middle of the explosion surrounding his departure from Take That, all the the end of the world for the female fans. And for younger people today, it's difficult to fully understand how massive this story was in Britain during 1995. This wasn't just a member leaving a band, but this was like national emotional drama because Take That were absolutely huge in those years. And the magazine immediately frames the situation emotionally with that giant headline why, right? Very dramatic and like Annie Lennox song with the same level of drama as Annie Lennox 1992 song. And this is a very teenager magazine style. So 90s pop magazine understood something very well psychologically, that music fandom was emotional identity. These magazines weren't simply providing information, they were companionship, social belonging, adding fantasy, giving or allowing emotional participation, and helping to identity formation. And what's interesting visually is that Robbie Williams is photographed almost looking tired, isolated, confused, emotionally overwhelmed. And that image accidentally reflects something real about 90s celebrity culture. Because many artists from that era were still expected to maintain very controlled public images. And Robbie Williams eventually became almost the symbol of rebellion against that polished boy band image. Batman and Robin, the unforgettable version. And then the editor immediately starts speaking very personally about Robbie, and this is something younger audiences might not realize about older magazines. That this is the editor often felt present and giving their opinions, and so you recognized their names, their personalities, their writing styles. Maybe each tribe or each group of people decide to buy specific magazines because of that in particular. And there was more human editorial voice back then. We have here Michael Jackson being called Jacko or Jaco. And modern internet culture often feels much more anonymous and fragmented. But older magazines felt like someone talking to you, right? Well, when it comes to the length of this magazine, I think it's the first. Let me check. Yeah, I think today is the first day that I don't break a record of choosing a magazine that is longer than the one before, than the previous one. I think it's roughly the same length, so we are not going to be able to cover all the pages anyway, but at least it's not longer than the one before. But the idea is to have a look, a brief look, otherwise we would be 2 hours with reading the magazine. And it's laughable at this point, my intentional goal of reading a whole, at least a short, but an article in full, just to check out the differences in style, in writing styles compared to today's articles. But we would be here for 5 hours, and there are a lot of pages and stuff. But there is a later article about Robin Williams, the continuation of the cover, in which it says "Goodbye, Robbie," like with a dramatic tone. And reading this now feels almost surreal historically, because you can literally watch celebrity culture, media pressure, band tension, and identity crisis all unfolding in real time. And notice something very important psychologically. That article constantly frames Robbie Williams as emotionally overwhelmed, unable to continue living under the strict image and pressure of Take That. And this became a very common pattern later among celebrities, experiencing burnout, identity exhaustion, mental overload, and a loss of self underneath that public image. But in 1995, people still discussed those things much less openly compared to today's society. And what is interesting is reading this magazine now is how emotionally invested everybody was. The editor, the fans, the journalists, the TV news. They mentioned even the news at 10 covered Robbie Williams leaving the band, and that tells you how culturally gigantic Take That were.
RetroLovers Radio.
And then from the middle of the magazine onwards, suddenly the magazine changes emotional direction completely. and enters mid-90s Britpop chaos. There's a whole section about Oasis and the endless battles between the Gallaghers with Liam and Noel.
This is RetroLovers Radio.
So mid-90s British music culture had a very different energy from today. Much rougher, more chaotic, more unpredictable. And Oasis became almost the opposite of polished boy band culture, right? They represented working class chaos, attitude, rebellion, and emotional volatility. Then there was this A to C or A to Z of gossip section that is basically pure cultural overstimulation. And you have there Blur, Kylie Minogue, Elastica, Jarvis Cocker, George Michael, all mixed together in this giant messy celebrity ecosystem. And this was before social media, so magazines like Smash Hits acted almost like the social media feed of the 90s. But much slower, right? much slower.
80s and 90s.
All right, that was today magazine review, having a little bit of change compared to the 80s that we've been covering the previous weeks. Now we jump a little bit into the 90s. And so we'll continue tonight's journey through the 80s and 90s with our next segment here on Back to the Present, but after our short break. We'll continue with Discography of the day. Alright, we're coming back with our next segment, Discography of the Day, in which instead of talking about only one song, we get to revisit an entire emotional world through one legendary album. We have plenty of albums to cover. So I know every choice is unfair because everyone asks for their favorite album and it will come in time. Just a little bit of patience. So tonight we're going with an album that perfectly represents late night atmosphere, urban loneliness, sophisticated 80s production, romantic melancholy, and one of the smoothest sounds of the entire decade. And we are talking about Hysteria by Def Leppard. And this album is absolutely fascinating historically, because Hysteria was not simply a successful rock album, it became one of the biggest albums of the entire 80s. And what's remarkable is that it almost never happened. Let's have a look to the backstory of this album. The album was released in 1987 and the production process became almost legendary because everything went wrong. Studio delays, technical problems, pressure from the record label, and most dramatically, the drummer Rick Allen lost his left arm in a car accident in 1984. And many people assumed the band was finished, but instead Rick Allen relearned drumming using a specially adapted electronic acoustic drum setup. And that story alone became one of the great comeback stories in rock history. And what makes Hysteria unique is that it doesn't sound like traditional hard rock. It sounds massive, layered, polished, atmospheric, and almost futuristic. And producer Matt Lange became obsessed with perfection during the recording. Hundreds of vocal layers, massive guitar textures, endless production detail. And the result of all that combination became one of the defining sounds of the late 80s arena rock. So let's begin with track number 1. It's Women. And this immediately establishes the atmosphere with big drums, huge guitars, polished energy, and maximum 80s confidence. But even here you already hear something interesting. There is melody, because Def Leppard always balanced hard rock energy with pop accessibility. Then we go on with track number 2 with Rocket. And this song feels almost like a tribute to rock culture itself. It references David Bowie, Elvis Presley, and Queen, and many others. And psychologically, you can feel how much 80s rock still viewed itself as part of a larger musical mythology. Then track number 3, we have Animal. And for many people, the real emotional atmosphere of the album begins with Animal. This song feels romantic, dangerous, seductive and extremely cinematic at the same time. And late 80s production had this ability to make songs feel big emotionally. Everything sounds larger than life. Then we find the hit Love Bites, and this is one of the emotional peaks of the album. This is where Def Leppard proved they were much more than simply a rock band, because this song is basically a heartbreak power ballad, right? And 80s rock bands understood the emotional power of vulnerability much better than people sometimes remember. Behind all the leather jackets and guitars, many songs were actually deeply emotional. Then we find Pour Some Sugar on Me. And this may be one of the most recognizable rock songs of the entire decade, right? The moment that chorus arrives, everyone recognizes it. Even the ones who have forgotten the song or the band's name. And this song became almost pure cultural energy in sports arenas, MTV, cars, in bars or concerts. It became part of the atmosphere of the late 80s itself. Then we find the other hit, Hysteria. But for me, the emotional center of the album is actually this song, Hysteria. Because this song feels dreamlike. The guitars almost float. The production feels soft, melancholic, romantic, and strangely hypnotic. And this is one reason the album aged well, I think, because underneath the rock image, there's real atmosphere. And Hysteria represents something very important about the 80s. The decade itself believed in big production, big emotion, big hooks, big choruses, but also believed in escapism. Many people emotionally needed that because the 80s also had Cold War fear, economic stress, urban anxiety, and uncertainty as well. So music often became larger than life emotional release. And honestly, this album was also perfect for MTV as well, because visually Def Leppard looked stylish, accessible, cool, and cinematic. And MTV during the late 80s could transform albums into global cultural events. So what I appreciate most revisiting Hysteria today is how emotionally immersive it still feels. It's not minimalist or not subtle or not emotionally restrained, but it's huge. And sometimes people secretly miss that kind of emotional scale in music. Because modern culture often feels ironic, detached, or emotionally flattened. But albums like Hysteria fully committed to feeling. And that's one reason people still return emotionally to these records decades later. Alright, everyone, I hope you have enjoyed this brief review of Hysteria by Def Leppard in our segment Discography of the Day. And after a brief break with our favorite Vaporwave Weather Channel Recess song, we'll continue our journey through the 80s and 90s with our segment Generations Reflecting on Lifestyle. And coming back.
This is RetroLovers Radio. All things 80s and 90s.
Alright, welcome back. And now it's time for another episode of Generations Reflecting on Lifestyles, where we react to modern content creators discussing about life today, comparing how it was in the past, specifically in the 80s and 90s, but it could be even earlier, and compare them with the realities and emotional atmospheres of those decades compared to this time. And tonight we are reacting to a video from the channel Big War The Genius. If you want to pass by to check it out, his channel. The video is called Staying on One Job for Decades and Retiring is a Thing of the Past, and opens an affirmation and question mark to live for your own thought, whether that is a question or an affirmation. So let's listen for a few seconds, and I will review later overall the main ideas discussed in this video.
Good evening, good people, family. Getting drunk, and it's not me. I don't drink. Y'all can have it. And again, thank y'all. I really, really, really appreciate y'all's support. I thank y'all for your email topic, for taking. Thank you for your patience. I didn't know it was going to be like this when I gave my, saying I'm going to do email topic. I didn't think I was going to have 200-300 subscribers, to be honest. Made it as a walk-on, but I ain't had no money. But, back then, I wasn't, one of them kind of, but I made the team is what I'm saying. Didn't have no money, couldn't stay in school. So, Alabama State University. Montgomery, Alabama. Coach Matthews was the coach at the time. And I was like, shit, because that's when the Dallas Cowboys was, it was back in the 90s when the Dallas Cowboys was the ish. They went with Emmitt Smith and all them boys, winning them champions, Super Bowls or whatever. And I
Sorry that I had missed the part in which
same how
he
in
was
dating
talking about
people
the
have
topic.
that grass is greener syndrome. This can also go into how you said in your previous video that we all got burnt out on life at some point in time. But life doesn't give a F about our feelings. And he also said he don't want to be an entrepreneur. That's off the table. Well, that's going to pretty much, by that being off the table, young man, unless you go back to college or trade school for something that, whatever it is that you love, because it ain't that you lack discipline. You hate what you're doing. You're job hopping because you hate what you're doing. You ain't going to hop from a job you love. And
All right, talking about, in this video, he's talking about job hopping and modern work culture, retirement, AI, and why so many people today feel disconnected from the work they do. It is what he was talking about in that moment. I couldn't find I forgot to mark the exact timestamp, but you can check it out directly in his channel. Big Word the Genius. I will leave a link in the description. And one thing I liked immediately about the video is that Big Word does not begin by attacking younger generations. He argues that most job hopping today is not really about lack of discipline, but about people genuinely hating the work they do. And I think many adults quietly relate to that. One of the strongest moments in the video is when he describes bad jobs almost like a prison you technically have the freedom to leave. And that's psychologically a very powerful metaphor. But because many people today feel trapped between financial survival and emotional exhaustion. And Big Word basically says people in actual prison cannot leave, but workers can leave. So they job hop trying to escape environments they psychologically can't stand anymore. And that explains modern work culture much better than simply saying young people are lazy. Now comparing this to the 80s and 90s becomes very interesting, because during those decades many people also hated aspects of their jobs. Factories, offices, industrial work, repetitive labor, but there was often a stronger feeling that staying long term would eventually produce stability through pensions, home ownership, retirement, predictable life structure. So psychologically, many people tolerated difficult work because they still believed that the sacrifice was leading somewhere. And that's one of the biggest differences today, honestly. Big World also talks about how the era of working at one plant for 30 or 40 years and retiring comfortably is mostly disappearing. And I think younger generations increasingly feel that reality. Companies restructure constantly now, automation increases, AI grows, overseas outsourcing expands, and Big World specifically mentions how companies increasingly look for cheaper labor, automation, and AI replacement. And that creates a completely different psychological atmosphere around work, because work no longer feels permanent. And another thing Big Ward says that I thought was very important is that the main reason many adults stay in jobs they despise is responsibility. Children, bills, families, mortgages. And that's true. He basically argues that younger adults without those responsibilities are more likely to leave bad jobs because they still have the flexibility to escape. And that creates an interesting contrast between freedom and stability, because previous generations often had more stability but less flexibility. And one of the best points in the video is when he says, "You retire from a career, not a job." And psychologically, that sentence explains why many people today feel disoriented. Because many adults no longer feel they are building towards something stable. They feel like maintaining survival continuously. And that creates burnout, detachment, and emotional exhaustion. And Big World also talks about his own experience in tracking, saying that when people actually love what they do, showing up every day no longer requires massive discipline. And I think there's truth to that psychologically too, because meaningful activity naturally produces more motivation, more engagement, and more psychological energy. Human beings tolerate hard work much better when they feel purpose, identity, or pride inside it. And something many jobs during the 80s and 90s still had more of was identity. The mechanic felt like a mechanic, the truck driver felt like a truck driver, the radio host felt like a radio host. You understand my point. And people often emotionally connected more strongly to what they did daily. But modern work increasingly feels more abstract, with dashboards, metrics, platforms, algorithms, remote systems, and many people no longer feel physically connected to what they produce. And the AI discussion changes the psychology of work enormously now, because during the 80s and 90s, technology often felt associated with progress, opportunity, and excitement. But now many people increasingly associate technology with replacement, and that uncertainty affects motivation because it becomes harder to emotionally commit to paths that feel unstable. But the part I appreciated most in the video is that despite all the frustration, Big Word still emphasizes that trying trying new things, learning skills, entrepreneurship, and persistence. He talks about failing many times, trying different things, and eventually finding success. Not in the first try, maybe, but getting it after many tries. And I think modern adults increasingly need that mindset because the future may no longer be one single predictable lifelong track as it used to be. Now it may involve multiple reinventions. It's not necessarily what we would like or choose willingly, but it's what we have. It's what I tell you at the end of each episode. Remember to do what you can with what you have. And now what we all have in this working environment is this, the necessity of multiple reinventions. And maybe that's the biggest psychological difference between the work culture of the 80s and 90s and today. Previous generations often expected stability first, while modern generations increasingly expect adaptation. And that can feel frightening, but it also creates possibilities older generations sometimes never had. People can now build independent projects, learn online, work remotely, combine multiple skills, or reinvent themselves much more easily. So maybe the challenge of modern adulthood is not simply finding one permanent identity, but learning how to remain human and purposeful and psychologically grounded inside a constantly changing world. Alright, everyone, that's been tonight's segment, Generation Reflecting on Lifestyles, with modern work culture addressing job instability and the changing meaning of careers. So after our favorite brief recess music and break, we'll continue our journey through the 80s and 90s with our segment Tools for These Times. And coming back.
This is Back to the Present.
Radio. All things 80s and 90s.
Oh my god, I think I was silenced all this whole segment. Give me a second to check. Yeah, I realize that I've been silenced the whole segment, so I've been talking like 5 minutes straight with no sound. So I'm going to start over the tools for this day segment. Sorry for that. So you experience an uninterrupted 10 minutes music segment, totally unintended. Okay, so I will try to address quickly our segment tools for these days. And so tonight we're addressing chronic anxiety and hopelessness about the future. You know, that feeling where your brain constantly tries to predict disasters, anticipate collapse, mentally simulate worst case scenarios, and convince you that everything ahead is unstable. right? And many people today live psychologically trapped in the future, not physically, but mentally, thinking constantly, what if everything gets worse? What if I never stabilize? What if AI replaces my job? What if I fail? What if nothing improves? And eventually, the nervous system remains stuck in permanent anticipation. So tonight's first song captures that atmosphere perfectly. The song that reminds us about the problem is Land of Confusion by Genesis. And despite sounding energetic musically, this song is full of anxiety, with social confusion, political instability, fear about where the world is heading. And some lines feel almost frighteningly modern now. It says, too many men, too many people, making too many problems. And that line alone already sounds like modern information overload. With too many headlines, too many crises, too many opinions, too much stimulation. And psychologically, the brain begins feeling unsafe continuously. And then another important line in the song says, this is the world we live in. And many people today quietly feel emotionally trapped inside uncertainty, as if the future itself became psychologically threatening. And this is where tonight's psychological tool becomes very important. And the tool is cognitive reframing and present focus grounding. And one of the biggest traps anxious minds fall into is this: mentally living in imagined futures. The brain constantly tries to predict, to control, to simulate, and catastrophize. But psychologically, most of those scenarios are not reality. They are mental projections. And the more the mind rehearses catastrophic futures, the more the nervous system behaves as if danger is happening right now. So one of the most important psychological techniques for chronic anxiety is learning to separate possibilities from certainties. Because anxious minds often treat possibilities as guarantees. So instead of saying everything is doomed, my future is destroyed, nothing will work out, the brain learns to say, I am imagining a negative possibility, not a certainty. And that tiny change sounds simple, but psychologically is huge, because it creates distance between you and the catastrophic thought. And another very important technique is this one: returning your attention to controllable actions. Because anxious minds constantly try to solve the entire future right now, in 1 second, right? But psychologically, human beings function much better when they return attention toward what can I actually do today, and not solve my whole life tonight in 5 seconds. But what is one useful action I can take tomorrow? One call, one application, one walk, one conversation, one skill. I think this was the part I realized I was talking along with my microphone, because I was joking that I almost sing the One Vision. I almost say One Vision like the Queen song as I got into this rap of one call, one walk, one skill, one vision. But I mean, one healthy habit, one small task at a time. Small controllable actions calm the nervous system, much more effectively than endless catastrophic thinking. And that emotional transition brings us perfectly into tonight's solution song. And the solution song that reminds us about the solution to this when we fall into these patterns is Don't Give Up by Peter Gabriel and Kate Bush. And this may be one of the most psychologically comforting songs of the entire 80s, because the song does not deny suffering, but instead acknowledges failure, fear, uncertainty, and emotional exhaustion. But it refuses hopelessness. There is this line that connects perfectly with tonight's topic in the song that says, "There is a place where we belong." And psychologically, that line matters deeply because anxious hopelessness convinces people that they no longer belong anywhere. There's no future, no place, no direction. But psychologically, human beings need meaning, need belonging, and need emotional orientation. And sometimes survival begins simply by refusing to completely abandon hope during uncertainty. So, one of the most dangerous things chronic anxiety does is convince people that catastrophic thoughts are reality, but thoughts are not prophecies, and the future is not fully written yet. So tonight's reminder is this: don't let the mind emotionally move into disasters that have not happened. Return your attention toward the present, small actions, real human connections, and manageable steps and actions and small tasks that you can do now. Because psychologically, hope is not built through solving your entire future tonight in 5 seconds. It's often built through small, repeated moments of movement forward. And that may be one of the most important psychological skills for surviving this modern life. Alright guys, that's been Tools for These Times, covering getting 2 songs to remind us the problem and the solution. And now I'm moving forward with the editorial without the break because of this delay with the microphone. So I will try to wrap up the whole live stream with the final reflection. So after everything we talked about tonight, we talked about jobs, uncertainty, AI, future anxiety, economic instability, music, nostalgia, psychology, and I think many people today are quietly experiencing something very similar emotionally. Not necessarily physical exhaustion, sometimes that too, but psychological uncertainty fatigue. The feeling that nothing feels fully stable anymore. And human beings were not designed to permanently live anticipating catastrophes. But modern life increasingly pushes people into exactly that state. Constant headlines about bad news, constant crisis, constant predictions, constant stimulation, constant comparison. And psychologically, many people begin living as if the future has already collapsed emotionally, even while sitting safely at home. And one thing I think people forget historically is that the future never fully felt safe. The 80s had Cold War fears, nuclear anxiety, economic uncertainty, and huge social changes as well. The 90s had recessions, rapid globalization, technological change, and cultural instability too. But what changed now is the speed. The, the nervous system no longer rests. People consume global anxiety continuously. And sometimes the mind begins confusing information with preparation. But psychologically, constant exposure to fear does not necessarily make people more prepared. Sometimes it simply makes them emotionally exhausted. So this is one reason I think so many people still emotionally return to 80s and 90s music. Not simply because the past was perfect, because it wasn't, but because many songs from those decades still carried emotional rhythm, space, melody, atmosphere, patience, human texture, and modern life increasingly lacks rhythm. Everything became instant, fragmented, optimized, and very accelerated. And psychologically, human beings eventually begin feeling disconnected from themselves. And one of the biggest traps modern adults fall into is believing they must solve their entire future immediately. Their career, money, identity, relationships, purpose, retirement, housing, AI, everything. To solve all these things together today, in 5 minutes or in an hour. And the nervous system simply cannot carry that permanently. So maybe what many people increasingly need now is not more stimulation, but more grounding, more real conversations, more good music, genuine friendship, small moments of community, reflection, and emotionally healthier rhythms. And that's partly why I wanted this show to exist. Not to be a therapy, not to be a fake positivity, a fake motivation, but simply a calmer human space. A space where music, psychology, reflection can coexist without constant screaming and outrage. So, one of the healthiest things people can remember today is this: uncertainty does not automatically mean hopelessness. The future may change dramatically. Jobs may change, technology may change, society may change, but human beings remain incredibly adaptable, and many people underestimate how resilient they actually are. Because survival psychologically is often not built through having perfect certainty, but through continuing despite uncertainty. Of course, it's not easy. Sometimes we cannot endure and we can fall and we can get defeated by the same pace of life, and that is normal, right? That's why I always remind you by the end of each episode to do what you can with what you have. That is the most that we can do. All right, everyone. So thank you so much for joining this live stream. Oh, hey, Joan. We have Joan here in the chat. I don't know exactly when he wrote because I wasn't checking the. He sends greetings and we'll watch later. Thank you so much, Joan. I appreciate your comments and support to the channel. Thank you for passing by in the chat. So yeah, so thank you so much for joining in this live stream. I wish you have a really wonderful weekend. Remember to subscribe to the channel if this is the first time you've found this channel. Like the live stream, check out our community tab. You can post and initiate any conversation with other subscribers in the community tab. There is a post tab. You can share your links, you can share your photos of the 80s and 90s, you can ask questions, you can make suggestions, participate in the post tab in the channel. If you prefer to receive email notifications, you can subscribe for free also in Substack. Substack/RetroLovers Radio, and you will receive an email every time there is a live stream, a new video. I'm uploading everything gradually, so you won't receive too many notifications yet, but as long as you prefer, you can choose all the means possible. All right, everyone, have a good day, have a good night, and remember to do what you can with what you have. See you in the next one.
Listen. and 90s.
Welcome everyone. If you love 80s and 90s music, but also miss when radio felt human, you are in the right place. I'm Mick, psychologist, melomaniac, and host of RetroLovers Radio. And this is Back to the Present, a live radio-style show where we revisit the music, stories, magazines, charts, and moments that shaped the 80s and 90s. Not to escape today, but to bring something useful back from those years and feel better now. We'll talk about music history, life, positive nostalgia, and by the end of the show, I will even give you practical tools to deal with modern stress and other types of mental overload using the music we love, all in a relaxed way through real human interaction. You choose whether this is a radio or TV show. We have 80s and 90s music and footage. You choose whether you listen while working or studying. You choose whether you participate live in the chat or leave your comments in the replay. You choose whether this is your new favorite healthy, uplifting human company that you didn't know you needed, or simply using this man talking to help you sleep. So wherever you are listening from and whoever you are, welcome in.
This is RetroLovers Radio.
So whether you just found the live stream randomly while scrolling, or whether you've already been here the last few weeks, I'm really glad you decided to spend some time here tonight. So how's everyone doing today in this manic Monday? How's the nervous system doing? Because being honest, modern life lately feels a little bit like having these 40 browser tabs open emotionally, while another tab somewhere suddenly starts playing music by itself and nobody knows where it's coming from, right? And sometimes I think people don't fully realize how mentally overstimulated they've become until they finally slow down for a moment. So if tonight or today your brain feels slightly overloaded by work, by notifications, by future uncertainty, bad news, or simply adulthood in general, you're probably in the right place. Because the whole idea behind Back to the Present is not simply to remember old songs from the 80s and 90s and good music and good things from that lifestyle. It's more about revisiting the emotional atmosphere around music during the 80s and 90s. The magazines, the radio stations, the excitement of discovering a song late at night, the mystery artists used to have before social media existed, and the way music connected people socially before life became permanently online. The feeling of media being slower and warmer, and maybe slightly more human as well. Not necessarily technologically superior, nor magically perfect, because every decade had problems, right? But there was a different emotional rhythm to life. And tonight again we're going to move through all the different segments of the show together that I always make sure to describe at the beginning of the show in case this is the first time you're listening or watching. So we are going to begin with the segment On This Day in 80s and 90s Music, and revisit real events that happened between 1980 and 1999 on this exact date. Things like album releases, number one songs, historic concerts, artist stories, and cultural moments. Then later we'll open another retro magazine together live on screen, because old magazines accidentally preserve entire emotional atmospheres from those decades. We usually revisit old Billboard and UK charts, not today, likely on Wednesday, live stream, but we usually have a look what people were listening to on this same week, but in the 80s and 90s. Also, we talk about artists and biographies in our segment Biography of the Day. Also about album or whole discographies of a band or an artist in Discography of the Day. We are going to have both in today's live stream. Then later we react to videos and discussions about modern life compared as how life was in the 80s and 90s in the segment called Generations Reflecting on Lifestyles, comparing the boomers, the Gen X, millennials point of view about what is going on with life, how life was in the past compared to the present. And toward the end of the show, we'll also use music as a bridge to talk a little about psychology and ways to survive modern stress without becoming completely emotionally robotic. So leveraging my myself being a psychologist, I try to bring value by connecting metaphorically two songs to a problem and a solution of daily life mental struggles and how we can tackle them by using songs as tools to prevent these issues to become larger, right? And to prevent and avoiding having to allowing them to grow bigger to a point of a disorder that requires to have a consultation with a psychotherapist. So I think many people don't necessarily need more stimulation anymore, right? People need a calmer rhythm, music in the background, human voices, conversation, atmosphere, and places where the nervous system can breathe for a while. And maybe that's why long-form radio-style content like this one still exists, even now. Because even surrounded by short videos, constant scrolling, and shrinking attention spans, people still quietly search for companionship. Even if it's simply a familiar voice in the background while cooking, working, driving, or trying to fall asleep. And that says something important about human beings. So wherever you're listening from tonight or today, whether you're working, resting, driving, studying, or simply hiding from modern chaos for a little while, welcome again. And feel free to participate anytime in the chat because that is the whole idea and nature of this show. As soon as more people discover this live stream. So we have already someone, we have the centralized jukebox in the chat here that is greeting with a pink hand greetings, and we also have Joanne that says happy Monday everyone, keep it up. Okay, thank you Joanne, thank you very much for your participation in the chat. If you want to leave your greetings or comments or questions in the chat, you can do it. And if you prefer, or if you are watching the replay, you can leave it on the comment section. Alright, so let's officially begin tonight's journey through the 80s and 90s with our segment On This Day in Music. Just one second. So tonight we have a much more varied selection, including arena rock, early alternative beginnings, 80s soundtrack culture, female charts dominance, and some very strange moments from 90s celebrity music culture as well. Well, on a day like today in 1985, Everything She Wants by Wham reaches #1 in the US. In the Billboard Hot 100. On this day, 25th of May in 1995, early Mick Jagger and Keith Richards recording was sold at Christie's, an early 1961 home recording featuring Mick Jagger and Keith Richards material. Then on this day in 1998, Coldplay released their first EP called Safety before their very first album. Then on this day in 1986, Europe released The Final Countdown. What a hit. Then on this day, in this case, we are talking already from 26th of May 1990. Female artists occupy all top 5 positions in the US charts for the first time, including Madonna, Hart, Sinead O'Connor, Wilson Phillips, and Janet Jackson. And on this day in 1994, Michael Jackson married Lisa Marie Presley. So one thing I really like about tonight's selection is how many different stages of music culture we are seeing simultaneously, right? Because first we have one with Everything She Wants. The other day we addressed Wake Me Up, Before We Go, the number 1 hit, and also The Careless Whisper by George Michael in his solo career. In this occasion, we are remembering this song that is much darker emotionally that many people remember. As underneath the polished 80s production, George Michael was already writing about money pressure, relationship tension, stress, and emotional frustration. And that's one reason George Michael later evolved so naturally into a more mature solo artist. Even inside upbeat pop music, he already had emotional depth. And then we jump to something completely different. Give me 1 second. Look at the picture I found. That early recording of Mick Jagger and Keith Richards. And I like stories like this because they remind people that before becoming legends, artists are usually just young unknown musicians experimenting somewhere with cheap recordings, borrowed influences, and imperfect performances. And modern internet culture sometimes makes people forget that. People now often only see finished success, already packaged, but real artistic careers usually begin awkwardly. So then we arrived at Coldplay before global fame and before their release of their first long play, with the release of their EP called Safety. And this is interesting historically because by 1998 the entire music industry was beginning to transition. The 80s were gone, Britpop was cooling down, alternative rock was changing, the internet era was approaching. And meanwhile, Coldplay were just another tiny unknown band releasing a small EP. And that's one of my favorite things in music history. Seeing gigantic future artists before the world noticed them. And then we move into May the 26th with Europe and the Final Countdown. And this album and song perfectly captures one side of the mid-80s, that is maximum spectacle. With big synthesizers, big choruses, big hair, big emotional scale. And that keyboard intro became almost larger than the song itself, right? You can listen to the full episode of the podcast, Do You Remember Now podcast in the playlist. You can search for it in the channel. I have addressed the story behind the final countdown by Europe. This song also entered sports, sports culture, TV culture, stadiums with the pass of the years, of course, countdowns, and even comedy and nostalgia culture. Because it became an icon of the whole decade, and almost everybody recognized it instantly. And then one of the most interesting headlines is the 1990 U.S. chart situation, because having all top 5 positions occupied by female artists for the first time in the history of the charts was culturally huge in that moment. Nowadays, it doesn't grab your attention because it's common to see. But in that moment, that variety and took everyone's attention. So you had in that moment Madonna number 1, Hart and Sinead O'Connor and Wilson Phillips and Janet Jackson, all sounding completely different from each other. And that tells you something important about the late 80s and early 90s, that mainstream music still allowed very different personalities and styles to coexist simultaneously. And finally, we had this event, aside from music, but as it belongs to one artist from the 80s and 90s, we have this one of the strangest celebrity music stories of the 90s, with Michael Jackson marrying Lisa Marie Presley, and this felt almost surreal culturally at the time. Elvis Presley's daughter marrying Michael Jackson. It almost sounded too symbolic to be real. And it also reflects how gigantic celebrity culture had become by the 90s. By that point, musicians were no longer simply artists. They had become global mythologies, right? So that's been tonight's segment on this day in 80s and 90s music for May the 25th and 26th, because tomorrow we are not having live stream, so we cover 2 days. And after this brief break with our favorite vaporwave water channel background music, we'll continue tonight's journey through the 80s and 90s with our next segment. That is, I think, the biography of the day. After this recess. All right. Now is time for tonight's or today's biography of the day, and tonight we're talking about someone who perfectly represents 80s arena rock optimism, working class ambition, MTV era charisma, and the emotional idea that ordinary people could still dream big. So, we are talking about John Bon Jovi. And John Bon Jovi became much more than simply a rock singer. He became one of the symbols of the late 80s ambition. Big stages, big choruses, big dreams, big emotions. And there was always something very relatable about him too, because unlike some rock stars who felt completely unreachable, John Bon Jovi often projected this image of the hardworking guy who somehow made it. So first, his full birth name is John Francis Bon Jovi Jr. He was born on March the 2nd, 1962, in Perth Amboy, and his New Jersey roots became very important to his identity later, because Bon Jovi music often carried small town dreams, working class emotion, and the idea of trying to build a better life. And psychologically, that's one reason so many people connected emotionally with his songs. So now, before worldwide fame, John worked around music studios in New York and New Jersey. And one thing many people don't know is that he started very young around recording environments. He cleaned floors, ran errands, observed sessions, and gradually he began recording demos himself. And then everything changed with Runaway. This song already contained many things that would define Bon Jovi later: big hooks, romantic energy, radio accessibility, and emotional drama. And once the song gained radio attention, the full band Bon Jovi formed around him. And Bon Jovi arrived at the perfect moment historically, because MTV was exploding globally, and Bon Jovi visually fit the era with charisma, leather jackets, big hair, stage energy, and had highly memorable music videos. But what made them survive longer than many glam era bands was the songwriting. So, of course, then it came Slippery When Wet in 1986, and this became one of the defining albums of the entire decade, with songs such as Living on a Prayer, You Give Love a Bad Name, and Wanted Dead or Alive. And these songs became much larger than simply rock hits. They became working class anthems. If there's one Bon Jovi song that emotionally defines the late 80s for many people, is with no doubt Living on a Prayer. Because underneath the giant chorus, the song is actually about economic struggle. In the lyrics, we can find the line, Tommy and Gina trying to survive, trying to hold on, trying to believe life can improve. And that's why the song remained emotionally relevant for decades, because many people still feel psychologically connected to uncertainty, working hard, trying to survive, and hoping things eventually improve. Then we have a song such as Wanted, Dead or Alive, and this song perfectly captures another huge 80s fantasy, that is freedom. Open roads, tour buses, movement, escape, the romantic image of the wandering musician, right? And many 80s rock songs carried this emotional atmosphere of movement through life, not staying trapped emotionally. And one reason Bon Jovi survived much longer than many other 80s rock bands is adaptability. Because when the musical climate changed in the 90s, John Bon Jovi adjusted. He softened certain aesthetics, he focused more on songwriting, expanded into acting and broader media, and psychologically, adaptability is one of the biggest survival skills in both music and life. And another interesting thing about John Bon Jovi is that despite gigantic fame, he usually maintained a relatively grounded public image. He rarely projected self destruction, chaos, or total collapse, which became very common in some areas of rock culture. Instead, his image remained more connected to discipline, to professionalism, and endurance. And that probably helped his long term career enormously. Bon Jovi also represents something psychologically important about 80s arena rock, that music often transformed ordinary struggles into gigantic emotional experiences. Heartbreak became huge, dreams became a big thing, as well as hope, right? And many people secretly miss that emotional scale today because modern culture often feels ironic, detached, or emotionally restrained. But 80s arena rock fully committed to feeling. So I think that's one reason Bon Jovi still maintains such a gigantic audience today. Because underneath all the stadium energy, the songs were still about real people, real struggles, and trying to keep going. And that the emotional sincerity is what survives longer than trends. Alright, everyone, that's been tonight's segment Biography of the Day featuring John Bon Jovi. Let me know what you think in the comments. If you know additional details about his life that are worth mentioning, you can leave it in the comments below. And after this break, we'll continue this live stream journey through the 80s and 90s with our segments reviewing magazines from the 80s and 90s. And coming back. All right, welcome back once again. And now let's continue tonight's journey through this incredible August 1985 issue of Pin magazine. And this magazine already feels very different from modern music media because it's not obsessed only with celebrity and algorithms or scandals. It feels more like a snapshot of music culture itself. It covers underground scenes, experimental artists, political musicians, reggae, punk, hip hop, alternative culture, MTV culture, independent creativity. And you can already feel 1985 transforming into something more alternative and fragmented compared to the early 80s. So first we can find Annie Lennox in the cover. And this image perfectly captures the mid-80s art pop aesthetics. With those red gloves, intense stare, androgynous elegance, and the fashion meets performance art kind of atmosphere. And Annie Lennox was one of the few MTV era artists who truly felt intellectually mysterious, so to speak. She wasn't just cool, but she felt psychologically complex. And the editor even comments later in the magazine that the press often misunderstood or mistreated her because people didn't know how to interpret somebody so unconventional. And that happened a lot in the 80s. Artists who blurred gender or fashion or identity or some emotional ambiguity often confused mainstream media. Even the table of content itself says a lot about 1985 music culture. We can see a variety of artists such as Billy Bragg, Midnight Oil, Leonard Cohen, Sonic Youth, Weird Al Yankovic, Ike Turner, and George Burns. So that's a very eclectic magazine. And that's one thing many younger people, maybe Gen Z, may not fully realize about the 80s, that the decade was not only glamour, synthesizers, and MTV pop. There was also political music, experimental noise, social commentary, college radio, industrial music, alternative poetry, and underground art culture. And one of the most interesting things in this issue, in this magazine issue, is this editorial discussion about Tina Turner and Ike Turner. A little bit below, the editor explains that after Tina's massive comeback, the public narrative became Tina the survivor and Ike the villain. But the magazine deliberately tried to locate Ike Turner and hear his side too. And whether people agreed with him or not, this reflects something important about older journalism, this long form investigation about an event or topic. Actually searching for people, talking for hours, building difficult interviews, not just viral clips or tweets and outrage headlines. Then there was an 80s interviews with Elizabeth Daly, and that interview feels like NTV era. With the questions that seems like almost surreal, like favorite wrestler, body measurements, dance competitions. And meanwhile, she talks and responds about working with Giorgio Moroder, developing her voice and trying to become a music and movie star simultaneously.
All things 80s and 90s.
We have Midnight Oil here. And then when the Chambers is mentioned later, that she created orchestras using car horns, portable radios, rowboats, and laser light performances. And it's interesting because these magazines preserved weird artistic experiments that would probably disappear completely from mainstream memory otherwise. And the 80s were much stranger creatively than people remember. Not just commercial or just pop, but genuinely experimental too. Where I think this magazine issue really captures psychologically is a moment when music culture still felt tribal or physical and more exploratory than nowadays. People discovered scenes through clubs, record stores, or college radio, uh, through these music magazines and live performances. You had to search for music, and that created stronger emotional identities around music. Music was not background noise yet, it was belonging. So that's been tonight's magazine review from this August 1985 issue of the magazine Spin. So after a brief break, we're going to continue with our segment Discography of the Day. I will leave you wondering which album or albums maybe will be featured. All that if you stay after this break. All right, so before we move on to the next segment, let's actually expand a little more on discography of the day. Today we have Mr. Mister, the whole discography of this band. Usually we cover a single album from a band or an artist, but in this case, in some cases, we're going to review the full discography. And their story becomes much more interesting once you look at the lineup, how they met, their studio background, the chart success, and what eventually happened to the band over the course of the years. So the classic lineup of Mr. Mister was Richard Page in bass and lead vocals, Steve George in keyboards and vocals, Steve Farris in guitar, and Pat Mastelotto in drums. And this is very important to understand psychologically and musically, that these were not random young amateurs suddenly discovering success. These were already extremely skilled professional musicians, especially Richard Page and Steve George. So Richard Page and Steve George actually met years earlier in Las Vegas while working around club and session music environments. And later they became part of a sophisticated late 70s LA band called Pages. And this explains why Mr. Mister already sounded so polished and musically mature from the beginning. Because these musicians came from studio culture, not from garage band chaos. They already understood arrangements, harmonies, session recording, and sophisticated production. And that's one reason their music sounds cleaner and more atmospheric and emotionally refined than many other MTV era bands. So if people go back and listen to the band Pages, you can already hear the emotional DNA of Mr. Mister developing, with smooth keyboards, adult emotional themes, sophisticated harmonies, and melancholy atmosphere. But by the time they transformed into Mr. Mister, they adapted that sophistication into a more mid-80s accessible sound, with bigger drums, more atmospheric production, MTV-ready visuals, and huge choruses. So let's quickly look at the songs that really exploded globally. First, we have Broken Wings, that reached number 1 on the US Billboard Hot 100 in late 1985. And if you haven't listened or watched our episode in the podcast, Do You Remember Now podcast, you can search for the playlist and you will find the episode on the story behind Broken Wings by Mr. Mister there. So this was the breakthrough, and the song transformed them from respected musicians into global stars. Then we also have the song Kyrie that also reached number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100 in 1986. And having 2 consecutive number 1 songs suddenly pushed them into major arena band territory. Then we have Is It Love that also became a major hit, reaching the US top 10. And many people forget this song now compared to Broken Wings or Kyrie, but at the time it was another huge radio song. And you can hear how perfectly their sound matched this mid 80s adult pop radio. And one thing that really defines Mr. Mister is the production atmosphere. Those gigantic reverbs, wide drums, floating synthesizers, spacious vocals, and producer Paul de Villiers helped shape much of that polished emotional sound. And mid 80s production often tried to create emotional space, not compression and loudness like modern music, but atmosphere. And Mr. Mister sounded almost like night driving. So then the big question becomes, why did such a successful band disappear so quickly? And this happened too many sophisticated mid 80s bands, because by the late 80s and early 90s music culture was changing really fast, with harder rock, alternative rock, with the beginning of grunge, different MTV aesthetics, different youth identity, and the emotionally polished adult pop atmosphere of bands like Mr. Mister suddenly began feeling less fashionable commercially. And the situation became even worse when their fourth album, Pool, was shelved by the label and not officially released at the time. And that was probably psychologically devastating at the moment. Imagine spending months or years creating music and then the industry simply deciding no, it's not going to happen. And this happens much more often in music history than people realize. So after the band breakup, the members remained very respected musicians. Richard Page became a major songwriter and session musician. Pat Mastelotto later joined King Crimson, which honestly is an incredible transition musically. And Steve George continued working in music production and songwriting. So as of today, thankfully the classic core members of Mr. Mister are all still alive, so that's always nice to say during these segments, because unfortunately many 80s stories eventually become lost stories. So I think what makes Mr. Mister special decades later is that they capture a very specific emotional atmosphere. A moment in the mid 80s where mainstream music still allowed vulnerability and reflection, melancholy, and spirituality inside giant pop hits. And that emotional sincerity is one reason people still emotionally reconnect with their songs today. Alright, so that has really been tonight's discography of the day, remembering the albums of the band Mr. Mister and their career briefly but intensely, I hope. And after this break, we'll continue tonight live stream journey through the 80s and 90s with our next segment, Generations Reflecting on Lifestyles, reacting to another content creator after this brief recess. Alright, so we are back with our next segment, Generations Reflecting on Lifestyles. In the segment where we react to discussions about modern life, human behavior, culture, psychology, and generational change, while comparing them with the emotional atmosphere of the 80s and 90s. And tonight we are reacting to a really thoughtful video from the channel Dry Creek Wrangler School. That is called Regrets. And this may sound simple at first, but the deeper he goes into the topic, the more profound the conversation becomes. So his name is Dwayne, and one of the first things Dwayne challenges in the video is this modern motivational phrase, no regrets. So let's listen for a few seconds, and then I will comment on the whole video. Proposal.
If you were to ask me, Dwayne, name one thing that has helped make you a better horseman, I would have to say one of the things is regret. Regret. Dwayne, what is one of the things that has made you a better human being to your fellow man? There's a lot of things, but one of the things I'd have to say is regret. You know, I look back at horses I had 20, 25 years ago when I didn't know anything, and I didn't have the temperament that I have today. And I look back and I got this horse, and I remember where this horse was. And I remember, however unintentionally, however non-maliciously, I remember to where I took that horse. And I look back at that today, and there's a tinge of regret. I did not put that horse on the best path possible. Not deliberately, but just out of ignorance and youth and impatience. And I regret that. The definition of regret is a disappointment or a sadness over something that you've done in the past. Basically, that's the definition. I look back over the years, and, I just turned 57. And, so there's enough years now to look back at. And I look at relationships I've had, friends and family and, everything. And I look at how I responded to this person and how I reacted to this person and what I did with this person. And I have regrets. I wished I hadn't done that. Wish that hadn't turned out that way. There's a trend going on, at least in this country, maybe in other countries, I don't know today, with this self-help movement where people say no regrets. No regrets.
All right, so commenting about his words, in which he was mentioning these no regrets trends, he strongly disagrees with it, and he argues that regret is not automatically weakness, but actually one of the mechanisms that helps human beings to grow and mature and become safer people to others. And I think that's a very important distinction psychologically, because modern internet culture often promotes this image of complete emotional invulnerability, to never apologize, never look back, never admit mistakes, never feel shame, never reconsider anything. And Duane basically says that mindset can become dangerous. And one of the most interesting things he says is that regret functions almost like a safety mechanism. Because if somebody genuinely regrets hurting another person, they become less likely to repeat that behavior. And that's true psychologically. Healthy regret creates self-correction, not self not self-destruction, but self-correction of behavior. And this connects very strongly with what we often talk about here on RetroLovers Radio through the idea or concept of positive nostalgia or conscious nostalgia. Because positive nostalgia is not about pretending the past was perfect, it's not everything was better. It's more about reflecting on the past honestly, consciously, learning from it, recovering valuable emotional lessons from it, and bringing those lessons into the present. And honestly, that's very close to what Duane is describing here. Looking back, not to torture yourself endlessly, but to become wiser, gentler, and more conscious. And what makes this conversation especially interesting is that Duane speaks very much from a late boomer or early Gen Z perspective, getting closer to 60 years old. And there's a certain humility in the way older generations sometimes discuss mistakes, aging, relationships, and regret. And many boomers grew up in environments where life forced people into responsibility very early, with work, marriage, family, physical labor, military service, economic pressure. And because of that, many older adults developed a stronger awareness that actions have consequences, not just emotionally, but concretely. And Gen X often inherited a more skeptical version of this, less idealistic perhaps, or more cynical sometimes, but still highly aware of mistakes, personal responsibility, and emotional consequences. And many Gen X movies and songs are full of regret themes: failed relationships, lost youth, broken dreams, alienation, trying to understand adulthood. And that emotional self-awareness became a huge part of 90s culture. But I think millennials experienced a very different cultural atmosphere, because by the 2000s and social media era, identity increasingly became performance, with personal branding, curated lives, image management, and psychologically, modern culture increasingly began rewarding certainty, confidence, boldness, domination, never look back, and admitting regret online often started feeling dangerous, because internet culture can punish vulnerability very quickly. And one of the best distinctions Duane makes in the video is the difference between balanced regret and destructive guilt. And this is a very important difference psychologically, because regret can help people learn, correct behavior, develop empathy, and mature. But crushing guilt can become self-destruction. And many people confuse those two things. So the goal is not living forever trapped in shame. The goal is acknowledging past mistakes honestly, while also recognizing you're not exactly the same person anymore. And that is real maturity. Not pretending I never did anything wrong, but also remaining psychologically imprisoned forever by past versions of yourself. So, Duane also says something very strong in the video. He argues that people who genuinely have no regrets often become emotionally dangerous because they stop recognizing the effect their behavior has on others. And you can see traces of this problem in modern culture sometimes, with an extreme self-focus, extreme individualism, the idea that my truth automatically justifies everything. And human relationships cannot survive long term without humility, reflection, and accountability. And one reason so many 80s and 90s songs still emotionally resonate is because they often allowed emotional reflection. With songs about mistakes, lost love, regret, apologies, growing older, and trying again after a mistake. So modern culture often pushes constant confidence. But many older songs allowed people to say, I was wrong, I missed someone, I hurt someone, I wish I had done better. And that emotional honesty made many songs feel human. So I think Duane's biggest point is ultimately this one, that maturity requires reflection. You cannot become wiser if you refuse to examine your past honestly. And that does not mean hating yourself forever. It means learning, adjusting, becoming gentler, and understanding consequences more deeply. And that may be one reason older generations often become softer emotionally with age. Not weaker, but more aware of how fragile people actually are. And that's one of the healthiest forms of growth a human being can experience. Alright everyone, so that's been our reflection on the channel Dry Creek Wrangler School. You can check it out, his channel, subscribe and watch the full video called Regrets. And let me know what you think in the comment section. So we're going to continue our live stream journey through the 80s and 90s here on Back to the Present, right after a brief recess with our segment called Tools for These Times. Okay, so we are back with our next segment, Tools for These Times, where we use 80s and 90s music together with practical psychology to help navigate modern life a little more consciously. And tonight's topic connects very strongly with the previous segment about regret, maturity, reflection, and emotional growth. So tonight's problem is going to be dealing with self-destructive shame and emotional self-condemnation. You know, when the mind keeps replaying past mistakes, old relationships, things you should have said, things you wish you had done differently, and instead of learning from the past, that person becomes psychologically trapped inside it. And many adults silently live like this, not physically trapped, but emotionally trapped in older versions of themselves, replaying old guilt, old failures, old decisions, old missed opportunities, until eventually the mind starts believing, maybe I ruined everything. Maybe my best years are already gone. Maybe I missed my chance. And that's where healthy reflection slowly transform into self-distraction. So, the first song that is going to be the problem song that reminds us about this problem I've just described is The Living Years by Mike and the Mechanics. And this may be one of the most emotionally powerful songs ever written about regret. Because the song captures something very human. The pain of realizing certain things were never said until it was too late. And almost every adult eventually understands this feeling. Parents, relationships, friendships, lost years, misunderstandings. And then, of course, comes that devastating line in the song that says, I just wish I could have told him in the living years. And that line hurts because it represents something universal. That the awareness that time moves only forward. And psychologically, this is where many people become stuck. Because the brain keeps trying to rewrite the past emotionally. But human beings cannot psychologically survive if they permanently live looking backward. And this is where tonight's psychological tool becomes very important. That is self-compassion and cognitive reframing, that we were using this technique in previous episodes as well. And this does not mean pretending mistakes never happened. It also doesn't mean avoiding responsibility. Instead, it means learning to separate regret from permanent self-condemnation. And many people unconsciously believe that if I stop punishing myself, then maybe I'm excusing what happened. But psychologically, constant self-punishment usually does not produce growth. It often produces paralysis. So one important technique here is this tool called cognitive reframing, meaning learning to reinterpret the meaning of the past. So instead of saying, my mistakes destroyed my life, the brain slowly learns to say something as, I made mistakes, I learned painful lessons, but my life is not finished. And that distinction changes everything psychologically, because the person stops identifying permanently with the worst chapter of their life. And another very important part of healing regret is reconnecting emotionally with the future. Because people trapped in shame often stop imagining new experiences, new connections, new joys, new chapters, as if emotionally their story already ended years ago. And that's where tonight's solution song becomes perfect, or at least great. And the solution song is A Beautiful Day by U2. And this song feels psychologically like reopening the windows emotionally, because the song acknowledges pain, loss, and difficulty, but refuses to remain psychologically imprisoned there. So the key line is obviously the one that says, it's a beautiful day, don't let it get away. And that line perfectly captures tonight's psychological idea. Yes, the past matters. Yes, mistakes matter. And yes, regret can teach important lessons. But life is still happening. There are still people to meet, places to go, still conversations to have. There are still moments to experience. And there are still versions of yourself still waiting to exist. And many people become so emotionally focused on what they lost that they stop noticing what is still possible. And the real danger of regret is not sadness. The real danger is becoming emotionally convinced that your future no longer matters. And psychologically, that is what self-compassion tries to prevent. Not avoiding responsibility, but refusing to reduce your entire identity to that past pain. So, to wrap up this segment, tonight's reminder is this: learn from the past, but don't emotionally move into it permanently. Because psychologically, human beings still need future experiences, future meaning, future memories, and future connection. And sometimes healing begins when people allow themselves to believe, maybe life still contains things I haven't experienced yet. And that thought alone can reopen hope. Alright everyone, so that's been tonight's segment, Tools for These Times. Learning all together how to deal with regret, using 2 songs to remind ourselves when we are falling into this thought pattern, by remembering The Living Years by the Mike and the Mechanics, and those lines, every generation blamed the one before, and I wish I could have told him in the living years. And then once we are aware that we have fallen into that uh, pattern of thought, then remembering YouTube Beautiful Day that remind us to avoid letting the day a new opportunity to go away, to rewrite our present in a different way, to learn and grow. All right, so I hope this has been helpful in some way. Let me know in the comments. And I'm coming back to wrap up this whole live stream with the final editorial segment. Alright, so and now as we slowly begin approaching the end of tonight's live stream, let's move into the editorial. And after tonight's conversations about regret, growth, music, aging, the past, and emotional maturity, I think there's something very important modern people increasingly struggle with. That is, how to remember the past without becoming trapped inside it. Because modern culture often swings between two extremes, either total denial of the past or permanent emotional imprisonment inside it. And psychologically, neither extreme is healthy. One thing that changed enormously compared to the 80s and 90s is that modern life now creates permanent memory through old posts, old photos, old messages, old versions of ourselves permanently archived online. And human beings historically were not psychologically designed to constantly revisit every previous version of themselves. In older decades, many memories simply faded naturally. Life moved forward more physically. But now people can reopen entire emotional chapters instantly. And sometimes that becomes psychologically overwhelming. So this is where many people become confused because reflection, I mean talking about the difference between reflection and rumination, right? Because reflection and rumination are not the same things. Reflection says, what can I learn from this? While rumination says, replay replay the pain again and again and again. And many people today unconsciously remain emotionally trapped in loops. Old regrets, old heartbreaks, old mistakes, old identities. And they stop emotionally participating in the present moment. So one thing I think older decades often did better emotionally was allowing people to reinvent themselves as a person. Not what they do for work only. People moved cities, changed jobs, started over, disappeared for a while, and rebuilt socially. There was more psychological distance between life chapters. But modern digital culture sometimes makes people feel permanently attached to every previous version of themselves. And that can become emotionally exhausting. And that's one reason I keep insisting that positive nostalgia or conscious nostalgia is not about living in the past. It's about recovering useful emotional wisdom from the past without abandoning the present. Because honestly, there are valuable things many people miss from older decades, like slower rhythm, more human interaction, more mystery, less algorithmic overstimulation, more patience, more emotional presence. But that does not mean life ended after the 80s and 90s. Sometimes nostalgia becomes unhealthy when people stop imagining future experiences. And one of the saddest psychological states adults can fall into is emotional finality. The feeling that that was life. My best moments are over. Nothing meaningful will happen anymore. And many adults quietly begin thinking this much earlier than people realize. But psychologically, human beings continue evolving throughout life through new friendships, new projects, new passions, new music, new places, and new meanings. And sometimes people accidentally stop participating in life before life is actually finished with them. So, thinking about what maturity actually is, I think real maturity is not becoming emotionally numb. It's becoming more aware. Aware that people are fragile, that time moves fast, that mistakes matter, that kindness matters, and all moments matter. And that awareness can either make somebody bitter or gentler. So I think the healthiest older people often become gentler. Not because life was easy, but because experience softened certain illusions. And maybe that's one reason so many people still emotionally reconnect with the 80s and 90s music. Because many songs from those decades allowed reflection, longing, vulnerability, hope, regret, and emotional sincerity, but without immediately turning everything into irony, mockery, or outrage. And modern people still deeply need the spaces where emotions can simply exist honestly. And maybe that's one small thing we're trying to preserve here together through this show. Alright, everyone, so that's been tonight's editorial. And we begin to wrap up our whole live stream back to the present. I think now you're starting to get the idea of why the name. The whole live stream is a tool to come back to the present in a better way, to deal with whatever we are going through. So thank you for spending part of your night or day here with me, reflecting about these topics and remembering the best songs from the 80s and 90s. So if tonight's show helped you slow down mentally, or reflect a little, or feel less overwhelmed, or simply reconnect emotionally with music and memories in a healthier way, then make sure to subscribe to RetroLovers Radio channel and activate the notifications bell so you never miss any live stream or new episode of the podcast. If this is the first time you hear about the channel, or you found out recently, then you can find this current live stream here in the first playlist. If you missed any of the previous episodes, you can play all the previous Back to the Present live stream, and also play them all in a chain so you can emulate a 24 hours radio stream. And I recently, then you can find our podcast, Do You Remember Now podcast, in which I review the best songs from the 80s and 90s, the story behind them, any relevant detail or not very known fact about each song or artist. It's a daily video, so you can find a new song being addressed every single day. So check out if you have missed the previous songs. You can search for your favorite artist, or maybe sometimes discover new artists that you didn't know. Maybe you didn't know their name or how the song was called and then hopefully, when I'm starting to upload the different segments as individual videos for the ones who want to replay only the segments they are more interested in, and it's easier to share with someone. Then hopefully this week we are going to begin with a new radio, a new segment of our new radio programming with a stage time, RetroLovers stage time, featuring live music. So this is a new series of live stream that are going to be coming during evenings in the US Eastern Time evenings, but also in different moments, because there are going to be live stream from the UK, live stream from late West Coast as well. So if you can catch them live, then you can participate in the chat. You can request your songs to live musicians playing in different bars and different cafes from the US, UK, and maybe later we can include more countries and cities. I'm still in the work of contacting, making all the connections necessary, but the idea would be ideally to give you some live performance from Monday to Friday, but we are going to begin with what we have. So ideally by Wednesday, I think, I don't know tomorrow if we can start tomorrow, but ideally on Wednesday we'll be able to start with this new section. And if you want to decompress from your day, from coming back from work and in the evening, and you want to be in an atmosphere of a quiet and fun bar or live performance, sometimes a bar with karaoke, with people participating, but you can participate from your home and you can request your songs to the musicians, sending a donation that they require for each song directly to the artist. So the details to send them the donations and transfer are going to be shared on screen, so you can participate live. And otherwise, if you missed any episode, you can watch the full performance on the replay, and also subscribe to their channels and follow them as well. This is a way of getting live performances on the radio, live music from the 80s and 90s, and supporting local musicians from different parts of the world. And I recently enabled as well the community tab over here. Give me 1 second. So in the community tab, not only you're going to see my own post that will take you to the different videos and different live stream as a reminder. Most importantly, here, if you go to the post and community tab, you can post your own. You can publish your own post. If you want to share an image of old photos from the 80s and 90s, you can. You feel like sharing like it was done on Facebook. If you want to share any memories from the 80s and 90s, if you want to share the cover of your favorite album and start the conversation or asking a question, you can start publishing your own post in this section and interacting with other subscribers of the radio. So I totally encourage you to start doing so, and you can interact and know other people, other like-minded people that enjoy 80s and 90s music, and you can suggest topics over there. You can make your own recommendation, speak about what are your favorite bands, what are your favorite comments, or leave the comments that about the different sections like tools for these days, or your comments about the segment generations reflecting on lifestyles, with your own thoughts, and other subscribers and myself included can reply to your thoughts and comments or memories. So in these days we have post about Genesis. This leads to our podcast episode about Genesis and addressing the Invisible Touch album walkthrough. Then you can find another post about the song Sarah by Starship, also from the podcast. Then you have a link to our video about songs that help us to deal with when we are feeling lost in life. Some songs and 90 songs, that a selection that help us in a similar way as this segment, tools for these days, but instead of 2 songs you have 5, so it's a bargain, guys. And then we have also Foreigner, I Want to Know What Love Is. If you want to have more details of behind the scenes and the story behind this song and music production, social context of the song, you can check out our playlist, Do You Remember Now podcast. So try to check out regularly in our post or community tab. You're going to find our post that will take you to a deeper walkthrough of these songs. Also, if you prefer to receive notifications via email in the old school way, in case you are subscribed to 1,800 channels and sometimes miss some notifications from this fantastic channel and you don't want to, so the best way is to subscribe to our newsletter on Substack. So you will receive a notification via email when we upload a new video or a new live stream. It's still not too active, but it will be soon. So whenever there is a new video released, the newsletter is going to work as a reminder, or maybe the day afterwards. I'm going to send the newsletter of a video released the day before, just as a reminder in case you miss it, and you can get another. There are going to be extra content in the shape of a blog or blog post if you enjoy reading as well. So you can subscribe to our Substack newsletter. I think the only thing you have to do is to create a user it's totally free. just create a user with your email account. So if you come here to the channel description, you're going to find the link easier over here where it says join our newsletter. You click on substack.com/RetroLovers Radio, and it will take you to our Substack page, and you will see an orange button to subscribe, and so you will be subscribing to the newsletter. As easy as that, totally free, and you will find extra content in the shape of a blog post, and then also reminders of the previous videos uploaded on the channel. So this is the page on Substack. All right, so let's start wrapping up this live stream. So feel free to continue exploring all the playlists, the older episodes, the artist biographies, discographies, and all the other content here on the channel. So make sure to take care of your minds a little bit in these tough modern times, as modern life became psychologically very noisy. So protect your attention, slow down sometimes, listen to music, to good music sometimes. You soon are going to have live music, live streams, directly from different bars and cafes and karaoke bars from the US, UK, and other countries later, so that you can reconnect with people. Sometimes you can interact in the chat with different people that are in real time in those bars, and you can reconnect as well with other subscribers participating in the post or community tab. So remember, always do what you can with what you have, because small actions repeated consistently often change lives more than giant plans that never begin. Alright everyone, take care, have a good night, a good day, and see you all in the next one.
All things 80s and 90s.
Welcome everyone. If you love 80s and 90s music, but also miss when radio felt human, you're in the right place. I'm Mick, psychologist, melomaniac, and host of RetroLovers Radio. This is Back to the Present, a live radio-style show where we revisit the music, stories, magazines, charts, and moments that shaped the 80s and 90s. Not to escape today, but to bring something useful back from those years and feel better now. We'll talk about music history, life itself, positive nostalgia, and by the end of the show I will even give you practical tools to deal with modern stress and other types of mental overload using the music we love, all in a relaxed way through real human interaction. You choose whether this is a radio or TV show. We have 80s and 90s music and footage. You choose whether you listen while working or studying. You choose whether you participate live in the chat or leave your comments in the replay. You choose whether this is your new favorite healthy, uplifting human company you didn't know you needed, or simply using this man talking to help you sleep. So, wherever you're listening from and whoever you are, welcome in. So, welcome back once again, everyone. I hope everybody's nervous system survived another day in modern civilization. It's been rough out there, but we're still holding on. Sometimes modern life feels less like living and more like constantly managing notifications. And I think many people increasingly miss a healthy atmosphere. Not just content, but a warm atmosphere, right? The feeling of radio playing somewhere late at night, music videos running quietly in the background, voices, sound, songs, conversations, human rhythm. Because modern life became very efficient, but not always emotionally nourishing. And that's one reason I think so many people continue emotionally returning to 80s and 90s culture. Not because those decades were magically perfect, but because they often felt slower, more physical, more tangible, more socially connected, and emotionally more memorable. So tonight again we are going to move through all the different segments of the show together. So we are going to start with On This Day in 80s and 90s Music for May the 27th and 28th, because tomorrow we're not having live stream, so usually we cover 2 days in one until the week that we turn this live stream into a daily show. Later we'll open another retro magazine together, continue exploring artists and discographies with the biography of the day, the discography of the day. You will have to wait to know whether I'll be reviewing a whole legendary album from a band or an artist, or once in a while I'll cover the whole discography of the band. And later I'm going to be reacting to some reflections about modern life and generational changes by other content creators, reflecting on how life was in the 80s, in the 90s, and nowadays. And later we'll also have another segment, Tools for These Times, where we use music and psychology together to talk about practical ways of dealing with modern emotional overload. And I think many people increasingly need spaces where reflection is still allowed, right? Without picking positions about extremes, or just reflecting about life, how to be better, how to feel better, how to escape from unnecessary problems caused by society, by other people. And to avoid this constant outrage, these endless arguments, but simply return to enjoy music, conversations, memories, good memories, right? Ideas, and a calmer rhythm for a while. That's what I hope this show slowly becomes over time. A place where people can listen, reflect, participate, or simply breathe mentally for a little while. Both if you are catching the live stream in real time or whether you are watching the replay or listening as a radio while you wash your dishes or work. So wherever you're listening from, whether you're working or cleaning or driving or resting or studying, or just trying to disconnect emotionally from modern chaos for 2 hours, you are in the right place. So feel free to participate anytime in the chat. Sometimes I forget to look at the chat as often as I should, I know. But or otherwise you can leave your comments on the different segments after you watch the full show in the replay. As you have seen in all the live streams and all the videos of the channel, I read all the comments and I try to reply mostly to all comments until I get overwhelmed. Alright, so let's begin with today on this day in 80s and 90s music with addressing May the 27th and 28th. And tonight we have that on this day in 1983, The Smiths reached #1 on the UK independent chart with Hand in Glove. On this day, the 27th of May in 1990, the Stone Roses played their legendary Spike Island concert in Widnes, Cheshire, before around 30,000 people. On this day in 1994, the Eagles played their first show in 14 years in Burbank, California. The reunion later became connected with Hell Freezes Over. On this day in 1995, Paul Wheeler reached #1 on the UK album charts with his third solo album, Stanley Road. Then passing to May the 28th, in 1981, Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five opened for the Clash at the Times Squares in New York. On this day in 1983, New Edition's debut single Candy Girl reached number 1 on the UK singles chart. On this day in 1994, Erasure reached number 1 on the UK album charts with I Say, I Say, I Say. And on this day in 1996, Depeche Mode singer Dave Gahan suffered a cardiac arrest after a cocaine and heroin overdose, and medics arrived in time and saved his life. So tonight's selection is interesting because it gives us a different texture from the usual megapop headlines. We've got indie beginnings, rave era mythology, classic rock reunions, hip hop crossing into punk territory, boy band innocence, what else? Synth pop maturity, and one very dark 90s survival story with Dave Gahan. So let's begin with The Smith. We got them already on screen. In 1983, Hand in Glove reached number 1 on the UK independent chart, and was not just a chart detail. It was the beginning of a whole emotional universe. The Smith represented something very different from glossy 80s pop, with awkwardness, alienation, literary sadness, dry humor, and young people feeling emotionally out of place. And that's important because the 80s were not only bright colors and big choruses. There was also a generation looking for music that sounded more fragile, more ironic, more emotionally uncomfortable. Then in 1990 we have the Stone Roses at Spike Island, and this is one of those events that became bigger in memory than it was in the moment. At the time, there were complaints about sound problems and organization, but over the years, Spike Island became almost mythological, a symbol of the baggy generation, Manchester culture, indie dance, and that strange moment when rock, rave, youth fashion, and collective euphoria started blending together. This is exactly why all music history is so interesting. Sometimes the emotional meaning of an event grows years later, not in that moment. Then we have the Eagles reunion in 1994, and that's a beautiful contrast from young indie rebellion to classic rock memory. The Eagles coming back after 14 years shows something that became very common in the 90s and 2000s, nostalgia becoming a major cultural force. People didn't only want new music, they wanted to reconnect with the soundtrack of previous chapters of life. And that connects directly with what we do here on Back to the Present. Not using the past to escape life or to escape the present, but using it to understand why certain songs still carry emotional weight.
Wanna match to others written for. This is RetroLovers Radio.
Now moving into May the 28th, Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five opening for The Clash in 1981. It's an important cultural collision with hip hop and punk being both street level forms of expression, but different sounds, different communities, but both came from urgency, and yet the audience reaction was difficult. And that reminds us that musical revolutions are not always welcomed immediately. Sometimes the future arrives before the audience is ready. Then the new edition reaching #1 in the UK with the song Candy Girl in 1983. This is such a different emotional atmosphere with bright, youthful, innocent, melodic atmosphere, and it also becomes historically important because new edition helped open the path toward the boy band and rhythm and blues pop formats that would later influence New Kids on the Block, Boys, and even Backstreet Boys or Take That, and even many other 90s vocal groups. So this wasn't just a cute early 80s hit, it was part of a longer pop lineage that was still unknown in that moment. Then we have Erasure topping the UK album charts in 1994 with I Say, I Say, I Say. That's a great synth pop moment because Erasure carried the emotional spirits of 80s electronic pop into the 90s. Vince Clarke's melodic electronic production and Andy Bell's voice created something bright, theatrical, and emotional at the same time. And in the mid-90s, while grunge, Britpop, and dance music were changing everything, Erasure still proved there was an audience for polished, emotional synth pop. And finally, Dave Gahan in 1996. This is the heavy story of the night or of the day, because Depeche Mode had already created some of the darkest, most emotionally intense music of the 80s and 90s. But behind that atmosphere, Dave Gahan was also living real danger. His near fatal overdose is not just a celebrity scandal, it's a reminder that some artists were not only performing darkness, they were surviving it. And the fact that he lived, recovered, and continued making music later gives this story a very different emotional ending, fortunately. Alright, so that's been tonight on this day in music for May the 27th and May the 28th. And after a brief break, we'll continue tonight's journey through the 80s and 90s here on Back to the Present.
You are listening to Retro Lovers Radio, your go-to broadcast for positive nostalgia.
Alright, welcome back again, and now it's time for tonight's biography of the day. Just give me 1 second. And tonight we're talking about somebody who perfectly represents rebellion, MTV charisma, punk attitude, 80s coolness, and one of the most recognizable visual identities of the entire decade. Maybe if you're listening this as a radio show, you still don't have a clue, but if you're watching, you are seeing the face of Billy Idol. So Billy Idol is one of those artists who immediately looks like the 80s. The platinum hair, the leather jackets, the sneer, the attitude, the MTV videos, the rebellious energy. But behind the image, there's a much more interesting story. Because Billy Idol actually came from the original British punk movement, and that's very important historically. Because unlike some artists who were simply created by MTV, Billy Idol already existed before the MTV explosion. He carried real punk roots into mainstream 80s rock culture. So his real name is William Michael Albert Broad. He was born on November the 30th, 1955 in Middlesex, and his nickname, Idol, actually came from a school teacher. Apparently, a teacher once wrote on a report card that he was idle, meaning lazy or not applying himself, and Billy later transformed that into idol. And that's already very punk psychologically, taking criticism and transforming it into identity. Right? So, to understand Billy Idol properly, you have to understand the emotional atmosphere of the late 80s Britain, with economic crisis, youth frustration, social tension, high unemployment, anger toward institutions, and out of that atmosphere emerged punk. Not polished or sophisticated, not even emotionally restrained, but something raw, aggressive, and confrontational. And Billy Idol became part of one of the important early punk bands, Generation X. And Generation X already stood slightly apart from some punk bands, because even though they carried punk energy, they also had melody, hooks, and accessibility in their songs. And that became very important later, because Billy Idol eventually became one of the first artists to successfully bridge punk attitude with mainstream MTV rock. So, songs like Dancing with Myself already contained many things that later defined Billy Idol's solo career, with things like isolation, urban nightlife, restlessness, youthful energy, and highly memorable hooks. And the title itself, Dancing with Myself, became psychologically very interesting later, because people eventually interpret it as loneliness, independence, urban alienation, or simply surviving emotionally alone. And many 80s songs accidentally captured emotional themes that became even more relevant decades later. And then something very important happened in his life when Billy Idol moved to New York City. And this changed everything for him, because early 80s New York had an incredible collision of punk, new wave, club culture, fashion, graffiti, MTV aesthetics, and underground nightlife. And Billy Idol arrived at exactly the right cultural moment. And one of the most important parts of the Billy Idol story here is Steve Stevens, because Steve Stevens was not simply a background guitarist. He became essential to the Billy Idol sound. That huge guitar tone, those melodic solos, the dramatic atmosphere. And without Steve Stevens, Billy Idol's music would have felt very different. And musically, they created this interesting mixture of punk, hard rock, new wave, and electronic production. And then in 1982, Billy Idol released his self-titled debut solo album, Billy Idol. And this is where the MTV era really begins entering the story, because Billy Idol was visually perfect for MTV, with his charisma, movement, attitude, memorable facial expressions, leather aesthetics, and bleached hair. And the camera of MTV preferred that those faces. And then came White Wedding, and this became one of the definitive 80s MTV songs. The opening guitar, the sneer in his voice, the rebellious atmosphere. The song sounded dangerous but still catchy enough for mainstream radio. And that balance became Billy Idol's superpower. He made rebellion commercially accessible. And then in 1983 came Rebel Yale. And this is the peak. This album transformed Billy Idol into a global superstar, with Rebel Yale, Eyes Without a Face, Flesh for Fantasy. And what makes this album fascinating is the emotional contrast, because Rebel Yale is explosive and aggressive, while Eyes Without a Face is melancholic, dreamlike, and emotionally haunting. And Eyes Without a Face may actually be Billy Idol's most psychologically interesting song, because beneath the 80s production, the song feels lonely, detached, emotionally fragmented, almost emotionally numb. And that emotional emptiness became very connected to modern urban life later. The song almost feels like walking through neon lights, emotionally disconnected from people. And that's one reason it aged so well. And then in 1990, Billy Idol experienced a very serious motorcycle accident, and this changed his career trajectory significantly. He nearly lost a leg, and the accident affected touring and his career momentum, and physically changed part of his image and lifestyle too. And many artists psychologically struggle enormously after sudden physical trauma, especially artists whose identity is connected to movement, performance, and physical charisma. And one of the strangest and most underrated Billy Idol moments came with Cyberpunk in 1993. And this album was way ahead of its time conceptually, so to speak. Billy became fascinated with computers, cyberculture, the internet, the digital identity, and technological futures. Long before mainstream society fully entered the online world we were living in. And many people mocked the album at the time. But looking back now, it almost feels prophetic. And Billy Idol still remains culturally recognizable because he represents rebellion with melody, in a way, and also danger but accessible danger, punk attitude but emotionally memorable songwriting. And many people connected with him because beneath the image there was still vulnerability, loneliness, desire, and emotional searching. So I think Billy Idol perfectly represents one side of the 80s that modern culture still romanticizes heavily. That is emotional intensity. Music that was dramatic, stylized, passionate, and completely unafraid of atmosphere. And modern culture often became more ironic emotionally, while artists like Billy Idol fully committed to feeling. And maybe that's one reason people still return to these songs decades later. Alright, everyone, that's been tonight's biography of the day featuring Billy Idol. And after the break, with our favorite Weather Channel Vaporwave background music, we'll continue tonight's journey through the 80s and 90s with our next segment.
You are listening to RetroLovers Radio, your go-to broadcast for positive nostalgia.
All right, welcome back, and now it's time for our next segment, reviewing old magazines from the 80s and 90s. And as I was researching about the biography of Billy Idol, I came across the magazine where it was him again. It was like kind of synchronicity of the day. Another segment, another unofficial segment that is synchronicity of the day. So I said, okay, let's pick this magazine for tonight's show, and let's see what we can find. So in the cover, we have Billy Idol staring directly to the camera with that wild platinum hair and underneath no apologies, no regrets. Creating this cultural message related to the type of music. So this is a Spin magazine from June 1986. To give some context, I had forgotten. And the phrase alone already tells you much about 1986, because the mid-80s were emotionally very different from today. There was a stronger cultural emphasis on attitude, image, individuality, and projection compared to the past decades, and not necessarily vulnerability. And many 80s artists projected confidence almost like armor. But what's interesting is that underneath all that attitude, many of them were deeply insecure, emotionally conflicted, or psychologically exhausted. And Billy Idol himself later became a perfect example of that contradiction. So, one thing younger people today may not fully understand, especially Gen Z, is how important magazine covers used to be. Maybe currently some magazines, or maybe financial magazines, or may remain, but for old people, not for young people. But in the past, magazines were what social media are today, for the vast majority of people. So all this was before social media, before YouTube, before TikTok, before Spotify. So artists were introduced to millions of people through MTV, through radio, and magazine covers. And appearing on the cover of Spin in 1986 meant that you mattered culturally. Maybe I'm out of date for which magazine are relevant in these days. I don't want to sound too punk, but it's not too far away from truth if I say that I don't care too much about knowing. But anyways, and so if we look at the table of content and the initial content, we're going to find artist mentions around Billy Idol, such as the Pogues, In Excess, Siouxsie and the Banshees, The Fall, Pierre Sharkey, and this shows how musically diverse the mid-80s actually were. People today sometimes remember the 80s only through commercial synth pop, But the reality was much wider. There was punk, post-punk, new wave, alternative rock, college rock, Irish folk punk, industrial influences, underground scenes, and you can feel that diversity immediately in this magazine. Also, the ads that we were talking about the other day, the difference between the advertisement from 80s and 90s compared to the present, both in the way of presenting the products and the products itself that were sold. There were ads for TDK cassette, and the whole ad is built around performing music, recording tapes, and becoming your own rock star. And for younger audiences, it may sound strange, but cassette culture was huge psychologically. So people made mixtapes, recorded songs from radio, shared tapes with friends, built emotional memories through physical objects. That somehow they are coming back slowly. Maybe because there is this need in society for not a need for analog as if they had some kind of magic inside, but I think as this kind of attempt for genuine feelings from certain experiences that these objects allowed in the years that were used. So as they are objects, they can be used again in this time too, as long as they provide positive feelings, right?
This is RetroLovers Radio. RetroLovers Radio.
Then there is an article about the fall with Mark Smith that may have been one of the most uncompromising figures in post-punk history. And the article says something such as it explains how the fall resisted commercialization and showmanship and mainstream expectations. And that tension became one of the defining battles of the 80s industry, among others. So the conflict between authenticity and commercial visibility. In punk, that is like a key element, right? In rock as well, but in punk with more intensity. And artists still struggle with this exact same problem today. Only now it happens through branding, metrics, algorithms, click-through rates, and this constant optimization culture. Then there is an article about fear culture in which talks about growing up, moving from youthful success with the undertones into adulthood and business and ambition and professional reinvention. And that transition becomes very psychologically important for many musicians. How do you grow older but without losing your identity? And many people listening tonight probably relate to that question too. Maybe most of you not being musicians, but in your own career. And then there was an In Excess article that was a little bit hilarious by Lex McNeil. And the article describes teenage fandom with all these screaming girls and the hysteria and the charisma of Michael Hutchence. And In Excess represented a very specific kind of 80s rock star energy, exuding confidence, sensuality, style, mystery, and being cool but without looking overly manufactured. And Michael Hutchence had something very difficult to define. That is presence. Some artists don't even need to move much, they simply dominate attention naturally. And then, as usual in this magazine, what stands out are the editorials, with the editor's opening commentary. Talking about censorship, media control, and moral panic in the 80s. So the topics of those editorials were related to parental advisory labels, political pressure, fear around rock music, and fear around youth culture. And what's interesting in reading and revisiting this content is that every generation eventually develops new moral panics around media. In the 80s, rock music and heavy metal. Today, with social media, AI, algorithms, dopamine addiction, digital manipulation. Technology changes over time, but the anxiety about cultural influence remains very similar. So reviewing this magazine today, you can feel something very strongly. That is, the thing we can say is personality. The artists felt distinct from each other. The scenes felt distinct, and the magazines themselves had identity. As we were comparing the other day, the different editorial styles. And modern digital culture sometimes feels flattened. Everything competing inside the same feed, with the same apps, the same algorithms, the same attention systems. But magazines like this remind you that culture once felt more tribal, more localized or physical. And that's one reason these old magazines still feel emotionally alive. They weren't only reporting culture, they were part of the atmosphere itself. Alright everyone, that's been tonight's magazine review with the issue of Spin magazine in June 1986. And after this brief recess, we're coming back with Discography of the Day. Stay tuned.
This is Back to the Present. On this day in the 80s and 90s, music, live talk, human connection, and life reflections.
All right, and we are back with our next segment, Discography of the Day. And if you're listening as a radio, you are missing who we are talking about. But if you're watching the screen, you're going to find out who our artist or band is. So tonight we're doing something slightly bigger than usual because this band simply deserves it. Because when people talk about late 70s and early 80s evolution in rock music, there's one band that almost perfectly connected punk, reggae, new wave, pop sophistication, and musicianship, while still becoming one of the biggest bands on earth. And we're talking about The Police. And what makes The Police so interesting is that they sounded intelligent without sounding pretentious. They could be catchy, danceable, musically sophisticated, emotionally melancholic, and rhythmically unique, all at the same time. So the classic lineup was Sting in bass and vocals, Andy Summers in guitar, and Stuart Copeland in drums. And this was one of the most musically interesting trios in rock history, because each member came from very different backgrounds. We were revisiting the biography of Sting the other day. So Sting came from jazz influences, songwriting, and intellectual lyricism. Stuart Copeland brought explosive rhythmic creativity and punk energy, and Annie Summers brought texture, atmosphere, and sophisticated guitar work. And when these three personalities collided, the chemistry became magical. So here on screen we are seeing the cover of the first album, Outlandos Tamur. The debut album already sounds unique immediately because while punk bands were often becoming rawer and louder in the late 70s, The Police became lighter, groovier, and more rhythmically spacious. And the reggae influence became essential because it was not imitation reggae but a fusion of punk, new wave, and reggae rhythm. So the first song, Roxanne, was the song that changed everything for The Police. At first many radio stations actually rejected it because the lyrics about prostitution made some stations uncomfortable. But eventually Roxanne became one of the defining songs of the late 70s. And what makes it brilliant is the emotional contradiction. Because the song sounds romantic, desperate, melancholic, yet rhythmically hypnotic. And Sting's vocal performance already sounded emotionally distinctive. Then we have the song I Can't Stand Losing You. This song already introduced another recurring Police theme, that is emotional instability beneath catchy music. Because many Police songs sound pleasant, while lyrically exploring themes such as obsession, loneliness, jealousy, or emotional fragility. And that psychological contrast made them much deeper than typical radio pop. Then is the turn for Regatta de Blanc, the second album, and where the police became globally undeniable. The band sounded tighter and more confident, more experimental, and rhythmically more adventurous. With songs such as Message in a Bottle, that may be one of the greatest loneliness songs ever disguised as a radio hit, because underneath the massive chorus, the song is basically about isolation. A person emotionally alone, sending messages into the unknown, hoping somebody answers. And that concept became even more relevant in the internet age. Millions connected digitally, yet many still emotionally isolated. Then we have songs like Walking on the Moon, and this song feels almost weightless, with this sparse arrangement throughout the song, the echoing guitar, the reggae pause, and Andy Summers' guitar work here is incredible. He rarely overcrowded songs with his guitar. He usually creates space. And many modern productions lost that sense of breathing room. Then we have a song like The Bed's Too Big Without You. And this song perfectly captures the emotional atmosphere that the police mastered. That kind of minimalist sadness. That it wasn't exaggerated drama, but just absence. Then, following in their career, comes their third album called Segnata Mondata in 1980. Here we arrive to the 80s, and this album reflects something very interesting psychologically, that is success pressure. Because by now the police were becoming enormous globally, touring constantly, recording quickly, with some industry pressure growing. And the band members themselves later admitted they were exhausted during parts of this period. But somehow they still created masterpieces, with songs such as Don't Stand So Close to Me, and this became one of their biggest hits, and lyrically it was unusually sophisticated for mainstream pop. The song references Vladimir Nabokov, teacher-student tension, desire, fear, and social boundaries. And the police trusted audiences to handle intelligent lyrics. And modern pop sometimes underestimates listeners emotionally and intellectually. Not to say complete musical genres of these times. Then we have a funny song called the Do 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 Da Da Da. Maybe I'm missing a do and missing a da, but you identify which song is it, right? It's like the Obla Da from the Beatles. And people sometimes misunderstand this song as simple nonsense. But Sting actually wrote it partly as commentary about how language becomes empty in public communication. And that feels very more modern now, because today people consume endless noise, endless headlines, short reactions, and this algorithmic chatter without much real communication happening. Then we move forward to their album number 4 called Ghost in the Machine in 1981. And this is where the atmosphere becomes darker, more mature, and more technological. The title itself, Ghost in the Machine, already sounds psychologically fascinating. Human beings inside systems, identity inside technology, emotion inside machinery. And this album feels strangely prophetic now, with songs such as Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic, that sounds joyful, but underneath there's still some emotional insecurity. And the narrator feels powerless emotionally in a way. And that vulnerability of the lyrics become part of Sting's songwriting identity throughout his career later as well. Then we have songs like Invisible Sun, and this is one of the most underrated The Police songs ever, because it was dark, political, hopeful, atmospheric, and it was inspired partly by violence and conflict in Northern Ireland. And it captures something very important emotionally, trying to maintain hope during difficult historical periods. And one reason the Police music became so intense is because the band members constantly clashed, especially Sting and Stuart Copeland, with creative conflicts, strong personalities, control struggles, and many great bands contain creative tension. Not comfortable harmony, but friction that generates energy. So the Police age extraordinarily well because they avoided sounding generic. The rhythms were unique, the guitar textures were unique, the emotional atmosphere they created was unique. And lyrically, many songs explore themes like alienation, communication, distance, technology, desire, and emotional confusion sometimes. And they are all themes that became even more relevant decades later. And then finally, their last album, Synchronicity, in 1983. And this is, with this album we arrive at the final studio album. And this is probably their most important album commercially and historically. Released in 1983, Synchronicity became the moment where the Police moved from being a huge band to becoming one of the biggest bands in the world. But what makes this album so interesting is that it doesn't sound like a relaxed victory lap. It sounds very tense, very fragmented and intelligent and emotionally uncomfortable. And that makes sense because by this point the relationships inside the band were under enormous pressure. Sting, Stuart Copeland and Andy Summers were no longer just three musicians building something together. They were three very strong creative personalities inside the machine that had become massive. And sometimes success doesn't reduce tension. Sometimes it magnifies it. So we have songs like Every Breath You Take, and of course this is the giant song from the album. And this is one of the most misunderstood songs in pop history, because many people hear it as a romantic ballad, but lyrically it is much darker. It's about surveillance and possession and obsession and control. And that's what makes it so psychologically interesting. It sounds beautiful, but the emotional content is deeply unsettling. And in a strange way, that makes it feel even more relevant today. Because we now live in a world of constant watching, tracking, monitoring, digital traces, and invisible observation. So, a song from 1983 about obsessive watching almost feels prophetic now. Then we have songs like King of Pain, and this is one of Sting's most emotionally direct songs. It's poetic, melancholic, and full of images of internal suffering. Not using, not conveying screaming pain or theatrical pain, but some quiet symbolic pain. And psychologically, that kind of song connects with people because it gives shape to some feelings that are hard to explain. Then we have Wrapped Around Your Finger, and this song has that mysterious, almost hypnotic atmosphere with the references to power, to control, learning, manipulation, and emotional transformation. And again, the Police were writing pop songs that didn't talk down to the audience. They trusted listeners with strange images, with literary references, and emotional ambiguity. So Synchronicity became both a commercial peak and almost the end of the band's internal balance. It gave them one of the defining songs of the entire decade, but it also marked the point where the group could no longer continue in the same way. And that's very common in music history. Sometimes the greatest album is not the beginning of a stable future. Sometimes it's the final explosion before separation. And after the breakup and after Synchronicity, the Police essentially stopped functioning as an active studio band. Sting moved into a hugely successful solo career. Andy Summers continued with solo projects, collaborations, and photography. And Stuart Copeland worked in film scores, war music, and many experimental projects. But then many years later, the Police reunited for one final major world tour in 2007. And that reunion mattered emotionally, because for fans who had grown up with those songs, it was a chance to see that chemistry alive again. Even if the original band tension was part of the story. Their sound was still unmistakable. That bass voice, the guitar atmosphere, that restless drumming. The Police were never just another rock trio. They were a very specific collision of personalities. And if we look at the complete classic discography now, give me 1 second. If we look to the whole discography, these 5 albums, we see one of the most impressive five albums arcs in rock history. From punk reggae urgency to global sophistication, to dark technological atmosphere, to one of the biggest final albums of the 1980s. Alright, that's been tonight's discography of the day.
This is Back to the Present.
All things 80s and 90s.
Alright, we're back again, and now it's time for another episode of Generations Reflecting on Lifestyles. This segment where we react to discussions about modern life, culture, work, mental overload, and social changes happening in our society. So tonight's video may be one of the most psychologically accurate descriptions of modern life we've reacted so far. It's a bit heavy. It's called Nobody Believes the Future Will Be Better Anymore, and by the channel The Functional Melancholic. You can go and subscribe to the channel if you like the video, and we're going to listen to him for a while, and then I will come back with the reaction.
I was talking to someone recently, a middle-aged friend, reasonably put together on the outside, and I asked if there was anything that he was looking forward to. You know, I was just making conversation, and he kind of paused and said, "Man, I'm just trying to make it through the week." And, you know, I didn't think much of it at the time, because I get it. I've been there. But something about that response did stay with me, because I guess I've been noticing that kind of response a lot more often these days. You know, whether it's online or in real life, wherever. And it's this, I guess you could say it's this response that has an absence of any forward-looking energy in people, right? So it's not quite depression. I wouldn't call it complete hopelessness in the clinical sense. I guess there's just this deflated feeling around the future. Like the future's still there, technically. It's just that nobody's particularly excited to meet it anymore.
Alright, so this is the video called Nobody Believes the Future Will Be Better Anymore. And the title alone already explains something many people silently feel today. And one of the first things the creator says is that older generations often lived with an almost invincible assumption that life would gradually improve. Not in a perfect or magical way, but broadly improve, right? So for many Gen X kids growing up in the 80s and 90s, that assumption really did exist. You studied, you worked, you slowly built a life, maybe bought a home, maybe formed a family, maybe your children would have more opportunities than you. And people didn't necessarily think about this consciously every day, which is why the creator describes it as wallpaper. It was a background emotional assumption. And that's very important psychologically, because human beings emotionally function very differently when they believe that their effort accumulates towards something. And if you watch many 80s and 90s movies, commercials, music videos, and even magazine advertisements, you can feel that atmosphere. There was still a stronger cultural belief in forward movement. Technology felt exciting, career felt more stable, the future felt open. Even songs often reflected this emotionally. Road songs, dream songs, escape songs, starting over songs, future-oriented songs. And that doesn't mean life was easy, as I always remark. There were recessions, there were these Cold War fears, job losses as well, social problems, violence, economic anxiety. But culturally, many people still emotionally believed that tomorrow could become better. And then the author of the video introduces the concept of liquid modernity from sociologist Zygmunt Bauman. And this is such an important idea, because Bauman argued that older stable structures slowly dissolved into fluid instability. Stable careers, long-term jobs, predictable institutions, stable social expectations, all suddenly, not suddenly, but gradually becoming temporary, flexible, project-based, and unstable. And the creator says something very powerful here, that you cannot build on liquid. And psychologically, that sentence explains a lot of modern anxiety, because humans emotionally need some sense of continuity. Not necessarily certainty, but continuity. And another point the video makes is brilliant psychologically, because it says that humans are relatively good at surviving, with this kind of acute crisis, such as a storm, a war, a sudden emergency. But we are much worse at handling chronic low-level instability. And that describes modern life perfectly for many people. Not constant catastrophe, but constant uncertainty. And constant economic uncertainty, I was saying, technological uncertainty, many types of uncertainties, social uncertainty, AI uncertainty, what else? Housing uncertainty, relationships uncertainty, and the nervous system never fully relaxes in these times. It stays slightly braced. And many people listening tonight probably recognize that feeling immediately. And this may be the most important part of the entire video. When the creator explains that modern project-based life prevents many people from building a coherent life narrative. And that's psychologically huge, because humans don't only need money, they also need meaning. The feeling that their life is accumulating towards something. But modern life increasingly feels fragmented, with temporary contracts, gig work, restructuring, constant adaptation, constant reinvention, and many people begin feeling like they are no longer building a life, but continuously maintaining instability. And this is where the difference with the 80s and 90s becomes very interesting, because back then many people still imagined adulthood as a narrative. Not perfect, but as a narrative. You start somewhere, you grow, then you accumulate experience, and you slowly construct a life, right? And many 80s and 90s songs emotionally reflected that structure, that linear structure. Songs about journeys, dreams, working hard, holding on, starting over, finding love, escaping small towns, building futures. And today many people no longer feel they are moving through a story, but instead moving between temporary survival stages. And another very deep part of the video is the idea of the false self. In the video, the creator references Donald Winnicott, that was a psychologist, a childhood specialized in childhood, and this becomes very visible online. Many people feel socially unsafe admitting that they are exhausted or uncertain or anxious or emotionally overwhelmed. So instead, they perform stability. They perform optimization, motivation, certainty, confidence, while internally feeling exhausted. And modern social media intensify this enormously. Everybody performing functionality simultaneously. And this creates a strange collective loneliness. And I also really liked how the video reframed scrolling, binging, and escapism in these modern times. Not simply as laziness, but often as nervous system regulation. And that's psychologically very accurate. When human beings exceed their emotional processing capacity, they often seek avoidance. But the tragedy is that many modern digital systems are designed to keep people consuming rather than actually recovering. And that's a very important distinction. So, but but despite all this, I actually think the video ends in a very hopeful place, because the creator does not say that everything is doomed and the typical is the end kind of dark message, but instead he suggests shifting focus away from global certainty and toward local meaning. And I think that's one of the healthiest psychological ideas modern people can recover in these days. Looking for smaller time horizons, real conversations, making things with your hands, being physically present, building authentic friendships, creating a small meaningful routines. And that's also one reason many people emotionally reconnect with 80s and 90s culture. Because despite all the imperfections of those decades, people often remember presence, physicality, shared experiences, less fragmentation, and more attention. And maybe the future was never fully guaranteed. Maybe previous generations also carried fears we now romanticize away. But psychologically, human beings still need a sense of hope. Not fantasy or denial, but some sense of hope. A hope does not always come from giant systems. Sometimes it comes from small communities, real conversations, creative projects, friendships, good music, meaningful routines, and emotionally honest human connection. So maybe one of the biggest mistakes modern culture made was convincing people that only massive visible success counts as a synonym of a meaningful life, right? Because many meaningful lives are built actually quietly. So maybe the future doesn't need to look exactly like the optimistic promises people imagine in the 80s and 90s, to still contain beauty, purpose, friendship, real love, creativity, good music, and meaningful moments. Sometimes people regain hope not by controlling the entire future, but by reconnecting with the next meaningful step. And that may be enough to begin rebuilding psychological stability again. Alright, everyone, that's been tonight Generations reflecting on lifestyle, comparing 80s and 90s with the present. And after a very short recess, we come back with our last segment called Tools for These Times. Alright, let's go on now with our segment Tools for These Times, the segment where we use 80s and 90s music together with practical psychology to help navigate modern life a little more consciously. And after tonight's previous conversation about future anxiety, social instability, loss of long term certainty, and people feeling emotionally exhausted by modern life, I think tonight's topic becomes very clear. So, tonight's problem is chronic future anxiety and emotional paralysis. You know, that feeling when the future starts feeling unclear, unstable, and foggy, not necessarily one giant disaster happening, but constant economic uncertainty, technological change, social fragmentation, AI anxiety, housing anxiety, and career instability, for instance. And eventually, the nervous system starts living in anticipation mode, always slightly bracing emotionally. And many people today are not relaxing psychologically anymore. They are monitoring reality constantly. And over time, in the long term, that creates fatigue, hopelessness, doom scrolling, avoidance, and emotional paralysis. Because when people stop believing that their effort leads somewhere, then motivation slowly begins collapsing. So the first song that will remind us about this problem is Ship of Fools by World Party. And this is one of the most underrated songs about collective confusion. Maybe it wasn't a top classic of the 80s, but it is a very helpful song due to its lyrics. The song feels like watching civilization drift emotionally, with system moving without direction, people moving without trust, and a world feeling psychologically unstable. And in its lyrics, you can listen to this line: "We are on a ship of fools." And emotionally, many people today secretly feel exactly like that. Like society itself sometimes feels overstimulated, fragmented, and uncertain about where it's heading. And psychologically, constant instability creates a very dangerous feeling. There is learned helplessness, the sensation that nothing can really be controlled anymore. And once people emotionally reach that point, many stop. Many stop planning, stop dreaming, or building something. And this is where tonight's psychological tool becomes very important. Our tool, our psychological tool will be grounding through present-oriented action. So it doesn't matter much the name of this technique, and it sounds simple, but it's actually powerful because anxious minds constantly try to solve the entire future in 5 seconds. But human beings emotionally cannot stabilize themselves while mentally living 5 years ahead every day. So grounding techniques help bring attention back to our actionable reality. What we can do now is what I tell you at every closing of each live stream. Do what you can with what you have. So it's not everything that could happen, but what can actually be done now. And this doesn't mean denying reality. It means refusing to let the brain permanently live inside this catastrophic projection. So let's see the trap of the mind in this situation, because future anxious minds often believe, if I worry enough, maybe I will gain control. But psychologically, constant worry rarely creates clarity. It usually creates exhaustion. And many people today are mentally spending enormous emotional energy on futures that haven't even happened. So, grounding works by reconnecting people with small concrete actions. Simple things like organizing one part of your life, walking, calling somebody, learning one practical skill, cleaning your space, writing plans for this week instead of mentally surviving the next 20 years. And small actions psychologically restore agency. And agency reduces helplessness. So the solution song that will remind us to apply this technique is going to be Beautiful Boy, Darling Boy by John Lennon. And this may contain one of the most psychologically important lyrics ever written about anxiety. Because in the middle of all the uncertainty, John Lennon suddenly says the unforgettable phrase, "Life is what happens to you while you're busy making other plans." And that line is incredibly powerful psychologically, because anxious minds often become so obsessed with future control that they stop emotionally participating in the present moment. And many people today are so busy preparing for life that they accidentally stop living it, right? And the real psychological message tonight is not ignore the future. It's don't abandon the present while fearing the future. Because meaning is often rebuilt through small moments, such as real conversations, good music, friendship, creating something, helping someone, cooking or walking, or laughing, resting properly, and being emotionally present. And those small moments are not meaningless. They are often the foundation of psychological resilience. So, human beings historically survived difficult periods not because they controlled everything around them, but because they preserved meaning and community and some routines, and they used creativity and human connection inside that uncertainty environment. And that still matters today. So if modern life increasingly feels like a ship of fools, then maybe one of the healthiest things people can do psychologically is stop trying to emotionally control the entire ocean and instead reconnect with the next meaningful step directly in front of them. And sometimes that alone begins restoring hope. Alright everyone, that's been tonight Tools for These Times, and we're going to start to wrap up tonight live stream with the final thoughts in the editorial segment after a few seconds of recess. All right, and after tonight's conversations about future anxiety, social instability, constant uncertainty, and people increasingly struggling to believe that life will improve, I think there's one question quietly sitting underneath all of this. What happens psychologically when a society stops trusting the future? Because honestly, human beings can survive very difficult realities if they still believe that their effort matters. And that belief shaped a lot of the emotional atmosphere of the 80s and 90s. If you really study the emotional atmosphere of the 80s and 90s, you notice something very important. That is movement. Road movies, travel songs, escape songs, starting over songs, dream songs, songs about career, about future. Even when life was difficult, there was still a stronger emotional feeling that something could still be built. And that psychological orientation changes everything. Because when people emotionally believe that their actions accumulate toward a future, then they tolerate struggle differently. But modern life increasingly feels interrupted with these temporary jobs that we were talking about, all the liquid society we're living in, with all turning temporary jobs, temporary identities, temporary trends, temporary attention spans, temporary certainty. And many people no longer feel they are building a life, but continuously adapting to instability. And that slowly exhausts the nervous system. I think one of the biggest mental health issues today is not always dramatic breakdown, but this low level, invisible exhaustion. The feeling of constantly processing too much information, too many crises in the news, too many notifications, too many possibilities, too many comparisons, too much uncertainty. And the nervous system was never designed for continuous global awareness. Human beings evolved in local reality, in families, small communities, physical environments, and direct experiences. But now people wake up every morning and immediately emotionally absorb wars, economic fears, social outrage, AI fears, political chaos, and algorithmic emotional stimulation before even fully waking up in the morning. And that changes people psychologically. So one thing that deeply worries me psychologically is how many people are beginning to lose this long-term emotional imagination, the ability to imagine future chapters. Because when people stop imagining future possibilities, they often begin emotionally shrinking their lives. Not necessarily physically, but psychologically. They stop dreaming, stop creating, stop trusting, stop building slowly. And that's dangerous in the long term, because hopelessness is not simply sadness. Hopelessness is the collapse of internal future. And this is one reason music still matters so much in these times, especially older music. Because many songs from the 80s and 90s that I try to bring here in the radio still carried aspiration, movement, reflection, emotional sincerity, and hope. Not fake positivity, but emotional momentum. And sometimes the song reminds people emotionally that life is still moving, that emotions still exist, that beauty still exists, that connection, that human connection still exists. And people psychologically need reminders of that. So maybe one mistake modern culture made was convincing people that meaning only exists in gigantic visible success. But many meaningful lives are built quietly through genuine friendships, small communities, listening to good music, small projects, family, conversations, creative routines, helping people, even two or three, in your own life, learning slowly, building something slowly, and those things may become more important during unstable times, and not less. And if there's one thing many people emotionally miss from the 80s and 90s, it may not simply be the music itself. It may be the emotional sensation that life will contain this sense of possibility. So I don't think modern people lost the need for that feeling. I think many people are desperately searching for it again. So maybe the future does not need to look exactly like older generations imagined for meaningful lives to still exist. Because human beings have survived many periods of uncertainty throughout history. And what helped people survive psychologically was rarely a perfect sense of certainty. It was usually community, purpose, small routines, creativity, human connection, and the feeling that their actions still mattered. And they still do. So maybe hope today doesn't begin with controlling the entire future, but with rebuilding trust in small meaningful actions again. With one conversation, one small project, one genuine friendship, one routine, one honest moment at a time. Sometimes that's enough to slowly begin rebuilding psychological stability. Alright everyone, that's been tonight's editorial, and we have got into the end of this live stream. So make sure to subscribe to RetroLovers Radio. Thanks a lot. We've been growing a lot in these last weeks. Today we got to 1,400 followers or subscribers, and all of you are reaching out in the comments every day, so I'm really glad about it. Thank you so much. Remember to share these videos, to give your like to every video, so this gets recommended and suggested by the beloved algorithm. and remember that tonight we officially begin a completely new chapter on the channel, that is RetroLovers Stage Time. If you haven't read the last post, I invite you to go to the community tab in the channel, and you will find our last post here. So our new evening live stream series featuring real musicians performing live from local cafes, from bars, from beaches, karaoke nights, and live music venues across the US and UK. And the whole idea behind Stage Time is not simply watching performances. but recreating the atmosphere of going out somewhere, relaxing after work, discovering local musicians, having music in the background, interacting with people live, and decompressing mentally for a while. So modern life became very noisy psychologically, and sometimes people don't necessarily need more information. We all need simply good atmosphere. So tonight we have Ryan Marchand performing live from Clearwater Beach in Florida. So this is exactly the type of atmosphere I want this series to have. So stay tuned. Within 1 hour or so I will begin with the live stream. Tonight I'm going to be broadcasting a replay. It's not going to be fully live. And tomorrow as well is going to be a replay, but in the next weeks I'm going to be restreaming these musicians live stream, so you're going to be able to jump into their live stream in the right moment and request your song by sending your tips directly to the artist and enjoying a real-time interaction. Alright, thank you very much for tuning in. Stay tuned for tonight's first episode of Stage Time within 1 hour, and remember to do what you can with what you have.
All things 80s and 90s.
Welcome everyone. If you love 80s and 90s music, but also miss when radio felt human, you're in the right place. I'm Mick, psychologist, melomaniac, and host of RetroLovers Radio. This is Back to the Present, a live radio-style show where we revisit the music, stories, magazines, charts, memories, and moments that shaped the 80s and 90s. Not to escape today, but to bring something useful back from those years and feel better now. We'll talk about music history, life itself, positive nostalgia, and by the end of the show I will even give you practical tools to deal with modern stress and other types of mental overload using the music we love. All in a relaxed way through real human interaction. So you choose whether this is a radio or TV show. We have 80s and 90s music and footage. You choose whether you listen while working, studying. You choose whether you participate live in the chat or leave your comments in the replay. You choose whether this becomes your new favorite healthy, uplifting human company after stressful days, and the kind of show you didn't know you needed, or simply using this man talking to help you sleep. So wherever you're listening from and whoever you are, welcome in.
This is RetroLovers Radio. All things
So I hope everyone's nervous system survived another week of notifications, algorithms, deadlines, doom scrolling, and all related to the struggles of modern civilization. I'm struggling with my voice today, so at least I have something, another thing to struggle with. But sometimes I think one of the reasons people reconnect so emotionally with 80s and 90s music is because those decades still feel humanized and human-sized. They are not perfect, they were not perfect, and not magically better, but emotionally slower. So there was more waiting, more anticipation, more physicality, more mystery. You waited for songs on the radio, you rented movies physically, you recorded mixtapes, you watched music videos at scheduled times. And that slower rhythm created a very different emotional relationship with culture. And modern life became instant. But psychologically, human beings still need some atmosphere, and some pause, and some slower rhythm. And that's one reason I wanted to create Back to the Present. Not simply another music channel, but a calmer place where music, reflection, nostalgia, psychology, and real conversation can still coexist. I think many people increasingly miss spaces where people talk slowly again. Not everything optimized for attention extraction, outrage, or dopamine, you know. Sometimes people simply want good music, a familiar voice, a calmer atmosphere, and a place where the nervous system can finally breathe a little bit. So tonight again we're going to travel through all the different segments of the show together. We're going to begin with On This Day in 80s and 90s music for May the 29th and the 30th, and we'll continue exploring artists, albums, retro magazines, and cultural moments from the 80s and 90s. And later we also have Tools for These Times, the segment where we'll use music and practical psychology together to talk about one modern emotional struggle that many people silently deal with today. We're going to be remembering and having our segments biography of the day and discography of the day, different artists. You will have to stay to find out whether the discography is just one legendary album or the whole discography of an artist or band. Then we're going to be reviewing an old magazine briefly. And what else? And I think that is it. No, I will say that we're going to have a lot of more surprises. So stay on the show and then until the end, and then you will find out whether it was only this or there were more.
All things 80s and 90s.
And seeing people relaxing together in the chat, it's already great. Also in the comments you leave in the replays. I have some updates regarding the channel. There are going to be some updates in some section of the channel, and one recent playlist that we have launch on Wednesday that are going to be changed, and another playlist that is coming in this maybe tomorrow or Sunday. So we have a stage time, and that was announced, and also we have the first live stream featuring Ryan Marchand. But unfortunately, due to these constant platform limitations with content that is long to explain, it's risky in the long term to keep on live streaming or re-streaming content from other live streams. So even though nothing happens right now or in the short term, in the long term there are risks that for the channel. So what I will do is I will keep this on RetroLovers stage time playlist and section, but it will change. Instead of restreaming the other musician live in the channel, I will be doing a brief introduction live streams 5 to 10 minutes before the musician live stream in their own channel, and I will be redirecting you with a link and to their channel directly. So the section will become like a recommendation section for you to go and explore new artists, get to know new local artists, and interact. Sorry, I'm struggling with my voice today. And so you jump directly into their live chat and request your songs directly there. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to keep this live stream from Monday to Friday, but I will see how many days and weeks I will connect 3 times, other weeks from Monday to Friday, other weeks maybe only 2 days, depending also on the schedule of the musicians when they are live streaming. And I will be connecting 5 minutes earlier here, and I will share the link for you to go to their channel and enjoy their full live stream on their channel. So in the long term, you're going to get to know a lot of musicians that are great performers for healthy entertainment in the evenings, and support them with your donations and songs requests. But I won't be able to restreaming in the channel the whole live stream. Sometimes maybe I can get to stream their first songs or something like that. Then the other update is that some real 80s and 90s music is coming to the channel, as I'm creating a new playlist with long hours worth of 80s and 90s songs for you to play in the background for hours. But this task also has given me unnecessary struggles as well with the copyright of the song in the platform. So there's a specific way in which it must be done. So it requires extra time and extra hours in order to upload the long video for you to have a 2, 3, 4 hours long playlist running non-stop as a video. So as soon as I finish all this editing that I need to do, and unfortunately many songs are not going to be played because of YouTube limitations and internal technical difficulties unnecessary but the platform creates, then hopefully by tomorrow, Saturday or Sunday, it will be ready, a new segment that will be a 24/7 RetroLovers Radio stream, not stream, but a playlist in which you're going to find this video with 2, 3, 4 hours long of 80s and 90s music, a selection of the classics for you to listen in the background whenever you want, or while you're going somewhere. And then I will start uploading a 10-hour, roughly, a 10 hours long videos with a selection of these Back to the Present live stream show for you to watch it in a row and listen in the background as a radio. So if you join and combine the music with this long selection of Back to the Present live stream, you're going to have a 24-hour ongoing radio experience to live in the background while you study, while you're working, or whenever you want, or as long as you prefer. So yeah, so basically those were the updates. So now we continue with our segment on this day in 80s and 90s music. So the headlines for May the 29th in 1982, we have that Madness reached #1 on the UK single charts with House of Fun, their first and only UK #1 single. Then on this day in 1982, Paul McCartney reached #1 on the Billboard 200 with Tug of War, his third solo studio album. On this day, like today, in 1984, Tina Turner releases Private Dancer, the comeback album that became an international success. On this day in 1993, Janet Jackson reached #1 in the UK with Janet, which also topped charts in the US, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. On this day in 1997, unfortunately, Jeff Buckley drowned while swimming in the Wolf River in Tennessee, aged 30. Now for May the 30th, in 1980, Peter Gabriel releases his third solo album, Melt. On this day in 1981, Echo and the Bunnymen release Heaven Up Here, their second studio album. On a day like today in 1987, David Bowie begins the Glass Spider Tour in Rotterdam, Netherlands. And on this day in 1998, Simply Red topped the UK album charts with Blue. Okay, so let's begin with Madness and House of Fun. And this is one of those songs that immediately captures British early 80s energy. With playfulness, chaos, humor, youthful awkwardness. And one thing many people forget about the early 80s is that despite economic anxiety, Cold War fears, and social tension, there was also a strong culture of fun. Music videos didn't always try to look serious, dark, or emotionally tortured. Bands like Madness embraced character, comedy, and theatrical personality. And that gave many songs a very human quality. And then we move into Paul McCartney reaching number one with Tug of War. The album is very important emotionally in McCartney's career because it came after the assassination of John Lennon. And you can feel that emotional atmosphere inside parts of the album. It sounds more reflective, more mature, more emotionally aware. And one thing that fascinates me about older artists is how their music slowly begins carrying time. You hear experience, loss, memory, aging, friendship, and emotional history inside the song themselves. And that emotional depth is one reason older listeners often reconnect so strongly with music from previous decades. And the big emotional story tonight may actually be Tina Turner, because Private Dancer was not simply a successful album, it was one of the greatest comebacks in music history. I think we covered the other day in Biography of the Day, right? If I'm not, if I'm remembering right. So that makes the album psychologically very powerful, because Tina Turner rebuilt her career at an age where the industry often expected women to disappear commercially. And she came back stronger than ever. Many people emotionally connect with comeback stories because they represent reinvention, the possibility that life is not over at failure, pain, after failure, or after pain, or a divorce, or aging, or difficult periods. And songs like What's Love Got to Do with It carry that emotional maturity. Not a naive type of romance, but somebody emotionally wiser after life experience. And then in 1993, Janet Jackson reaches number one with Janet. And this album represents a very important transition in 90s culture, because Janet moved away from the younger, controlled image toward a much more adult, sensual, self-defined identity. And the early 90s became a period where many artists increasingly explore personal identity, sexualities, self-expression, and emotional autonomy. And Janet Jackson became one of the most important artists leading that transition. And the production of this album also perfectly captures smooth early 90s atmosphere, with warm R&B textures, slow grooves, intimacy, and confidence. And many 90s albums felt closer emotionally, less aggressive, more sensual, more human scale. And she started to differentiate from his brother Michael, right? And the emotional contrast tonight becomes strongest with Jeff Buckley, because unlike the previous stories of success, charts, and reinvention, this becomes a story of fragility, And Jeff Buckley's death in 1997 still feels emotionally shocking because many people saw him as an artist with enormous unrealized future potential. And his music carried a very rare emotional vulnerability. Not performance vulnerability, but real vulnerability. And that's one reason songs like Alleluia still emotionally affect people so deeply today. There was something profoundly human, fragile, and emotionally exposed in his voice. Artists like Jeff Buckley remind people that music is not only entertainment. Sometimes it becomes emotional truth. So tonight's events together tell a very interesting story about human reinvention. After looking all the artists mentioned in these headlines, we have Madness bringing joy, Paul McCartney carrying memory, Tina Turner rebuilding herself, Janet Jackson redefining identity, and Jeff Buckley exposing emotional vulnerability. And that emotional diversity is one reason the 80s and 90s still feel so alive culturally. Because the music allowed humor, pain, growth, reinvention, sensuality, reflection, and emotional fragility to coexist, right? And modern people still deeply hunger for that level of human emotional texture. Alright, that's been tonight on this day in 80s and 90s music for May the 29th and the 30th. And after this brief recess, we are coming back with our biography of the day. All right, This is time for Biography of the Day, and tonight we're talking about somebody who represents one of the most recognizable voices and visual identities of 80s hard rock. With big hair, powerful vocals, blues influence, arena rock, MTV, emotional ballads, and one of the most iconic rock images of the decade. We're talking about David Coverdale. And David Coverdale's story is fascinating because, unlike many artists who exploded young, his path towards superstardom was gradual. He didn't become famous as a teenage pop idol. He slowly climbed through blues rock, classic rock, and eventually one of the biggest hard rock bands of the 1980s. So first, David Coverdale was born on September the 22nd, 1951, in Saltburn by the Sea, and his upbringing was deeply connected to blues and soul music. And that's very important here, because unlike many hard rock singers who sounded purely aggressive, Coverdale always carried blues warmth. Even in huge rock songs, there was still soul influence, melody, and emotional phrasing. And everything changes for him in 1973, because one of the biggest rock bands in the world at the time, Deep Purple, suddenly needed a new singer. And that was not an easy position to enter, right? Because Deep Purple already had massive global reputation. But David Coverdale auditioned and got the job. And this immediately changed his entire life. So the famous Deep Purple lineup during this period included Ritchie Blackmore on guitar, John Lord on keyboards, Ian Pace on drums, Glenn Hughes on bass and vocals, and David Coverdale as lead singer. And this version of Deep Purple became much more funky, bluesy, and soulful compared to the earlier, harder style. And then came Burn in 1974, and this album is one of the greatest hard rock albums ever made. Burn became legendary, and Coverdale immediately proved he belonged there, because replacing a famous singer in a giant band is psychologically very difficult, but he brought power, charisma, and a completely different emotional texture. And then came Stormbringer, and this album divided fans because the band moved even more toward funk, soul, and blues influences. And Ritchie Blackmore himself became frustrated with that direction and eventually left the band. And this shows something very common in music history, that creative tension about identity was common in the stories of all bands. So they were wondering what kind of band they were becoming. And after Deep Purple dissolved temporarily, David Coverdale slowly began building his own identity. And that identity became Whitesnake. And early Whitesnake sounded very different from what many younger people later associated with the band. Early Whitesnake was much more blues rock, warm, groovy, loose, and soulful. And the original lineup included fantastic musicians like Bernie Marsden and Mickey Moody, and this era of Whitesnake is loved deeply by classic rock fans. But then something huge happens in the 80s, and Whitesnake evolves into arena rock, with bigger sound, bigger production, more MTV-oriented visuals. And they release one of the definitive songs of the entire decade, Here I Go Again. And this song became much bigger than simply a rock hit. It became an emotional anthem about reinvention, starting over, and refusing defeat. And many people connected deeply with this line. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. Because underneath the huge production, the song carries loneliness, determination, and emotional resilience. And then in 1987 came White Snake, often simply called 1987. And this album transformed Whitesnake into global superstars. With Here I Go Again, Is This Love, Still of the Night, all became massive hits. And the production style perfectly represents late 80s arena rock, with huge drums, layered guitars, powerful vocals, emotional intensity. And honestly, Is This Love might actually be one of Coverdale's most emotionally enduring songs. Because unlike many power ballads, it sounds genuinely vulnerable. But somebody emotionally uncertain and hopeful at the same time. And that emotional sincerity is one reason that the song aged so well, right? Let's see if I can beat my voice today. So, David Coverdale also became one of the defining visual symbols of late 80s MTV rock, with the long hair, the videos, the shower car in Here I Go Again. And the MTV era transformed musicians into visual mythologies. And Coverdale understood that atmosphere very well. But what I find most interesting psychologically about David Coverdale is his resilience, because the music industry changed repeatedly around him. 70s hard rock, punk, new wave, MTV, then grunge, and somehow he survived multiple generations of musical change. And artists who survive decades usually possess adaptability, not necessarily changing their identity completely, but evolving enough to remain emotionally relevant. And like many hard rock artists, Whitesnake was heavily impacted by the rise of grunge in the early 90s. Suddenly, the musical atmosphere changed dramatically. The polished, glamorous rock star image became culturally unfashionable. And many 80s rock bands psychologically struggled during that transition. But Coverdale continued performing, recording, touring, and preserving the Whitesnake legacy. And David Coverdale represents something very important about classic rock culture. That is emotional intensity, with big voices, big emotions, big melodies, big heartbreak as well, big atmosphere. And modern culture sometimes became more emotionally ironic, while artists like Coverdale fully committed to passion. And maybe that's one reason songs like Here I Go Again and Is This Love still emotionally resonate decades later. Because beneath the hair, the leather, the MTV imagery, and the arena rock production, there were still very human emotions, such as loneliness, hope, desire, reinvention, and resilience. Alright everyone, that's been tonight's Biography of the Day featuring David Coverdale. And after this brief break, we'll continue our journey through the 80s and 90s here on Back to the Present with our next segment reviewing briefly a retro magazine.
All things 80s and 90s.
All right, we are here in our next segment reviewing old magazines, and today we have a Spin magazine from August 1987. And we have Simple Minds in the cover. Give me 1 second. Today I'm struggling with many technical things apart from my voice. But I will win. So as we usually see in these reviews of old magazine or newspapers, and if you have some old magazines that you want me to review and share with all the audience, then you can send it to me by email and or in the Facebook page, and I will be reviewing that magazine. One thing that takes my attention is the emotional atmosphere hidden between the pages, right? With the different type of ads, the writing style, the cultural anxieties of that moment, the trends, the humor, the assumptions people had about the future. So we have Simple Minds on the front cover with huge headlines, live and kicking. Talking about their song Alive and Kicking. And so we have aesthetics from the late 80s with big cinematic colors, natural outdoor imagery, a strong emotional atmosphere. And one thing many magazines from the 80s understood very well was mood. And the entire visual language here feels serious, but cool and artistic, and slightly mysterious at the same time. I don't know how to describe properly, artistically, these visual techniques they are using here. If someone knows, you can tell me. I'm not sure, but it's kind of X-ray or kind of technique of photography. So throughout the different pages, we can find different artists like Simple Minds, Marianne Faithfull, Little Steven, Elvis Presley, disco culture, Soviet youth culture, Alex Cox, Joe Strummer, and Fastbox. And music journalism back then often felt broader intellectually. It wasn't only celebrity gossip, it also mixed politics with counterculture, cinema, fashion, social change, and philosophy as well. And one of the interesting things in this issue of the in this magazine issue is the article about Soviet youth culture. And these were the last Gorbachev years, and there was a new Russian youth culture beginning to assert itself and have fun. By this year in the Soviet Union, many rock and pop albums were released from Western countries, so all people from the countries of the Soviet Union were starting to get to know the artists of the 80s, the 70s for the first time, and also some Russian bands and some were appearing like Kino, and there was like this rock explosion in the late 80s. So part of this, leaving all politics aside, but analyzing the cultural fact, it was really interesting what was going on in the late 80s in terms of music and culture in general in the world. And then the editorial is always the best part of all magazines, because you can literally observe what society feared, debated, or were obsessed with at that moment. And in this issue, the editorial talks heavily about media manipulation, information overload, celebrity mythology, and some cultural narratives. And many topics addressed here in these articles are really deep because they discuss and philosophical and abstract, because they discuss how media shapes perception, how images become ideological, how celebrity myth distort reality. And honestly, that sounds almost like somebody describing social media culture today. And it's not very common. Maybe nowadays with social media or YouTube channel, independent YouTube channels, you can everyone looking for this content can somehow at least find a content creator, but it's not common to find magazines or newspapers addressing these topics. So this is a very interesting magazine. With a little bit different aesthetics as the one we have seen before with this technique. I don't know, I call it X-ray image technique. Please somebody tell me what's the name of this image style. And then by the end of the magazine there were the reader's letter section, and in which they passionately argued about different artists like Prince, Bruce Springsteen, and country music, rock, rock credibility. That was a big theme by that transition in the 80s to 90s, the authenticity. Similar to what happened in the late 70s with punk and new wave, criticizing the mainstream rock. So your favorite artist in that moment wasn't simply entertainment, but it represented who you were. And what I like of this magazine is that they remind us that culture once felt slower, more tactile, more exploratory, and strangely more human. Because you waited monthly for magazines, you physically held them, you reread them, you discovered artists slowly, and modern people sometimes consume more information, but emotionally absorb less of it. Because everything now moves too fast. And that slower emotional rhythm is one reason many people still feel deeply nostalgic for 80s and 90s culture. Not because life was perfect, but because culture still allowed anticipation, immersion, and atmosphere. So that's been tonight's magazine review with this issue of the Spin magazine. And coming back after our brief recess, we're going to have our segment Discography of the Day, and you will find out which band is it. I give you that hint, it's a band. Alright, we're coming back with our segment Discography of the Day. And tonight we're talking about one of the most underrated melodic rock bands of the entire 80s. A band that many people recognize immediately, even if they don't instantly recognize the name. Because the moment this song starts, that is Your Love, suddenly everyone shows his on vacation far away, right? So we're talking about the outfield. This is the best image I could find. That is another thing I'm struggling with retro content in general, especially images that they are not in high resolution, so also sometimes using AI to enhance quality, sometimes distort the image and it makes it look worse. So I'm preferring to keep the original image, but also not only the resolution but the size. Sometimes I cannot get the right size, so in order to avoid showing a very small image I have to make it bigger, and when I make it bigger it it looks worse with less resolution. But at least you can identify there are three human beings there, right? They are not extraterrestrial nor animals. You can see and you can imagine the rest, as we used to do in the 80s. Imagine what is missing. Yeah, everything was planned and calculated for you to imagine. It's not intended to have a low resolution. So the outfield are fascinating because they became much bigger in the United States than in their own country, which is ironic because they were actually English. And many Americans during the 80s assumed they were an American band because their sound perfectly fit the American FM radio culture. So first, the classic lineup of the outfield was Tony Lewis in bass and vocals, John Spinks in guitar and songwriter, and Alan Jackman in drums. And honestly, this trio became one of the cleanest examples of melodic 80s pop rock, with big hooks, strong choruses, bright guitars, and melancholy underneath the energy. And before becoming the outfield, the band actually existed earlier under the name The Baseball Boys. And that already reveals something important. They were heavily inspired by American culture. Baseball, American rock radio, US melodic rock, and eventually they changed the name to The Outfield. And everything changes for them in 1985 with Play Deep. This became their breakthrough album. It still sounds incredibly fresh, with songs such as Your Love, All the Love, Say It Isn't So, all came from this album. And what makes Your Love so enduring is that it perfectly balances energy and sadness. Because underneath the catchy chorus, the song actually carries loneliness, desire, emotional confusion, and relationship instability. And many great 80s songs secretly worked exactly like that. They sounded uplifting, but while emotionally containing melancholy, right? And a huge part of the outfield's identity was Tony Lewis' voice. It was warm, emotional, melodic, and slightly fragile. And he never sounded aggressive. Even in energetic songs, there was always something gentle. And that emotional softness helped differentiate the outfield from harder glam metal bands of the same era. And then in 1987 came Bangin'. And this album continued their melodic formula very successfully, with songs like Since You've Been Gone, that became another major hit. And this is one thing I admire about the outfield, is that they understood consistency. They didn't radically reinvent themselves every album. They refined atmosphere. And many bands from the 80s understood that fans often wanted emotional continuity, a recognizable emotional world. And then in 1989 came Voices of Babylon, one of their best albums artistically speaking. And this album feels slightly more mature, slightly moodier, and more atmospheric. Voices of Babylon became one of their signature tracks. And this song perfectly captures the late 80s emotional atmosphere, using big reverb, night driving feeling, melodic longing, emotional distance. And many late 80s songs sounded almost designed for driving at night. There's something cinematic about them. And then in 1990 came Diamond Days. And this album arrived during a very difficult transition period, because by 1990, music culture was beginning to change dramatically. Alternative rock, we had grunge, darker aesthetics, less polished production, and bands associated with clean melodic 80s production would soon struggle commercially. But even then, the outfield still produced great melodic songs. For example, For You became one of the emotional highlights from this era. And the outfield aged much better than many people expected. And I think the reason is their sincerity. They never sounded cynical. There's something emotionally earnest about their music. And modern audiences increasingly reconnect emotionally with sincerity, especially after decades of irony, detachment, and hyper-produced culture. We also have to recognize John Spinks, because he was really the musical architect behind the band. He wrote most of the songs, played the guitar parts, and shaped the melodic identity of the outfield. And his songwriting talent is very underrated, because writing songs that sound simple while remaining memorable for 40 years is incredibly difficult, don't you think? And like many melodic rock bands, the outfield slowly lost mainstream visibility during the 90s, but they never fully disappeared. They continued recording, touring, and maintaining loyal audiences. And that's something I deeply respect about many older bands. They continued because they genuinely loved music itself, not only fame. And there's also sadness connected to the story now as well, as Sean Spinks passed away in 2014 after battling with cancer, and then Tony Lewis passed away in 2020. And that gives songs like Your Love an even deeper nostalgic feeling now, because music eventually becomes connected to time itself. And the outfield perfectly represents something very important about the 80s. That is melodic, emotional atmosphere. They weren't trying to sound dangerous, extreme, or revolutionary. They were trying to write great songs. And sometimes people underestimate how difficult that actually is. To write music that still instantly connects emotionally with listeners 40 years later. And the outfield succeeded at exactly that, because beneath the polished guitars and radio-friendly production, there was still heart. Alright everyone, that's been Discography of the Day, featuring the complete discography journey of the outfield. And after this brief recess, we'll continue our journey through the 80s and 90s here on Back to the Present, with our segment Generations reflecting on lifestyle. And coming back. Alright, everyone, welcome back. And now it's time for another episode of Generations Reflecting on Lifestyles, the segment where we react to discussions about modern life, social change, human behavior, community, work, and technology, and the emotional atmosphere of different generations, baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, and we compare those were those times in the world, like the 80s and 90s, compared to our society today. So tonight's video is very interesting because it touches a topic that many people around Gen X and older millennial increasingly talk about. The feeling that society became more isolated, more agitated, and less human emotionally. And the creator is a 55 years old retiree, reflects on how much social life changed over the last decades. And many of his observations are emotionally understandable. But tonight, I also want to add balance and perspective and some psychological nuance, because different personality types can experience these changes very differently. So let's start by listening a few seconds of the video, and then I'm going to be sharing my reflections about it. The channel is called Retiree is Me, and the video is called In My 55 Years People Have Changed and It's Terrifying. So let's listen for a while.
I mean, in a big way. I've been around a long time, 55 years of age and now retired. And I've seen this evolution, this change over the last 5.5 decades to the point where I'm absolutely terrified with I see the way that people are changing. So much, in fact, so often I really have to question, is it worth even knowing people? Well, let's be honest. You know, a lot of us are feeling this way. Please do drop a line if you're feeling very similarly to me. I'd like to hear your thoughts in the comments section, but from where I stand, things have changed so much in the last 55 years for me that I can't believe it's even the same world. I look around and things have changed. Stores changed, the evolution of how we communicate from cell phones, you know, to emails and texts. From where we were, we would go down to a friend's neighborhood, we'd grab a bike, ride down to their house and say hi in person. Things have changed, but I want to go, it's much more than that. I have some stories, how I want to share my own personal take on how things have changed and just how I see things digressing or regressing, if it will. It's not the world we grew up in. I mean, a lot of us, you know, a lot of you out there are Gen Xers that are probably watching the channel, many millennials, and certainly some boomers in there too. And I think there's one thing in common that we all have. We've all been around long enough to know that things have changed. People have changed. We all have a point of reference that's a little bit different, kind of where we were born, but we ultimately see that change.
Alright, one of the first things he talks about is the disappearance of physical social interaction. Riding bikes to friends' houses, family gatherings, watching sports together, people simply showing up physically more often. And honestly, for many people growing up in the 80s and 90s, that was very real. Life was simply more physical. You called less, you texted less, you physically appeared more. And that created spontaneity, the sense of being spontaneous. I cannot say the word with my voice today. Another thing is that people knocked on doors unexpectedly, neighbors interacted more, and friends gathered more casually. And psychologically, that created stronger ambient social connection. Now, this is where personality differences matter enormously. Because for many extroverted people, the 80s and 90s often felt emotionally healthier. There were more gatherings, more parties, more face-to-face interaction, more group identity, more social spontaneity. I almost said it again. I will try. And many extroverts today genuinely feel modern life became emotionally colder because their nervous systems are energized by human interaction, by constant human interaction. But honestly, for many introverted people, the story can feel very different because modern technology also reduced social pressure. And many introverts in the 80s and 90s often felt overstimulated, socially forced, or misunderstood. There was much stronger expectation to socialize physically constantly. And many introverts today actually feel more psychologically comfortable. They can't work remotely, communicate asynchronously, choose smaller social circles, recover energy privately, and connect online around a specific interest in a specific moments and days. And that flexibility can genuinely improve quality of life for certain personality types. So who is correct with this? Well, this is the important point. Both perspectives can contain truth simultaneously, because personality structure changes how people emotionally experience society. And that's something modern online discussion often completely ignore. People assume their nervous system experience equals objective reality. But psychologically, different people genuinely thrive under different social conditions. So let's see what actually changed for everyone. Because despite those personality differences, there are some changes that probably affected almost everyone. And one of the biggest is chronic overstimulation. With these constant notifications, algorithms, outrage cycles, endless information, constant comparison, and permanent accessibility. And honestly, that affects extroverts, introverts, young people, older people, almost everyone. Because human beings were not psychologically designed for continuous digital stimulation. And here the creator in the video also talks about loss of politeness, gratitude, and patience. And I think there's partial truth there too. But I also think something deeper is happening psychologically. Modern people are increasingly emotionally overloaded, and overloaded nervous systems tend to become less patient. Not always because people are evil, but because many people are already mentally exhausted before entering simple social interactions. And you can feel that sometimes in traffic, in customer service, online arguments, and in public spaces. There's a strange background tension in modern life. And another thing he mentions is a security culture, with bag checks, locked doors, hospital security, school lockdowns, public anxiety, and all these absolutely change compared to the 80s and 90s, there's no doubt. And psychologically, constant exposure to fear-based information changes societies deeply. Even if many places remain statistically safe, people increasingly feel unsafe. And that affects social trust. And his comments about modern workplaces becoming more narcissistic, more status-oriented, and less authentic will probably resonate with many people. But honestly, I think modern workplaces also became more performative. With this LinkedIn culture, personal branding, corporate image management, status signaling, and networking optimization on a permanent basis. And many people today feel pressure to perform a version of themselves professionally, instead of simply being human. And psychologically, that becomes exhausting too. But we should avoid romanticizing everything. And this is very important. We should avoid romanticizing the past too much. I mean, it's healthy to acknowledge what was good from the 80s and 90s, the different times, but not to an idealistic point. Because the 80s and 90s also had bullying, social exclusion, loneliness, toxic workplaces, isolation, family dysfunction, and many people who felt they never truly belonged. And many introverted or neurodivergent people today actually have more tools, more communities, and more ways to connect than they did decades ago. So the story is not simply everything was better before. It's more complex or complicated than that. I do think one thing many people genuinely miss from the 80s and 90s is emotional presence. And that may be what we had been lost. Or what we have lost. People were not constantly split between physical reality and digital reality, like we have to do nowadays. When somebody sat with you, they were usually with you. And that kind of uninterrupted human attention became increasingly rare nowadays. But I don't think the solution is rejecting modern life completely, 100%, nor pretending everything from the past was ideal. I think the healthiest path is recovering the best human elements from previous decades while keeping the genuine advantages modern life also created. To use technology but with boundaries. Online connection without replacing real human connection entirely. More flexibility for introverts without destroying community for extroverts. And I think many people today are quietly searching for balance. Not isolation or forced hyper-socialization, but balance. So maybe the real reason, the real lesson from videos like this is not that the world is ruined, but rather human beings still deeply need community, trust, gratitude, presence, meaningful conversations, and emotionally safe connection. And that has not changed since the 80s, the 90s, or probably any previous generation. The forms change, but the psychological needs underneath remain surprisingly similar. And that may be one reason so many people still emotionally reconnect with older music, older memories, and older cultural atmosphere. Because they remember moments where life felt more emotionally present. Just, just remember that there are extroverts and introverts in society, so some changes in some times can alter the perception of wellness, general wellness, to one group while affecting the other and vice versa. So the most important is to find your place, your dynamic, what you need in each time. Alright everyone, that's been tonight, Generations Reflecting on Lifestyles. And after this brief recess, we're coming back with our segment Tools for These Times, using music as psychological tools to cope or to prevent certain psychological issues. Alright, now it's time for Tools for These Times, the segment where we use 80s and 90s music together with practical psychology to help navigate modern life a little more consciously. And after our previous segment about social isolation, loss of community, digital overstimulation, emotional defensiveness, and modern people increasingly avoiding real interaction, I think tonight's topic becomes very clear. And is social disconnection and defensive isolation. And this is not simply being alone, it's something deeper. It's when people slowly begin emotionally withdrawing from real human interaction. Because interaction itself starts feeling exhausting, unsafe, conflictive, performative, or emotionally disappointing. And many people today increasingly feel that it's easier to stay home. And not necessarily because they hate people, but because modern life often leaves the nervous system overstimulated and emotionally defensive. And after enough stress, conflict, social tension, fake interactions, online hostility, and, and disappointment, many people unconsciously enter self-protection mode. And that's very understandable. But over time, defensive isolation can slowly create loneliness, emotional numbness, social distrust, and disconnection from community. So, in order to depict this problem, I have selected one song that will be the problem song, that is People Are People by Depeche Mode. So this is one of the smartest songs ever written about human tension and social friction, because the entire song revolves around a very simple question: why can't people simply understand each other? And that question feels more relevant today than ever. With political division, online hostility, constant outrage, defensive communication, and people assuming the worst about each other immediately. And many people today genuinely feel socially tired. And the mechanical, repetitive sound of the song itself almost feels industrial, cold, and emotionally tense, which perfectly matches modern overstimulated society. So let's have a look to the psychological tool. Our psychological tools for this case is intentional microconnection. So here we are combining behavioral psychology with nervous system regulation. And this technique sounds very small, but psychologically it can be extremely powerful, because modern isolated people often unconsciously wait for some huge social solution. A perfect friendship, a perfect partner, a perfect community, a perfect emotional environment. But psychologically, human trust is often rebuilt through tiny, repeated positive interactions. Small moments of presence, of gratitude, of kindness, of humor, of attention, or honest communication. So let's see what this looks like. Because microconnection can be very simple. For example, greeting someone properly, making eye contact, thanking somebody sincerely, calling a friend instead of only texting, talking for 5 minutes without checking the phone, sharing music with somebody, having one emotionally honest conversation. And these things sound small, but they remind the nervous system that not all human interaction is dangerous or exhausting. And psychologically, that matters enormously. Because nowadays we face a modern trap. Modern people increasingly confuse digital contact with emotional connection. But psychologically, constant communication does not automatically create real closeness. And many people today are highly connected digitally while still feeling emotionally isolated. And that's why intentional, real connection becomes increasingly important. So I thought about a song that might remind us about this, to apply this microconnection solution. And that song is Reach Out by Cheap Trick. And this song is ideal for this problem, because the emotional message is beautifully simple. Don't completely disappear into isolation. Reach out, reconnect, move slightly toward people again. And honestly, what makes reach out work so well psychologically in this case is that the song doesn't present connection as something dramatic or complicated. It presented as a movement toward people. That is action, not perfection, but a small action. And that's very important psychologically, because isolated people often wait until they feel ready emotionally, quote unquote, before reconnecting socially. But behavioral psychology shows something very different. Many times the action comes first, and the emotional warmth slowly returns after. And that's why small social actions matter so much, because the nervous system relearns safety, relearns trust, and human closeness through experience, not through theory. And listen to the emotional simplicity behind the title itself. The title of the song, Reach Out. Not become the most social person in the world. Not fix society completely. It's not saying transform your whole life overnight. It's just saying reach out. One small movement toward human connection again. And sometimes that alone can interrupt months or years of emotional isolation. So the goal tonight is not forcing extroversion. Some people genuinely need solitude, quiet, smaller circles, and emotional space. And that's healthy. There are the introverts. But psychologically, human beings still need some levels of real connection, recognition, and emotional presence. And many people today are not suffering from lack of stimulation. They are suffering from lack of emotionally meaningful interaction. And maybe rebuilding healthier society again doesn't begin with massive ideological battles, but with smaller things returning slowly, such as patience, presence, gratitude, conversation, listening, music shared together, tiny moments of human warmth. And those things may sound simple, but psychologically they are not small. They are often the foundation of emotional resilience itself. So, alright everyone, that's been our segment Tools for These Times. And after this brief recess, I'm coming back with our editorial and starting to wrap up this live stream. Alright, now as we slowly begin approaching the end of tonight's show, let's move into tonight's editorial. And tonight's conversations kept circling around one central idea again and again, and that was emotional disconnection. Not simply technology, but what happens psychologically when human beings slowly begin losing presence, community, patience, trust, and emotional warmth. And I think many people today feel something difficult to explain. The world became socially louder, but emotionally colder. And that's a strange contradiction. Because technically, people are communicating more than ever through messages, notifications, comments, emails, video calls, social media feeds, and many people simultaneously feel less emotionally connected. I think one reason is because modern life increasingly prioritizes speed, while human emotional connection still requires attention. And comparing this situation with the 80s and 90s, when people nostalgically remember the 80s and 90s, I don't think they only miss the music. I think many people miss the rhythm of life itself. People waited more, talked longer, visited more, stayed physically present more often. And even boredom functioned differently. In the 80s and 90s, people often sat with thoughts, music, silence, or imagination, instead of immediately escaping discomfort through infinite scrolling. And that slower rhythm gave emotions more space to breathe. But we also should be fair with a detail in these changes. I also think it's very important not to romanticize the past too simplistically, because modern life also solved many things. Some people today feel less socially trapped, less judged, more able to find communities online, more able to express themselves authentically. And for many introverts, creative people, or socially marginalized people, modern technology genuinely created new freedoms. So the situation is not simply past is good, present is bad. It's more psychologically complicated than that, or complex. And I think what many people are truly missing today is emotional grounding. The feeling that human interaction is calm, is safe, real, and emotionally present. And honestly, modern culture increasingly trains people to react instead of relate, to perform instead of connect, to broadcast instead of converse. And honestly, that slowly changes the nervous system. And one thing I deeply believe psychologically is that human beings emotionally survive difficult historical periods through small human experiences. A conversation, a shared song, a joke, a dinner, a friend calling unexpectedly, a musician playing live, a calm evening, a feeling of somebody understands me. And those moments are not trivial. They are psychologically protective. They reduce alienation. And modern society increasingly underestimates the mental health value of ordinary human warmth. And this is one reason I think things like stage time matter more than people realize. I'm meaning not because it solves civilization. I'm talking about the new playlist and space in this YouTube channel called RetroLovers Stage Time, introducing local musicians performing live music and being able to request your songs in real time. Because this space recreates human atmosphere with real musicians, real interaction, shared emotional space, people relaxing together for a while. Even people who are in winter time can connect with musicians playing during summer times and interact live from other countries or other cities. And that kind of environment regulates the nervous system more than many people realize. Music had always historically functioned socially as co-regulation. Human beings calming down together. And I think modern people increasingly need spaces where not everything is optimized, not everything is monetized or emotionally aggressive. And maybe rebuilding healthier modern life doesn't begin with massive ideological wars, but with recovering small forms of humanity again. Bringing back patience, presence, gratitude, listening, authentic conversation, a shared atmosphere, slower moments, less performance and more sincerity. And those things may sound old-fashioned now, but psychologically they are still essential, because human beings may adapt technologically very quickly, but emotionally we still need many of the same things people needed 30, 40 or 100 years ago. So despite all the problems modern life created, I still think many people are beginning to recognize this. You can see people increasingly searching for community again, authenticity again, slower experiences again, real music again, real conversations again. And that search itself gives me hope, because it means people have not lost the need for human connection. And as long as that need still exists, I think there's still possibility for better emotional culture again. Alright everyone, that's been our live stream editorial. And we begin to wrap up the whole show on this Friday, the 29th of May. So I hope you're feeling better now, or feeling well. So thank you again for spending part of your night or your day here with this community that connected through this live stream and this channel. If tonight's show helped you slow down mentally, feel a little calmer, reflect, disconnect emotionally from modern overload for a while, or simply reconnect with music and atmosphere that still feels human, then make sure to subscribe to RetroLovers Radio and activate the notification bell so you never miss a live stream, a podcast episode, a new recommendation of a stage time, to get to know new local musicians performing live music in the evenings. And you don't miss when I upload a new long format video with 2, 3, or 4 hours of music with the 80s and 90s songs, and also the 10 hours compilation of this same show, so that you can leave it running in the background for a fully 24/7 radio experience. You have one live stream after the other mixed with music. And also don't forget to check the community tab. Let me check 1 second here. To show our channel. So remember that our community tab is enabled now. Here next to your subscription button, you will find community. That is the same as post. So in the community tab, you're going to find the post not only I have made, but other subscribers and members of the community can share wherever they feel here. You can share your old images of the 80s, 90s, old photos or magazines, or share your favorite songs, sharing the link to the song. That is not possible to do it in the comments. You can do it here, and you can share what is your favorite song and share a YouTube link for the other to listen to. So here you will find different reminders of Do You Remember Now podcast episodes with a story behind many different classics from the 80s and 90s, the story behind discography, bands, and some reminders of segments of this Back to the Present show as well, with the reflections that I'm now cutting in individual videos. So feel free to give a like to the post whenever you see them, even if you don't get to read them in full. Just give them a like and then you can read them later. They serve as a reminder to check out the missing videos. And then if you prefer to get notification via email, you can come here to the description of the channel and look for our newsletter, our Substack page. That is substack.com/RetroLoversRadio. And it will take you to our blog. This is the old-fashioned blog, in which I will start giving additional content about everything that we address here in the show, besides also sharing some posts of the channel. I have enabled as well a coffee.com/RetroLoversRadio page in case you feel like donating in appreciation for this content. The channel is not monetized, so if you feel like sending a donation or also becoming a club member by subscribing to a $5 a month small donation to have extra content and extra live stream like the 80s Lover Show, the 90s Lover Show, and another 6 extra monthly private live stream in which music from the 80s and 90s is being displayed and we comment together about the songs, but not here in YouTube because due to the copyright we cannot broadcast these songs and video clip live, so we have to do it in another platform. So maybe tomorrow or at some point in the weekend you're going to find another playlist here on the home tab after Back to the Present episodes that you can play all and watch and listen to all of them in a row. Then you will find our Do You Remember Now podcast. If you missed any episode now with new format, check it out and let me know what you think. If you're watching the first 80 episodes or 90, you will see a different format, and now this last episode I think it's been they've been under an enhancement. Then here you will find the live stream segments in individual chunks. Then you will find the stage time section with the here is what I was telling you at the beginning. The original idea was to restream some live stream from local musicians that were performing live, and so you can request songs live and watch the stream here in the channel, but that might cause some issues in the long term, so I prefer to update the whole section to make 5 to 10 minutes short live streams starting maybe next week, and I will be starting 5 to 10 minutes before the original live stream from the musician, and I will redirect all of you sharing the link to their live stream in their channel for you to go on watching and requesting songs and donating directly in their channel. So this space will be to get to know new local musicians that perform live in the evenings from different locations. And this is a space to relax and interact with different people as if you were there in the bar, in the cafe. You are there but online, so you can interact by in the chat, sending super chats, requesting your song to them. And then you will find here another playlist, maybe tomorrow or Sunday. That is our 24/7 radio experience, in which I will start uploading this series of long hours videos with 80s and 90s music. You will be able to listen the full songs. Of course, these videos are not going to be monetized in the future as well. And I won't be able to add some songs because they are heavily protected and they cannot be displayed. Some of the songs cannot be displayed on a as part of a compilation, only individually. So in those cases, I would take it would require me a lot of time to upload each song individually. So I will do it gradually over time. But I hope to get at least 2 or 3 hours straight of the 80s classic and 90s classic with some nice animation of 80s and 90s car, like having a night drive while listening to this song, recreating those atmosphere. And also I will be uploading 10 hours or more videos with a compilation of Back to the Present live stream, so that you can listen in a row. Once an episode, a live stream finished, then you can go on automatically listen to the next one and leave it running in the background as a radio experience. So if you combine the Back to the Present 10-hour videos with the music, you get a 24-hour radio experience running in the background that you can leave while you study, you work, you clean the house, or maybe in the weekends, or if you are in the garden, in your yard, you can leave it in the background and listen in the distance. All right, everyone, that's been our live stream for today. I hope you have a really nice weekend. Enjoy your Friday. Have a good night, a good day. Remember to do what you can with what you have. And see you all in the next one. Just a second to remind you to subscribe to RetroLovers Radio and hit the all notifications bell so you never miss a show. Here you'll find Back to the Present, our music talk live stream with artist stories, life reflection to help you deal with stress through music, and practical psychological tools. Also check out Do You Remember Now, our podcast about the songs that shaped the 80s and 90s. And don't miss Stage Time, our evening live stream with live musicians playing classics to help you relax and unwind after the day. And follow us on Facebook. Look for RetroLovers Radio 80s and 90s music, both page and group.